Okay, I saw Sean walking down the sidewalk coming in the door. And there he is, right there. And so we're going to start the meeting. This is our September the 19th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting. And now in session, regular session. And the first thing we have on the agenda is administrative approval of marijuana licenses. Nanette Reimer. Nanette, would you make a
Good morning.
fast presentation?
Very quick and brief. Investments, etc. Nomadic LLC have applied to renew their respective licenses. Marijuana products manufacturing and medical marijuana products manufacturing and cultivation for Nomadic. No issues. We would recommend approval.
Okay. And the second one?
That was for investments. They have medical marijuana products manufacturing up for renewal.
Same thing, and you have no issues with approval, and they're completely compliant. Staff recommendation is.
Everything looks great.
Okay, so you have that approval ready.
Yep.
Ready to go. Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone in the room that would like to make public comment? 3 public comments.
I know, right?
Oh, well, in that case, never mind. We're not going to do it. That's too many. Okay, Mike, you have 3 minutes.
I'm curious, why do we move public comment around? Don't we always do it at 9?
It's always the first thing on the agenda.
No, it's always first thing on the agenda at 8:30.
Years ago, Sean, you're right. It used to be at 9.
Oh, yeah, we used to start meeting at 9.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to thank the Creek County Road and Bridge Department. I want to compliment them on the work they've done the last couple of years, particularly since Carl Schnell took over. The work on Sinden Road and on Little Bear Creek Road is phenomenal. So anyway, I just want to let you know that we're very happy with what he's been doing and what the whole crew has been doing. And on top of that, the workmen are incredibly light now. So that says a lot. That's my comment.
Awesome. Thanks,
Okay,
Mike.
thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Next, and if you would, I'm sorry, Mike, could you please identify yourself, Mike Raber? Did you say that, Mike Raber, and where you live?
I'm anonymous. Mike Raber from Echo Hills on Stinton Road,
All right, thank you.
Clear Creek County.
Thanks. And if you could also identify yourself and where you live.
Sure. I'm Candy Decker and I live in French Springs and in Clear Creek County in Evergreen. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm here to address a brand new short-term rental that's right next door to me. It's not just how it impacts me, but I think it's a harbinger of what it's doing to some of our communities in Clear Creek County. About a year ago, a couple from out of town came and bought a very modest 2,500 square feet house, and they immediately began remodeling it for an 8-person short-term rental. This includes a very large, well-lit outdoor entertainment area with a hot tub and fire pit. It's pretty much, obviously, especially if you look at the advertisement on Airbnb, it's pretty much designed for parties. If I can directly quote from the advertisement in Airbnb, just some of the things that they say, quote, "Custom propane fire pit is a crowd pleaser," unquote. Quote, "Watch the kids play in the treehouse or surrounding wilderness," unquote. There is no surrounding wilderness. Everything that surrounds this property is private property. And parking available in large driveway with room for 3 vehicles, even RVs, campers, or boat trailers. This property is pretty much obviously advertised for a party house, and it is totally incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. This is a very small, quiet neighborhood of modest houses. All the adjacent properties have 2 people living in them. All of French Springs has a maximum of 4 people, mostly 2 and 3 people. It does not fit in our neighborhood. People have bought here particularly because of the privacy and the quiet and the solitude and the serenity. This outdoor entertainment area, I mean, there are lights. You can go on the listing and see it. It's not conducive to privacy and quiet. I've already submitted 4 formal complaints. They've only been in operation for a week. Loose dogs, their garbage is stored outside of the garage, and it's not in bear proof. Am I getting close to 3 minutes?
That was 3 minutes, but
Okay, can I just finish real quickly? In conclusion, I'd really like you to reconsider the surrounding neighborhoods when permitting these short-term rentals. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will be having a report later today by our staff on short-term rental regulations. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to ask Amy to maybe kind of coordinate, see if we've gotten a complaint and building it back. Thank you.
I'm Tim Bunner. I live in French Springs, also in Clear Creek County. I'm adjacent to the property that Candy referred to. So I guess my first comment is I'm assuming these meeting minutes and comments are all recorded for a public record. Okay, so according to the county guidelines, this entity is already operating outside of what you guys mandate. In fact, nobody has been given a written notification in the adjacent properties of the 24-hour contact person. So, our concerns as neighborhood is, so what else is going to slip by? People think, we have neighbors that think that the permit was fast-tracked around other people that were waiting for STRs. And essentially, when you guys grant these what you call use permits or whatever, special use permits, you're changing the zoning of mountain residential. I mean, this is basically operating as a small short stay hotel as a commercial property in a residential neighborhood. And I don't think it's right. So those are my comments. I mean, there's other concerns that neighbors have about, who the listing agent was and if there's any affiliation with anybody that works in this county. So those are my comments.
Thank you. And the same, it's the same case, Amy, so. All right, any other public comment in the room? Do we have any public comment online? Anybody raise their hand? If you're out there and you raise your hand, Megan will be able to elevate you to panelist and you can make a public comment.
no one is raising their hand.
Okay. That said, I think the next item on here is county commissioner updates. And George, I think you mentioned that you had quite a few things today. So why don't you take off and go first? Because if there's anything that I was going to say that you've already said, I can not say it.
Okay. First off, probably speaking for all of us, thank you, Brian, for asking Amy to follow up on this comment. And I'd like to know the resolution as well. I bet we all
We'll
will.
let you know.
Thank you for making your comment. First thing on my list, I just, as a heads up to the board, this is about the transfer station and composting. This is something that I don't want to take a ton of time on it because we have a full agenda, but I've long suspected that our transfer station can implement a composting program in a fairly cost-effective manner because most of our costs are related to hauling, and you don't have to haul organic waste that you process on site. This is something that I've been wanting to see robust analysis of since about 2009. By next fall, we will have access to a toolkit and some good information from the state about how to execute this program. And I'm going to be advocating for us to really take a hard look at that. So that's just a heads up to you. I mentioned it to staff as well, and just wanted you guys to have a heads up that I'm cooking on that.
I have a quick question about that. I mean, I'm not a composting expert, but it was always my impression that it was more convenient and easier for homeowners just to do their composting on site at their own property rather than having to deal with transporting that type of material. So I'm wondering if we're solving a problem that doesn't exist.
I look forward to seeing this report and what they think. I think a lot of folks struggle to compost on site in their home. And I compost on site at my home, and I only get complaints from my neighbors every once in a while, you know, so.
Depends on the setting, I guess.
Yeah. But anyway, that's just as a heads up that's something that I'm going to be, you know, in the 2025 session, I'll be advocating for local governments to have access to funding to implement these programs. It's a very important climate solution and a way to deal with Colorado's limited landfill capacity. So anyway, we can dive into that later. That's just a heads up because I'm starting to talk to staff about it and I didn't want you guys to, you know, be it up. Next, I know there's a Rotary Club meeting tomorrow morning in which our staff is going to present on the budget. I plan to attend that meeting. And so I wanted to let you guys know so that if you plan to attend, we can get it posted.
You know, that was gonna be on my list to talk about. It's already posted.
I saw the posting.
It's already posted.
Yeah, and I can't. So I've got other stuff. I've got two. I'm already double booked. So,
7:30 at Marriott.
yeah. What about you, Sean?
Maybe, we'll see.
Okay. Next is in this room on Thursday evening, we had a town hall. I want to express my gratitude and compliments to staff. They presented on the C-Chats program. There were a lot of questions from the public about that, and a lot of the questions had a tone of dissatisfaction. I thought our staff handled it really well, and I interpret those comments to indicate that this is a badly needed program, and they want to see it succeed and expand and do well. And I thought our staff handled that really well. The budget conversation was also really good. And so my compliments to Maria and Brian for trying to distill very complicated conversation down into a few words. Our decision about the dispatch center also came up, and there was some concern in the room that we've seen online as well. And, you know, folks would rightly be concerned by a big change to a really important system. So, you know, I don't blame anybody for being concerned. The reason I'm bringing it up to you is that I thought Randy and I did a good job explaining the decision. And it was recorded and put on Facebook and YouTube. I asked Megan to take the clip of that video for those of us who are in the room, basically from when I start speaking and then Randy has good points and then Megan shows where to go watch the video of the 5.5 hour meeting where we made that decision. It's a 10-minute video and I think it would be wise for us to put that out on social media as an explanation for the decision. And wanted to ask you guys what you think about that.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, I'm very opposed to having policy debates on social media for reasons that should be obvious to everyone. But I think in terms of disseminating information, I think it's fine. And I just think we would need to make a commitment and maybe make it obvious in our posting that this wasn't a dialogue and we weren't going to, anybody can post whatever they want, but it's not going to be responded to by any elected officials or staff.
I think I generally also, I agree with doing it. I agree with the timing of doing it. I think sometimes when things happen, there is a public response, and a lot of it is very, very understandable. And a lot of times it's based on misconceptions about what's actually going on. For example, when we talked in dispatch and people thought that meant that our mutual aid agreement would be with Jefferson County and they'd be waiting for response from Jefferson County. And a lot of things, there are simple misconceptions about what's going on. And it's almost, I also agree though, that you don't want to engage in you don't want to be going back and forth and back and forth. It's almost better to get what you're doing out there and then let the public respond. And after there's a body of comments like that, then it gives you the ability to come out and put a single explanation out there that answers a lot of the concerns that have been brought up, and just make a public statement that helps make clarifications. This is probably a kind of a version of that. I don't think we've seen the length of it. Of course, we'll receive more comments after. There's always a reaction to anything you put out there, and there will be. But
Yeah, there'll be people throwing rocks from the cheap seats.
maybe even the expensive seats. It's hard to know.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, thank you. Next, CCI, every year has a legislative, I think they call it their legislative committee meeting, where they choose which ideas they're gonna bring forward. Our board has to designate a person to be there and vote. That doesn't mean, like, you're welcome to show up and comment and all of that, but one person can vote. And today's our last day to make that decision. The date of the meeting is in October sometime. October 6th.
Well, I'm obviously not the right person for the job because I'm having a knee replacement on the 28th. And for at least 2 to 3 weeks, I'll be really limited to where I can drive and for what purposes. So for me to even be down there is not likely. So it's between you guys.
What's the date again?
October 6th.
Happy to let you represent it if that's what
Yeah.
that's where this is headed.
I'm happy to. I don't need to, I think I did it the last 2 years, and so I don't need to elbow you out if you want to do it.
I'm good.
I think you've done an excellent job. So I've done a ton of that in the past, and anyway, like I said, I drive a stick shift, and my legs gonna be stiff.
So then the next thing is, I was looking at the agenda and I noticed that, the Tourism Bureau has put forth an agenda that doesn't address, the conversation we need to have about their reduced revenues. I sent Cass an email saying, hey, I have I see this isn't on the agenda and I have some questions about it, and I hope we can find the time to talk about it. So that's just a heads up to you guys that, she has a presentation that doesn't include the conversation about how to respond to the reduced revenues to the Tourism Bureau. And either we need to find space for that conversation today or schedule a conversation later. So I just wanted you guys to know that that's on my mind.
To the extent that we have time to address it today, I think that's okay. And just remembering that we have a tight schedule and we see where the conversation goes, and therefore it might necessitate scheduling something at a later date.
Okay.
Can I comment on that? So our deadline to you for getting the proposed budget to you is October 15th. So if we want the proposed budget that's coming to you informed by that decision, it has to happen before then, so that we don't have a meeting, right? We canceled our meeting in October, so just a heads up there.
Yeah, our
And it
next,
doesn't necessarily have to be in the proposed budget, right? I mean, so.
I mean, it will be unless the board wants to decide to give them less than the 40% maximum that we can give them.
Right, that's
We
what
kind of
we
know
do.
what the budget number is going to be.
Yeah,
And obviously, we're not going to get into how much we're going to budget for them here in the commissioner update.
right.
But what we can do is talk about when we can have that discussion so we can get it
Yeah.
done.
I mean, we could ask Brian to send Cass a heads up that we really are going to have that conversation today.
Are we absolutely certain that we can't have that meeting in October? I'm going to be debilitated, but I can attend via Zoom, and it's just a matter of but you can also have a meeting with two commissioners. And Sean, you're back by the 6th, is it? Is there a reason we can't do that?
No, I mean, we can schedule a special meeting. I am out of town October 5th through.
Oh, okay.
I think the calendar is what it is. We've agonized over it, and I don't think there's a way to fix it.
Well, I'm just trying to find a way to triage that and make it happen if we can.
I think my suggestion is that we ask Brian to give Cass a heads up that that's what we want to talk about today.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And if you want, you can please feel free to share the questions I sent to Cass with the board. They're very simple questions about you know, what's your thinking about what you're going to stop doing and how you're going to find new revenues. And lastly, just as a heads up, Community Connectors invited me to a meeting. They had a bunch of questions about what the county is up to regarding how we've implemented the Omni behavioral health needs assessment, what's going on with opioids, how the Centura facility is going, and some dissatisfaction around that, and whether or not we can pursue a federally qualified health center at the end of the contract with Centura, et cetera. It was a good conversation, and just wanted you to know I had it.
When is the contract over? Current contract?
2-3 more years. That's all.
Okay, Sean?
I want to thank you two for coming in and making a public comment. I have a neighbor, I live in your neighborhood, roughly off of Greystone, and sadly, one of my neighbors passed away, and then the husband passed away like a couple months ago, and the house is sitting vacant. And I'm sitting here imagining that sort of a dynamic happening across the street from me. And I completely agree with you when it comes to the intent of myself, and I think my colleagues share that. It was never to significantly degrade the quality of life anywhere in the county. And another thing that we recognize is there are different parts of the county that have different appetites for this type of business activity, and it is business activity. St. Mary's seems to be a majority of the people who live there seem to be fairly welcoming to it. It's part of their local economy up there. That's not the case in our neighborhood. And I think I only know of a couple of short-term rentals, including one owned by a foreign, well, I'm not going to say that, but, and I've heard about them. I've heard about issues, and I do think it's incumbent upon us to figure out how to make this work. And I'm open to the idea that there may be some areas that it's not going to work, that it isn't going to work. Because, renting out your house for somebody who wants to come finish a novel is different than renting out your house for what you mentioned, 8 people. Probably there are situations in the very near future where there will be 12 people there or something along those lines. And I think we struggle with figuring out how we're going to get the right tools in our toolbox to be able to do our jobs and protect the neighborhoods. So thank you so much for coming. This is something that I think we all deeply care about.
I mean, they're from out of state. They're not, they bought the place to make a commercial, entity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm done.
Go ahead, George.
We're going to dive into that conversation later, but I appreciate your comments, and it's something that we've been working really hard to get our arms around, and we've got new solutions every day. I don't want to tell you that we're going to wave a magic wand and solve your problem, but I know that our staff in this floor takes it very seriously.
Yeah, is it a wood or gas fire pit? Do you know if it's a wood or gas fire pit?
It's gas, propane.
Yes, okay. All right. Thank you. That has some bearing as well. When I heard you mention out of state, we have a lot of people that aren't familiar with the conditions that we face here, and what they understandably presume is that what they do back home where it rains all the time is what they can do here. And the care that so one of our concerns about short-term rentals has been the use of fire pits and having open fires, even when it's legal to have open fires, and having people that understand the consequences of not managing them carefully. So it's just something I wanted to bring up, that we're cognizant of it and looking into that. So.
Evergreen Metro Fire has already indicated that our neighborhood is at
Yeah,
risk.
thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we really can't engage in this conversation right now.
All right.
I just wanted to make the comment. So, that said, is that all you got? Yeah, thank you. There are a couple of things I thought of, but in the interest of time, we're already about 10 minutes behind schedule on a loaded day. I'm going to let them go because there's one of them that can weave into a later agenda item, and the other's inconsequential. So we're going to move on at this time with the agenda and into the county manager update. Brian.
I'll be quick. I am leaving town tomorrow, so I'll be out of the office, out of state through the week and heading to Arizona for a wedding tomorrow. So back Monday in the office. And then also I am going to on a vacation October 5 through the 13th. I'll be out of country in St. Martin. Just a reminder there.
Okay.
George already mentioned it. We are going, Maria is going to Rotary. Our finance director is going to be attending at Rotary along with Megan. We did have that posted at 7:30 at Marion's tomorrow morning. And then the follow-up to that will be September 28th in the evening at 6 p.m. at the health clinic in Idaho Springs, where we'll have a similar budget town hall to what we had in this room last week.
And on that one on the 28th is the day of my knee replacement, so I will not be there. And I think Sean was scheduled to be out of town that day, on September 28th. Yeah, so the only one that's really available to be there is George. But it's posted anyway, and that's
Yep.
fine.
We got it covered.
In case something changes. Okay,
I'll stop there.
that's it?
That's it.
Okay, our action session for 8:50 is consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment. Donna G.
If I may approach you with the audit report?
Randy?
Thank you.
Which we passed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Donna, you should pat yourself on the back a little bit.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, so we have the I've not done this before. It's my first time. So I'm not sure how to quite present it. This is the abstract of assessment. It's for 2023 final numbers after our reassessment. The annual report's filed every year by the county assessor. This is the preliminary. The final will be done in December. And the aim and endeavor of the assessor is to make a just assessment of the property in order to ensure that the burden of the taxes is distributed equally and in accordance with the amount of the property each taxpayer owns. And it looks like our final numbers for the taxable valuation is $342,989,740 with exempt valuation of $46,393,890 for a total valuation of $389,383,630.
Okay.
And just for a point of clarification, I believe the memo that's in the packet has different numbers. Is it possible an updated memo did not make it?
Or it's possible I looked at an old version of the abstract.
It could be.
So
This abstract, the final abstract is dated September 6th, 2023.
let's see what I got. Let's see. What day? September 6th?
6th, 2023.
I was a little confused by
Yeah.
the memo as well. And so I asked some questions. I think, so first off, this 2023 abstract of assessment is for
I used
properties that we assessed this year for taxes due next year, correct?
Correct.
So this reflects the 40% increase rough average in property values that we've seen across the county.
That is correct. And it does represent the adjustments that'll be made to real property of $15,000 and commercial $30,000 unless proposition the State Bill 303 passes, then it'll be adjusted again.
And the memo states that the assessed value of $389 million is a 53,000 decrease.
I used these.
But the
Oh, and I used the last one.
You,
Abstract of assessment document.
one.
Yeah, that's the
It's the 53,240 is the amount that the Board of Equalization, this board reduced, well, and you reduced in property taxes, right? Not a comparison from last year.
Right. Right. I used the numbers on one page and she used the numbers on another, so it's probably my
Yeah.
fault. I will accept responsibility, so,
So yours is the memo, is that correct, Beth?
yes. So,
She helped me with the memo while I was out of town.
yeah. So it should be the numbers on the back page, is that right?
Yep, this is what
Okay.
this is going to be certified by the State Board of Equalization.
Okay.
So just to make sure the record's accurate with that memo, the assessed value is $389,436,870. The Board of Equalization reduced that by 53,240. And we don't have a comparison to the
Last year.
assessed value from the last cycle.
I do not have that.
Maria, do you happen to have that number offhand? Just what our total assessed value was last year?
Yeah, that's what the state's going to, so that's why I used that.
41790.
Can you say it again, please?
358-041-790. That was our total assessed value last fall, including exempt.
Okay.
So, and I wanted, the reason I was asking these questions is because I just want to note that for the first time, maybe since I've been in office, and during that time, we've continued to see large increases in assessed value. This is the first time we've actually seen our total assessed value increase, and it was only by 30 million or so. If assessed value is $176 million this year and it increased 40%, what was it last year?
So did this like this. Yeah, I think. Okay, I just have a copy of that.
I'm just asking.
This is,
So we went from about 105 million to 176 million.
And Commissioner, residential didn't go up 40%, it went up 21%.
Oh.
So it was 146 million and now it's 176.
Well, rather than try to make this point with numbers in real time, I just want to sort of the public to observe how dramatic the increases in other portions of our assessed value has been. There's been a lot of conversation about our budget, and we know that it's because we received $9 million less in property taxes from the Henderson mine this year than we did in 2015. So that's the point I was trying to make, rather than try to dig into these numbers in real time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand and now I see what we're talking about, just the fiscal impact statement is incorrect.
Yes.
That's not a decrease from 2022. That's a this year decrease in, by the Board of Equalization. And that actually we've had an increase of about $31,000, something to that effect,
Yeah.
from 2022 in the final equalized bottom line. Okay.
So does it make sense to ask that, I know that's our agenda that was posted in our packet, and this is a small fear, but
Sorry.
folks trying to investigate our budget might get confused by those numbers being in that memo.
Yeah, I was
Is it
gonna go
inappropriate
edit
to
it.
change it and repost it?
Yeah, so what'll happen is
I'll edit.
Beth, after, we'll do a supplemental agenda where she revises anything that needed to be changed.
Okay. Awesome, thank you.
And I misspoke, 31,400,000 roughly.
That's all from me.
That's what I had.
Otherwise, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. I look forward to approving this.
And my
Okay.
suggestion would be when the motion is made that you refer to the abstract itself rather than the memo so that people know.
Okay.
Move we approve the Clear Creek County abstract of assessment for 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think we should recognize Donna's clean audit that she handed out to you.
I think so.
Brand new in her office and working real hard to come up to speed with everything.
I've heard 2 acknowledgements of that already, and I concur totally, so, yeah. Yeah, and, yeah, so what we said before still holds.
thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't.
So our next item is our, still running a consistent, we're about 10 minutes off still right now. 8:55 item, consideration of approval of intergovernmental agreement for tobacco prevention services. Dr. Ryan.
Let's keep the same positive vibe and brief, shall we? Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
In front of you is an agreement that we have and have had for the last several years with Jefferson County on a grant that is really meant to address tobacco prevention in this county. It is funded through Mountain Youth Network, who carries out the vast majority of the work on this particular grant. This grant is an agreement with both Jefferson County and Gilpin County. It is the three counties that are in this agreement. The reason and rationale for that, and I was not here when the original party started, so to speak, with this grant, is the grant requires through CDPHE a partnership. So Clear Creek County couldn't apply for it on its own because there is no partnership in that reality. And so that's how this began, as a partnership between Gilpin, Jeffco, and the county. And those funds feed through us. It's about $5,600 and change. And the work, as I said, is carried out by Mountain Youth Network.
Thank you. I had asked the question about why we participate with Jefferson County. So thank you for that response. Is there any chance that this funding and this professional that's going to help us or the Mountain Youth Network themselves are interested in bringing policy advice to this board about tobacco cessation? I think there are some policy options this board has left on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, once Rose gets her feet under her as it relates to this specifically, I think putting together some policy suggestions for the county and the community, I think is well within the real
Okay.
possibility.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Sean, any comments?
No.
Well, it's good. It's a good program to move forward with. I happen to care about it a lot. And I think all tobacco prevention services that we can provide, vaping in general and nicotine in particular are things that we really need to work on at all levels that we can. So we have in front of us, to have a motion on this for consideration of approval of the agreement.
I move we approve the intergovernmental agreement for tobacco prevention services.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion further?
Congrats. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just suggest they change the name of this because to Randy's point, it isn't just tobacco as we have formerly known it. It includes vaping and all of the chemicals now that we put in the same realm as tobacco. So.
And it does include all of that, correct?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Well, let's work on that as we move forward with efforts and report on it. So thanks.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, the next item that we have on our agenda is the local liquor licensing authority. We're now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority. And we have consideration of approval of the special event liquor permit for the Blue Moon Rising Center for Sustainable Education. Annette.
Good morning again. That is correct. Blue Moon Rising Center for Sustainable Education has applied for a special event permit for an event they want to hold on October 4th to benefit the victims of the Maui fires. And Evan Urban is supposed to be appearing. She might be virtually.
I have somebody, Sydney Malone, raising their hand.
Not a name I'm familiar with, but they could be associated with the organization. It's a completely new application, so I'm not familiar with all the parties.
Okay.
All of the departments have returned their comments. I did receive 2 comments late yesterday from planning and building, and they are all in agreement with the application to be approved. Property was posted, and everybody would recommend approval. There she is.
Hi, yes, I'm here on behalf of North Star Gatherings and Blue Moon Rising to answer any questions.
My only question was regarding whether it seemed like there were referral agencies that hadn't responded in the packet. So I asked you that. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yep. Any other questions for the applicant?
I don't have any, no.
Okay. Great.
It looks like it's going to be a good event.
Hopefully, we do need public comment on this because it is
That
a,
as well. Yeah, I was just waiting and you're recommending staff approval. So do we have any public comment on this event and on this application?
Nothing online.
Nothing online? No one in the audience? Okay, that said, do we have any discussion other than, I hope it's a good event as well, and it's obviously an important cause. Sean?
No.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I move we approve the special event liquor permit for Blue Moon Rising Center for Sustainable Education.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one additional comment. I would love to hear at a later date whether these special event liquor permits statutorily have to come to the board or if we can decide to delegate that.
They do require a public hearing, and that's why it comes to the board.
Right.
But Nanette and I are both reviewing the current regulations that we have for both liquor licensing and marijuana licensing. So if there are any changes, we'll implement.
Would that potentially maybe affect which ones go to administrative approval versus a hearing? Full hearing?
Possibly. I don't think there's going to be significant changes there. I think it might be more with fees and more related to marijuana, but we'll be
Okay.
bringing that back to you.
All right, but it probably won't change our workload, so,
No.
all right.
We do have resolution 04210, I believe, which gives authority to the board to approve these administratively, and that's why some of them are done administratively. If they wanted to change that in the future, they could delegate
Right.
licenses or applications that don't require a hearing.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I look forward to hearing the results of your collaborations. So. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And sitting now again as the Board of County Commissioners. And the first thing I'll ask is, have you reviewed it? Do either one of you have any that you'd like to pull out?
No, I'll just note that the clerk has joined us. I don't know if she may have something to say about her item.
Here if you have questions.
What's that?
I'm just here if you have questions.
Okay.
I don't wish to pull anything. I'll make some comments during discussion on the motion.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I'll read the full agenda because I have nothing to pull. So item number 1 is consideration of the approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration of approval of grant agreement between Electronic Recording Technology Board and Clear Creek County for clerk and recorder's offices. Item number 3, consideration of approval of the amendment to contract with EV Studio for the design services for the shooting range project. Item number 4, consideration of approval of the August 30th Board of County Commissioners minutes. Item number 5, consideration of approval of resolution 23-50, resolution authorizing the disposal of 2 Clear Creek County vehicles by public auction. Item number 6, consideration of approval of August 22nd BOCC meeting minutes. Item number 7, consideration of approval of October 27th BOCC 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Item number 8, consideration approval of May 16th, 2023 BOCC meeting minutes. Item number 9, consideration approval of the contract for lead remediation services with Metals Treatment Technologies. That's all of them, all 9. George, you said you had a particular comment that you wanted to make about one of these or more?
Yeah, and this is the latest innovation of me trying to find a way to have to highlight things that are on the consent agenda that I think are worth stating in public. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish here. A couple of things I want to highlight. One is number 2 on the consent agenda. Just congratulations and gratitude to the clerk's office for getting this grant. It is going to get a lot of the documents that have been recorded into a digital format so that we can be more transparent, share those documents, access them easier. Always love to see anybody in an organization upgrading themselves. And so thank you to Brenda Corbett. The other thing I want to highlight is items 3 and 9, both related to the work on the shooting range. We are proceeding with that work, and gratitude to staff, Lisa Lieben and Matt, what's your last name? Matt Taylor. I got too much on my mind right now. Congratulations and gratitude to you two for ushering this project along over the years. And those are my comments.
I thought his name was Mark. Is it really Matt? Is that right? Oh,
I had a quick question about the lead, 149,500. I seem to remember the number that we threw around before being higher than that in terms of what it would cost to do the lead remediation. I remember the conversation about Sportsman's Club was paying us X per year for about 1 million years, and we were supposed to save it, and that didn't exactly happen. But wasn't the number more like 200,000 or some higher number?
It was, but.
Please come up, please come up to the,
Sorry, I should have invited you up.
hi, Lisa.
Oh, sorry. Sitting in the back. Hello, good morning, board. Yes, the number was, Commissioner Wood, much higher, but Stacy Canada has taken the construction manager for us, and she revised the scope based on our current budget reduction. So based on that, we'll still get the whole one, all of the lead removed and remediated, the entire site, but she did a great job of scoping it down.
Okay, so, but I guess the takeaway is from a environmental perspective, the same amount of lead's going to be removed. It's just being done more efficiently.
Yes,
Okay, good work. Thanks.
So at the end of the day, it will have been complete for that site.
yes.
Okay. All right. And I'd also, the only thing I will have to say is that I think that, especially back on item number 2, Brenda, is that not only does that increase transparency, but it greatly increases efficiency as well at the end. Hopefully for your office.
We couldn't have completed this in my lifetime on our own.
All right. I have no other comments on this. So do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda
That
as read.
was, we have a motion in a second.
Oh, did we?
Oh.
Yep, that was discussion on the
Oh,
motion.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. That's right. Sorry. We already did. Thanks.
That one
I'm
too.
trying to fly through this. I could have been faster and now I'm wasting time talking about it. So we have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And now we move into the Board of Equalization consent agenda. And we have consideration of approval of August 1st, 2023 Board of Equalization meeting minutes. Do we have any discussion on that? None? Hearing none? We have a motion?
Move we approve the August 1, 2023 Board of Equalization meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Still no discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now moving back into regular session, we have a work session to discuss public health, the transfer station, and emergency medical service fee schedules, and the fiscal 2024 proposed budget follow-up. Brian and Maria.
while Maria comes,
On my calendar.
this is just another opportunity for the board to weigh in on the development of our FY 2024 budget, which want to make sure you had enough opportunities to do that before we bring you the proposed budget that is due to you on October 15th. So about a month from now. So, we've got several items we're seeking some direction on. In the interest of time, I think I'll turn it over to Maria and start walking through our presentation and see where that takes us.
Yes, thank you. While Megan is loading that, we, of course, the budget process is cyclical. It just keeps going on and on and on, right? The board gave us quite a bit of direction late last year with respect to the 23 budget. And some of the work that we knew needed to happen and needed to be done for 2024. You met at a retreat in April, really had a long, lengthy discussion on the budget, gave us a lot of good information as we started the development of this budget. I would say that April was probably the kickoff then with the board. And here we are already. It's time to put a proposed budget in your hands. So we have a few more decision points that we would love it if you would weigh in and give us some direction. Next slide, please, Megan. We want to talk to you about 3 different sets of fees: EMS, the transfer station, and public health. And we'll go over those in more detail here. Want to talk to you about the board's purchasing policy and make a recommendation on something that we believe would be helpful if we added it to the purchasing policy. Want to talk about the fund balance reserve policy. And we'll get into that in a little more detail. Also make a recommendation there to adjust that resolution, bring another one to adjust the reserve policy. Want to talk about EMS's financial outlook. We voters adopted a sales tax and things were looking great. And we've now created the CCHAP program. It's something that the board stood up very, very quickly. And EMS reacted to very quickly. It's wonderful. It's good news for the community, but we have some pressures. And so we want to bring the board up to speed and make you aware and make sure you want to give us a specific direction for the 2024 budget. Also want to touch on ARPA funds. While I know that we may not be able to dive into those today, just want to remind you where we stand, give you a heads up and see if there's any kind of direction you'd like to provide at all with respect to the 24 budget. And then briefly go over some of the community engagement that has happened and that will be happening. Okay, EMS fees. There is a state law that requires carriers, which is insurance companies, basically, they are required to reimburse us 325% of the Medicare rate. We are not currently collecting this. The fees are set quite a bit lower than this right now. And we did a survey of similar entities around here, around us, and we wanted to make sure that they were entities structured in the way that we are, because of course we're not the fire department, right? We're EMS, and we're also in a rural area. We have to drive a really long way to get a patient to a hospital or to get them to medical care. So we have different hurdles than someone in the metro area might have. And in looking at some similar entities, we saw the average basic life support charge, or what you would typically see when you get transported in an ambulance, and it's pretty routine, nothing extraordinary, no extraordinary life-saving measures. It would be $1,748 in these similar entities. So we're already well below that. Now you see Gilpin's charge there is very specific. Why 72 cents, right? Well, it's because they're following this state law. And the state law that says you must give us 325% of the Medicare reimbursement rate. So their fees are set to follow the state law. Now we are recommending that we structure these fees to follow this state law. Could you set them higher? Of course, right? We absolutely could do that. But then that brings pressure on those who are uninsured, pressure who maybe don't have as much, who would need to make up the difference. Now we do work with uninsured and lower income patients. We do take really minimal payment plans. There is a forgiveness and a base, but we know that if we follow the state law, we're going to get those fees, and it's not going to be much of a fight. We're going to say, Cigna, pay this bill, and they will. So it would be our recommendation that we follow this state law and index these fees so that when they do change in state law, when it does go up, the fees, just as a matter of course, track with this state law. That is all I wanted to say about those fees. I know that our EMS director is here, and I'm not sure if he has anything else to add to the conversation.
I have a quick comment about that. I sit on Semtec, and when we evaluate grant requests, that's one of the first things we look at. And we push back sometimes pretty hard on agencies who aren't charging market rates for their transports because they're asking the state for money when they're not even collecting the money they should be in their own community. So I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you.
It's good feedback.
Thank you. So am I, with one question that we don't have time to dig into today, but I'm curious, when we have uninsured folks that aren't eligible for Medicaid, do we have a policy process right now for forgiving their debts?
No, we don't.
Something that maybe I'd like us to look at, and I don't know if we even legally can waive fees for folks who are uninsured and don't have Medicaid.
I'm not sure legally either. I know that if we have someone who is uninsured and they're willing to pay in full, we give them a 20% discount, which is pretty standard in healthcare. Not necessarily the 20% discount, but if someone pays in full, they'll get some kind of discount. 20% I think is pretty high. But other than that, there's no forgiveness.
Okay. Thank you. We're not here to discuss that. It's something I'd be just curious to see if we even legally can, how that would impact our budget. But enough said on that for right now.
It's even bigger than that because people who have high deductible plans are in some ways no different than the uninsured, and that it's all coming out of their pocket unless they've had a knee surgery or something that year.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, I think my curiosity is how do you feel and you're performing with regard to the timeliness of your billings to insurance companies and how do you track your ability to make sure you're on the right target when you do bill out?
I'm not sure I understand.
The reason I'm asking the question is because it's important that stuff happens in a timely fashion so that people are aware that, I know in the past, and I don't think we have a performance problem now. I'm just curious because I'm aware in the past we had issues with the timeliness of billings coming out of EMS a long time ago. And I think that's one of the things that we were able to correct as we restructured and, repopulated EMS and its management. And we had times when bills didn't get out for sometimes 6 months at a time. And I imagine that you get stuff in a very timely fashion now.
It is, yeah. So the person that handles our billing actually comes into our office and collects all the mail once a week. And so this is happening in a timely manner. With that said, there are some insurance companies that make it difficult, right? Like United Healthcare is one, for example, that regardless of how much we bill them, they send 50%. And then we have to appeal and appeal and appeal. But that process happens and we generally collect what they owe.
Right. And I know sometimes in an emergency case where you get to the hospital, you don't necessarily have access to the card in that moment. And so you rely on the hospital to provide you with the insurance information afterwards or through some other source.
Yes.
And sometimes that's, I've just seen that run afoul. And so if you run afoul and you start billing to the wrong place and you don't bill in a timely fashion, then by the time it comes back, you've sometimes exceeded their statute of limitations where they no longer have to pay because the calendar ran out.
And that happens. And sometimes, two signatures aren't on the paramedic's mind when they're delivering a critical patient.
Saving lives.
Yeah, unfortunately, but.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I have another question.
Commissioners, you'll notice that there is not a resolution in your packet. What we wanted to do was present this to you, give you the information, let you think about it and provide some direction. If it is your direction that you support this, we would bring this back to you in a resolution form at a future meeting. This is going to be the same way with all three fees we'll talk about.
I think we support that one.
Thank you. So moving on to transfer station fees. This is showing you things a little bit differently. We're not showing you the fees here, although they are in your packet, and you can see a comparison to what they are today and what we would propose they be if you accept the recommendations. What this shows you is our 2022 actual results in transfer station operations compared with the 2024 proposed as it stands today. Now, we know you haven't seen the proposed budget yet, but this is where it would stand. And you can see that the bottom line, the net change, tells us that in 22, we were in the black, right? We operated a little bit positively in 2022. And with this proposed fee increase, we would operate again just a little bit in the black. Now, it's good to accumulate just a little bit of money every year, and over a 5 to 7 year period, you've accumulated a bit of funding so that you can make those capital purchases as needed. Sometimes they need to replace a concrete pad. Sometimes they need to buy a small truck. It's not a lot. You can see there's not a lot of money after everything has been paid for and said and done. We did not include 23 in this table for you because, as you're well aware, in 23, for a large part of the year, we were only operating 2 days a week. So it was hard to tell exactly what the finances would be if we're operating full time. Now, over on the right-hand side, you see a couple of examples here. Those happen to be the most common charges when a customer comes in to drop stuff off at the transfer station. It's household waste, right? That's what we see most common. So for a 30-gallon bag, it would go from $2.50 to $3. And for a 55-gallon bag of household trash, it would go from $4.50 to $5.50. We did take a look at what Gilpin is currently charging at their transfer station, and the proposed new fees are pretty similar to what Gilpin is charging for in-county and out-of-county residents in their own county. Now, of course, we know we can't be exactly like Gilpin because we have different cost hurdles, but it's similar. We also know that it is the goal to encourage people to bring their trash to the transfer station and not simply dump it on one of our beautiful open space areas, right? It's very important. So we don't want to make it unaffordable. We want to keep it to something that's reasonable and affordable. Let's see, what else did I want to say about this? Oh, it just in case you're interested, our year-to-date customer count, even with 2 days a week, is 13,000. We've seen 13,000 people come in, and I know they're back open now, 4 days a week, but 13,000 is a lot. And our 22 customer count, we hit 21,000. Most of our drop-offs are in county residents. It's not as common to see these out-of-county residents, but we do like the idea that there's a higher charge if you're out of county. I will pause there for questions and comments on this one.
The first one I have is that I'm looking at the table that has all the different categories. The transfer station proposed fees compared to the current fees. And it shows a recommended new fee of $4.25 as opposed to the, let me see if I'm getting this right. 30 gallon moving from, okay, never mind. I'm on the wrong column.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, good.
I was looking at out of county.
Okay, thank you. We also have our Public Works Director here if you have more specific questions, and I see T-Bob's here with us too, manager of the transfer station.
I had asked about how we compare with Gilpin. I see those, you sent an email with that comparison. It looks like for sofas, mattresses, love seats, well, specifically mattresses, we're up 33% higher than Gilpin County. And I know there's I guess we have this conversation every time. So I assume staff believes that this is the right balance between our need to have cost recovery and our need to keep these prices low so that we don't see mattresses in the ditch. It looks to me like maybe staff is recommending that we lean all the way to cost recovery and make this program be in the black, as opposed to trying to keep prices low to keep mattresses out of the ditch. Am I interpreting that correctly as far as staff's policy opinion?
I'll let them come up and talk, but I just want to make sure, because 33% sounds, oh my God, right? But also let's say the dollar amounts just so that the listening public, so we're talking $30 versus $40. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Very
Okay. So Gilpin charges $30 for this, and we are proposing we would start charging $40 for this. Okay.
And yes, I would suggest it should be covering its cost. It's a general fund expense, but
The only other comment I wanted to make is in the Rotary meeting last year, when we presented, everyone in the room was in agreement, raise my transfer station fees. This program's important. We're undercharging as it is, raise the fees. That was the input we got from the businesses. Now I realize these are business owners, but they care about their money too.
Good morning, board.
Morning.
I will let Bob fill in if I'm wrong here, but when we take mattresses down to the facility in Golden that we're taking them, we're matching the cost that it takes us to get rid of them with this increase that we proposed.
Not even including our own costs of transporting it down there.
no.
True.
Okay.
Cost to get rid of a mattress is $38. We're making $2.
So you get $2 to drive it down there.
$2.
Yeah.
And move it around.
We had a couple things that have gone way high this year, mattresses being one, refrigeration, and the removal fluids out of the refrigerators. So we did try and match those costs with what's in this. Everything else is pretty similar at the 20% range, but those couple items are.
Well, $40. Yeah, $40 we're still subsidizing is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too.
Yeah, so I know that one kind of sticks out, but it's almost matches the cost for us to take it all the way down there.
That's why it's so high. It's the same thing with refrigerators. A lot of the companies that we took it to, they used to drain them. And now the EPA down there says no. So it's $40. 40 and 30 for each piece. And so we're used to have like a mini fridge or something like that. These companies don't care now. It's the same price. I'm literally just trying to break even.
Okay.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think what I'll say is I can live with this. I want us to be in the kind of fiscal environment where we can prioritize keeping these prices low. I recognize that's not the fiscal environment we're in today. And so just another note to the public about the kinds of services we're able to provide when we have adequate revenues and what it looks like when we don't. I would ask Carl, it's convenient that your staff also is in Road and Bridge, which I think are the people that most often witness dumping. And I would just ask that you ask your staff to try to be observant and get us information about whether this increase is resulting in more trash in the ditches.
Sure.
Right.
Because, I mean, Maria, you already kind of made the point. The folks that attend the Rotary Club meeting, $10 for a mattress, they're not going to dump it in the ditch anyway.
Right.
And that's because when they go home, they don't have to decide whether they're going to pay rent or their medical bills or get their mattress to the dump. We do have a lot of people in this community that are in that situation.
Yeah, well, I think that it's clear, I think what's clear to me is that you are at or still below your actual cost at the point of disposal, the fee you're being charged on things like refrigerators and mattresses. But I also think that it is important that the reason we've maintained a landfill and a transfer station is that we need to do that. And I recall a time when we had a lot of stuff dumped in the creek and up some of the roads, and I know that it actually used to be a problem when we had an actual landfill in Empire, and people would come up and see the cost of the landfill in Empire and drive beyond the landfill, and then you'd accumulate further up North Empire Road, you'd see the refrigerators and all the stuff laying down inside the creek. And so it is important but I think what it is adaptive management. I think we have to make the changes we're making for cost recovery, and I support those. But then we also have to watch and see what the outcomes are and see if we've got to do something different. And whether that's whether that's subsidized fees in order to prevent that from happening so that we create an inducement to go ahead and use the service, or whether that's find a better way to enforce and to keep an eye out. That's a different one. There's costs involved in that as well.
I would caution us to think that we really know what's going on when it comes to why things end up where they end up. I think actually finding a vehicle where you can transport a large mattress to anywhere is probably a larger hurdle for most people than $10.
Yeah, that could be. If they don't have the vehicle, I'm not sure if they dump it, they keep it around the house, I think.
With a free sign on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I have one other suggestion for the commissioners, not that this would happen right now. In communities where I've worked, we had a program with general fund services that if you were receiving SNAP benefits or Medicare or Medicaid, you could apply for and get a designation so that you could take advantage of these services and not have to pay. We had very few people that would take advantage of that, but it for those that did, it was a tremendous benefit to them to be able to access these types of services without paying.
I think a program like that would be wonderful, and I would be shocked if it cost us a whole ton.
Yeah, and we'd of course have to check in with county attorney and make sure we could make a distinction like that in a county level, because of course at cities you get to do a lot of things, right? You don't get to do it at county level, but we could look into that.
Yeah.
And report on that to you. That might be one way of stomaching this a little bit easier.
And some of what we see when it happens, it's almost no matter what the price you put on it, it's a behavioral thing. I've known people that have run salvage. I know of people that have run salvage operations in this county trying to make money off of junk cars and stripping things off. And the invaluable parts of those cars, rather than go ahead and pay the fee, they will try to cut costs of their commercial operation by just trailering this stuff around the county and trying to find property that they can store this on, either get permission or buy property to do it. So some of it's just a behavior thing that there's no amount of fee adjustment that's going to make a difference in their behavior. But
right.
Yeah, when scrap prices go up, those cars start to disappear.
Yeah.
The last thing, and this is just a comment. We don't have time to dig into it right now, but I'd love to just like see some consideration of our modes of charging, by volume, by mass. I know that weighing involves a big capital cost. I don't even know if the facility can support it. But that's something that I'm curious about. I'm not trying to insist on anything today, but.
What a coincidence. Our public works director is working on an estimate of a scale that can weigh a vehicle. And so that we don't have all these little teeny tiny fees, but we can do it by volume. And we are thinking that's probably going to come before you in your proposed budget. Or just that.
Great.
Otherwise, yeah, I can live with this.
Okay, so next we have the public health proposed fee schedule. Are we going to move on to that, or do you?
Thanks for your time.
Transfer station.
Thank you.
I think we're done there, commissioners, if you're.
Okay.
Public health fees. These fees are new. We have not been charging fees in the
Carl and
past.
Bob, thank you. I'm sorry, Maria. Thank you, guys. I forgot to thank you for your help with that.
We have not previously been charging fees. Dr. Ryan has worked very, very hard to make records electronic and put in an ability to charge insurance carriers, send a bill to Cigna when someone's accessed services at the health department. These fees were structured in a way that we used federal guidance. There's a whole, and it's in your packet, of how it's appropriate to structure your fees in public health. In this chart, FPL stands for federal poverty level. HUD puts out this level every single year for every state, and it's based on household size. And just by way of example, 100% of the federal poverty level in 2023 in Colorado for a 4-person household is $37,500. Now that I wouldn't want to have to live on that, but that's what the federal poverty level is. So that helps you understand these different fees. The other thing I wanted to say is we are proposing, in addition to this, that we would make vaccines, particularly the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine, free to staff. We want our staff to be healthy, and to the extent they want to access that vaccine and it be very simple and easy, we want to do that for them. We think it's a good idea to do that. So we would propose that would be part of this resolution, that vaccines are free for employees and all they need to do is show their badge. The other thing I would mention is we don't know what kind of revenue this is going to generate. This is new, right? This is new frontier. But as a placeholder in the 24 proposed budget right now, we've added $10,000. We're not sure. It might not be that high. It might be higher than that. We're just not sure yet. And that is all I wanted to say. Dr. Ryan, anything?
Yeah, to Maria's point, a couple things. One, yeah, this is the result of us having an electronic medical record system, which is great in and of itself, but it allows us to charge for many of the services that we provide, either from free to fully covering the costs, which is the intent behind this. And get us as close to zero from a general funds perspective as public health can get in the next 5 years is my goal personally. As far as the COVID and flu vaccine, we tried to get credentialed with Cigna twice and were denied. And so right now, county employees can't come to our clinic and get services for which we can then charge because of that lack of credentialing. We're working on that.
You mean by our insurance company?
Correct.
Cigna.
And we think the rationale that they gave us was incredibly vague. I personally think it's because of Centura or Spirit Health downstairs and the proximity that is to us. I sent an explanation as to why we're different in every single way and why we should be credentialed, but we're denied twice. We're working around that and potentially working around an even bigger perspective from changing insurance companies potentially. So to Maria's point, providing free COVID and flu vaccine to our county employees is a very wise move, I think, personally. Keeping staff healthy is good for business in the end. So.
Yeah.
And these numbers, the fees that we have, the only access we had in terms of our neighbors, in terms of what fees they charge, was Jeffco. And our fees are right in line with what we see down in Jeffco. Access to all those fees are not public. And so Jeffco is gracious enough to share those with us. And we're right in line. And the vast majority of services that are medical services that are provided to our community, if they're not gotten here in Clear Creek County, they are gotten, if that's even proper English, down in Jeffco. So.
How do you get information about people's income? Is that, do you ask for them to report it? Do you require a lot of documentation?
Right now, we're doing self-report. It's the first step in the process that we've developed is they come in, they're greeted by our admin assistant who takes their insurance information, income information, all that sort of stuff, gets them in the system and get that started, similar to what you experience at any doctor's office, and then go from there.
Okay.
We have the ability to verify it down the road with similarly in the way that Human Services does.
Sounds reasonable to me.
And we'll see how it turns out at the end. The 2025 budgeting process will be more informed.
That is correct.
For sure.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Moving on then to our purchasing resolution. Periodically, we bring tweaks and recommendations to you to our purchasing resolution. We do not have any language right now in the purchasing resolution that allows cooperative purchasing, or it's also known as piggybacking. So if the state of Colorado has negotiated some pricing agreements with a large vendor, for example, if we had piggybacking in our resolution, we could say, the state already did this. We're going to hop on their contract. We're not going to go out for RFP because this is a great competitive price. We're just going to hop on their contract. What we'd like to recommend to you is that we amend the purchasing resolution and add this to it. I don't know if you have any questions on this one. Would like to offer your thoughts on it.
It seems like a great idea to me.
Okay. We will bring that to you. Fund balance reserve policy. In 2017, the commissioners adopted a very formal fund balance reserve policy. Now, part of it, I'm sure, was done in relation to GASB 54, the accounting pronouncement that relabeled all the different types of fund balance that you can disclose in your financial statements, and then some requirements around each category and what you are able to call those different types of fund balance. There is a provision in this resolution called a working capital reserve. For some reason, the board at the time decided to create a working capital reserve in each one of those listed funds: general fund, road and bridge, emergency telephone, open space, public health, and social services. The working capital reserve is a % of their operating expenses for the year. As you are well aware, the general fund needs to subsidize public health and social services. We have to transfer money to them every year. I don't believe that it makes a lot of sense to carve out a savings account and have it sit there unutilized in those two funds when the general fund has to subsidize it every year anyway. We are approaching a time now where if we retain this working capital reserve, the general fund is going to need to transfer money before year end to these two funds so that we don't violate this provision when we produce our financial statements. I looked at our surrounding communities to see what they're doing with reserve fund balance, spoke to the finance directors there. In Gilpin County, they have a 3% TABOR reserve as required by that amendment that happened in early 90s. That is all they have in Gilpin County. I know their finance director has been working with the commissioners and making recommendations to create something more than that, but right now they just have the statutory 3% reserve, and of course we have that in our general fund as well. Summit County has a 10% reserve in their general fund only. They do not have reserves in other funds. The 10% is better than the 3%, but not as high as GFOA would recommend. GFOA stands for Government Finance Officers Association. It is the national entity that produces these accounting rules that we have to abide by, the government accounting rules. And they actually recommend what Jefferson County has, which is 2 months of annual operating expenses as a minimum in your general fund, but they do not recommend. They have stayed silent on any recommendation in funds other than the general fund. So if the board is amenable to this, of course, we would have to bring back a resolution for you to formally adopt this. And simply removing this requirement doesn't mean we do anything with the money that's there now. The money stays in that fund and is used for that purpose until the money is gone. It does not move over to the general fund. But we don't believe that it makes a lot of sense to have these working capital reserves in these funds. With that, I will send it back to you, Chair, for questions and comments.
Thanks. Questions from you guys?
I noticed a couple things when looking through this. First, I think I have the preference and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, whether when this concept was first presented to me, maybe I misunderstood. What I understood was that we were going to end up with a resolution that has a reserve in the has like a ledger within the general fund reserve that maintains these reserves for each of these funds, so that if if the general fund sinks below an amount for all these reserves to be maintained, like the board has kind of a red line we need to cross, like, oh wow, we're dipping so far into the general fund now reserve that less, for example, than these 20% of working capital. I think that's my preference, would be to inside, like, move the reserves to the general fund, but maintain a ledger that shows those reserves are there, so that to dip below that, you need to come to the board, and the board needs to have like a kind of a alarm bell moment. Hey, I assume that alarm bell moment would happen sooner than that anyway. So I don't know if this is a strong opinion, but what are your thoughts on that?
And just for you're talking about keeping sub-accounts within the general funds.
What I mean
surplus,
is
we're gonna call it.
to write this policy in a way that the general fund reserve that we see here that says 30% right now in the 2017 resolution is enough to that all of these reserve amounts for these funds are still there. They're just in the general fund, so you're not having to move money around as much as you do. You don't have the,
between funds.
Yeah.
I don't see what the advantage is of managing it at that level, because if you manage it at the upper level, you're taking care of all the lower funds by virtue of the fact that you can move it between the funds without needing to do anything from a policy perspective.
And we can't move between funds without your authority, without your approval.
So I would say, Commissioner, I believe the general fund 30% reserve is sufficient, and it's bigger already than the other three counties who, Summit and Jefferson, probably have more money than we do, right? Are in a little bit of a better position. I think there is coming a time where we will have to come back to the board and say, okay, we're having trouble managing this 30% right now. But I think that's a window of time, right? There's a lot of changes happening and a lot of things that are positive things that have been put in place to help our general fund well into the future. So maybe in 2027, 28, 29, 30, we might have to come back to the board and say, ooh, we don't think we can hold 30% right now. Would you be willing to reduce this for the next 5 years while we get through this time frame, this crunch? The other thing is in those other funds, it's operations, right? It's staff, and their revenue is ongoing. You have a reserve because you're protecting in case a flood damages this building and you have to immediately stand up somewhere else where we have to be for 6 months while this building's being repaired, right? Or you have a reserve because you lose a Safeway, right? And it really hurts your sales tax, bottom line. And you've got to figure things out and it carries you through a few years. Or you have a reserve like what's going on with the mine, right? It's going to help carry us.
I need to clarify that, just so we're clear. I think there's a distinction to be made between a reserve and the Tabor requirement of setting aside 3% for emergency reserve. The emergency reserve is, as Marie was talking about, if there's a flood and this building is damaged and we need something immediately for catastrophe. Tabor specifically excludes economic conditions. It excludes from that reserve. It is not included. Economic conditions, revenue shortfalls, fringe benefit increases, anything like that. So that 3% that we set aside is for an emergency. That cannot be touched.
It can't be because of an economic trend. It has to be because a tornado hit.
Exactly. So the other reserve that you're talking about, this general accounting, whatever the general accounting principles are, that's what best practices would be. But I think we need to make a distinction. Again, the Tabor reserve that is specified for emergency reserves in Tabor is only emergencies.
Got it.
And so I think what I hear you saying is like, these are reasons why you would have a reserve above the table reserve, because you have other things.
Right, I'm specifically talking about this 30% reserve, which is all within your discretion. And it is best practices, according to GFOA, to have at least 2 months worth of operating expenses as a reserve.
Yeah.
Which is 16%.
Correct. It's healthier to have 30. I'm glad we have 30. I think we're gonna need 30 in 27, 28, 29, unless we have some pretty significant economic development before then.
What do you mean we're gonna need 30?
I think I think that the county might have to dip within the 30% and use some of those reserves to carry us through.
That's an argument for making it lower right now, in my opinion.
Okay,
If that's what we think is gonna happen, and that's what our neighbors are doing already.
I think depends on who we compare ourselves to when we try to mimic our neighbors. Generally, whether you're talking money or other stuff, smaller data sets creates greater percentage deviations to the data set. And that's just a kind of a law of averages thing. And so we'd want to know that we were looking at what other counties that are of a similar range. We could compare ourselves to Jeffco. It's kind of like looking at inflation at the national scale as opposed to looking at inflation, in a county somewhere or something like that. And so, and you can take that argument either way, that we need the flexibility to be able to get lower in the reserve, or you can say that in anticipating future deviations and problems, we might want to keep a higher reserve than those larger counties do, percentage-wise, in order to be prepared for that moment. I mean, you can rationalize it either way.
The thing I don't like about it is it's essentially dead money. I mean, if our job here is to identify and solve problems, and we're over here stuffing money in this mattress, which we're never supposed to actually accomplish anything with, I think it's a little bit at cross purposes with what we're supposed to be doing.
We do invest the reserve, don't we?
And historically, until this year, get about zero for it.
I wonder if the next two slides might help with this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next one is going to be on EMS. So here's a good reason why I think 30% reserve today is going to help us get through this next 5 years. Right? So this is EMS's financial outlook. You've seen this with respect to the general fund multiple times, but now we're showing it to you for the ambulance sales tax fund. And you can see what's happening to their fund balance with the blue bars, right? We have the CChat team and we have grant funding. We are going to come to you here in a few more minutes and ask you to approve a GROC grant, right, for some more FTEs for this CChat program. We heard from the community on Thursday how important the CChat program is and how they'd like to see it expanded already. And we hear from our team in EMS of how they would like to expand from 2 to 4 FTEs. So here's what happens to EMS if we expand from 2 to 4, and we plan to get grant funding for the next several years from POMH, the Peace Officers Memorial, and GROC. We do not believe BHA funding is going to be available to us past next year. They have not announced additional rounds of funding. So in the model, we're not planning on BHA funding. We're planning on POMH and GROC funding in out years. So the general fund is going to need to, you see those negative numbers in 26, 27, 28. General fund's going to need to give EMS some money to get it through this window of time. In order for it to stay solvent and stay at zero, general fund's going to need to make up that difference, which is why I think that 30% is going to come into play, and it will be time, absolutely, if the commissioners are on board with it, to use it to help EMS get through this 4-year, 5-year window of this crunch.
So what's the difference if we approve it now, or we wait until 3 years or 4 years from now?
It's up to you. I don't think there's a
What's the
difference. I think,
I don't think so either.
yeah, it's up to you.
I also think we need to investigate other sources of funding besides essentially taking money from other key EMS operations. Because that's not how every community funds this.
Well, again, it's being completely funded by grants right now.
I'm just saying, I mean, we had a need to act urgently, which we did. I'm just saying, I'm not personally convinced that taking this money from our EMS operation on the long term is the only solution.
Right. I think the program has to be there. The CCHAP program has
Yeah,
to be there.
I don't dispute
Yeah,
that.
I didn't think you were saying that.
No.
Okay. And, but and I thought about that the other day when we started, what we heard from our audience the other night bears out exactly what George talked about when he heard the complaints. The complaints were not, why are you doing this? They were, why is this all you were doing? And people were outraged that we only had, essentially one person that's involved, two people working as a team between EMS and our new hire. And it's like, but it should have been so much earlier. Why did you wait until now? Why are we not doing more? Why don't we have more people? Why are we not operating 24/7? Why are we not operating more hours? That tells us that our public perceives a great need for it. And the first thing I thought was, well, we got a grant to start this thing, but we have to keep funding it. And not only that, we have to grow it. And if that doesn't tell us there's an urgent need to seek funding that doesn't drain our EMS fund and cause it to go negative, I don't know what else it could be telling me except that Sean's right. We need to find sustainable funding for this program so that we can grow this program to meet public expectations and accomplish public good.
It's interesting that you are showing EMS because EMS is missing from the 2017 reserve policy. I think that's because it wasn't a separate fund at the time.
It was in the general fund, yeah, our EMS operation.
In general, to your larger question, I think your recommendation is that general fund maintain a reserve of 30% and the reserves for the other funds be eliminated.
Yes.
I think, right, and I think we're gonna have to, resolve this conversation another time. I think my preference is to see the general fund reserve increase to accommodate those balances. I don't know what that means. I think Sean has a different concept.
Money's all fungible, which is why I'm that whole concept doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I think what Maria's recommending though is that 30% covers everything, that we don't need to raise the 30%, that we just eliminate the need for the reserve in the other funds.
So information that could help me is what does that reserve equal in all those funds? And then I think we're just gonna have to continue this conversation because it's 10 o'clock. I think we have other things to get through. I have other comments I want to make on the development of the budget. But I think that's the best we can do to leave.
Well, this was a work session. Yeah, this is a work session today without a resolution. That was where we started. And I think there were some good questions asked. And I think for me, it would be good to know, because what you're really saying is we're going to eliminate these other reserves, and that's going to be covered by the 30% existing general fund reserve. So you're really spreading that 30 out to cover everything else. So what I'd like to know is what's the total that it's covering.
And
sorry if that's not immediately self-evident to me, but
historically, just so you know, because Commissioner Wood and Chair Wheelock were here when that resolution was passed. When Carl Small brought that resolution, it was at the direction of the board. Carl had been putting together a handbook of sorts that included numerous areas of budgetary practice, and that related to what happened in 2016 when Henderson advised of its potential closure. So Carl brought this in 2017, just this portion, and he thought it was best accounting practices to set aside, since these were individual funds created by statute. Social Services Fund is a statutory creation. Road and Bridge Fund is a separate statutory creation. That's an open space through the taxes. That's why he set that. And the board and Commissioner Wood in particular, you did approve that. So if there's a change in that, you just need to be aware of that historical context.
Maria's been nice in this, but I also want to say that it's not common to budget in this way, at least from our perspective. We've not seen this elsewhere.
In studying the financial statements of surrounding counties, they don't do this. This is highly unusual to have reserves in all these funds. I get it. I get that maybe the former finance director was very concerned when the mine said we're decreasing production and it's never coming back. He could see that revenue picture. But I also think if the money's in the general fund, if there's this large reserve in the general fund, it's going to have to take care of human services and public health no matter what, right? We have to make sure that these funds are whole. They cannot go negative. To that end, I want to talk a little bit more about EMS, and I know I need to hurry. I'm sorry. Do you want to?
Before we move off of changes to this 2017 resolution. I want the board to see something I read in this resolution that this resolution also created an opportunity fund. The opportunity fund was used to purchase properties, and then the idea was that we would maintain a ledger, and when I was coming in, I spent a year before I was on this board watching this board, and there was a lot of discussion of, oh, we sold this property, now there's more money in this opportunity fund. This is what we're going to use for economic development and housing opportunities so that we can we can be disciplined and have a small amount whose balance we need to maintain as we go out and explore opportunities. At one point by the former county manager, I was told that the opportunity fund is gone. It's been absorbed by the general fund. At that time, my own accounting of that opportunity fund showed that it should have a positive balance. And it ended up, so I think without board direction, I believe that opportunity fund was used. It was not tracked, or it was eliminated. And I thought it was, I did not realize that was a fund that was created by a resolution of this board, or of the former board. And so I am curious about, I asked Maria can't find any information about it in her system. One of the other things I want to do before this resolution comes back to be modified is investigate that situation and figure out what happened to that opportunity fund. So just so you guys know.
Yeah, I remember that well. And I think the way that it was described to me was it's kind of an imaginary thing because general fund dollars are general fund dollars. And we have the authority vested in us as a board to direct them however we wish, whether you decide you want to create a funny money fund of X amount for different purposes. It's just kind of, I think it's kind of overcomplicating things, honestly.
I think it was looking back on it, I think the opportunity fund, which I believe was created before we got here.
It was, I'm pretty sure.
Because I heard about the opportunity fund from the time I got here, that it was here. But I think it's almost a psychological ploy to make it easier for the things you want to do that make you feel good. That you can use it, that you have some money that's set aside for, that's outside the restrictions of a conservative financial approach. So it's like, here's something we want to do that we think is a really good thing to do for the community. It's outside of what you're normally statutorily mandated to provide in terms of services. We think it's good for the community and we want to do it. We think it's a good purchase. We think it's a good expenditure for a service or a temporary service or something. And we kind of used it for whatever, almost like an economic or social development fund. That's the way it felt to me, was that it was set aside as and identified as an imaginary circle within the general fund for it was sort of what you use for your Christmas shopping. So
creating a fund for those purposes to me is, I'm not sure it makes sense. I mean,
I agree with that.
I think some of it's a reflection of our finance director 4 or 5 directors ago, who sort of liked having little pockets of money here and there to make him feel better about having different reserves to fall back on when.
I was going to say that a little bit ago when we talked about these different reserves. I think it was part of that kind of thinking that Carl Small did, where he'd like to keep money stashed for a rainy day because he knew the rainy day was coming. You could see it from the mine because honestly, before I ran the first time in 2012, the ultimate decline of the Henderson mine was well known and well socialized. It wasn't a new discovery in 2016 or anything.
When you read the explanation of the fund itself in that resolution, it's economic development. So let's just make economic development a focus area and work on it.
Yeah,
right.
I totally agree.
Get it done.
Yeah,
it doesn't sit somewhere else.
You're right.
I want to raise this because I think if we're going to modify this 2017 resolution, it needs to address this. We can't have a resolution requiring that we're maintaining a fund or a ledger or whatever we want to call it, and then not be.
Yeah.
So if we take it off, I also am curious. I would like to know the history of that fund, what it was used to purchase for, et cetera.
Yeah.
I think it got used for the LDS church.
I know it got used for the LDS church. I know when we sold the Bighorn Crossing property, it was supposed to increase that balance. And I'm just curious, in my mind, exercises like that are helpful. Dollars are fungible.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's enough on that. Just wanted you guys to know that I noticed that, and it caused me to have many questions.
Yeah, last thing I'll say is making the fund balance, making the reserve smaller makes staff's jobs harder. I get that. But it also holds us to a higher standard in terms of forecasting and running this shop here.
Can you go back one page real quick, Megan? And I know we're tardy here, commissioners. I'm in a hurry. Summit County only has a 10% reserve, but they have a lot more money than that just sitting in fund balance, right? So a lot of these counties who have a much lower reserve requirement than us, they happen to have a lot of money sitting in the bank account. It's just where they are in their revenue generation, right?
Situation. We have $15 million in unrestricted reserves, right?
Correct.
The end of the
Yes.
year.
Yes, it's much more than the 30% and thank God, because it's going to carry us, right? It's going to get us through. So I want to make one more point about EMS because I had forgotten that I put 2 slides in here and I just reminded myself here. So I know that you are looking into JeffCom taking dispatch. We have asked JeffCom if they are willing to do that. So this financial outlook looks different if we stay in-house with dispatch versus going to JeffCom. This second slide shows you the general fund's still going to need to kick in some money and subsidize EMS. It's looking like, unless we find another sustainable source to cover this CCHAP program. And we will work diligently on that. But let's assume today that what we know about POMH, what we know about the GROC grants, that's going to come to fruition over the next 5 to 10 years. And this is what we get. The picture's a little better with a lower cost of dispatch, but the general fund is still going to have to subsidize a bit to get it through that little 5-year period. Just not as nearly as significant. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little odd to be seriously talking about this when this board has never discussed doubling the size of our co-responder program. Now we're seeing financial projections about what would happen, and something that we've never even discussed from a policy perspective, have we?
We directed staff to apply for the GROC grant.
No, I'm talking about the crashing of the fund by the doubling of our co-response program, which we have never, this is the first time I've seen it to my knowledge.
Well, this is just informing you of what happens if we do that.
So the GROC,
Purpose of this.
yeah.
If we double that team, this is what it does to that fund. And we've had at least one commissioner already mentioned that we should be double the size of that team, if not.
Yeah, I mean, we've never publicly discussed that, is my point.
In this meeting, in this room, we asked staff to apply for a GROC grant to double that staff.
Yeah, and I apologize if I misunderstood. I thought that's what I heard in a BOCC meeting was giving us direction to go apply for the GROC grant to add 2 more staff.
Applying for a grant and punching a giant hole in the general fund are 2 different things.
Oh, but this is what applying for the grant does to that fund. That's all we're telling you is.
Oh, this is with our match and receiving the grant?
This isn't about getting a GROC grant to double the staff. This is about what happens when the grants that are covering our current staff go away.
Right.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault.
Impact on the fund.
I didn't explain it very well, sorry.
To the point where the grants run out, then what do? Because that's what it does to the fund.
Right. And I don't remember ever having a robust conversation about the 2-headed monster of doubling the burn rate and disappearing the revenue from outside of the taxpayers.
As opposed to a 1-headed monster.
Yeah,
it's the next item on your agenda.
Yeah. I know, I'm sure you know this, but just to the benefit of the public, right now we have 2 people on that staff and it's open 4 days a week. Getting to being able to be open 7 days a week in my mind is, we've only done half of the work we set out to do so far.
So I think the point about trying to find more revenues to be able to support this in a sustainable manner is true. Personally, I believe the same thing, that we're at an entry level co-response program right now. And I'd like to know that we have a long-term goal of bringing us up to the ability to provide this on a more regular basis, on a more full-time basis. Just like we do for law enforcement and fire and everything else to have enough people on to be able to have a 7-day-a-week program. And 24/7 is probably unnecessary and outside the realm of reason. But I think what we have now is a good start, and I'm really, really happy with the staff that we got, and we're working on it. But I think we need an aspirational goal to do more over time because it's an important need. So that's my take. And what that, but I also agree that we can't just let the EMS fund go in the hole in order to accomplish that. So we have to set another goal out there of finding a way to fund that and make it happen.
Or making hard choices and defunding something that we're already funding now that we agree is less important than this.
I didn't say where that fund would come from. It can come from that. It can also come from finding more money through another source. And I don't know what that is yet, but.
Yeah, and before that, I would like to give the public the opportunity to decide they want these services. We had a town hall, we said, what services don't you guys want? And what I think I heard was, we want all of your services.
We don't
So I
want to
think we
raise
should give them the
taxes.
opportunity to vote to have the services that they want.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I'm reacting a little bit emotionally to this because this board put in so much effort to create a financially sustainable path for EMS.
I agree.
And I view it as one of the highest performing divisions here at the county. And it makes me upset to see that we're talking about doing this to that
This
division.
soon after we put that sales tax in to make that happen. Yeah, I had the same reaction to it. I'm at the same time trying to separate my, not let that change my feelings about also and thoughts about that, because I have an emotional reaction to it also about maintaining the kind of services here that prevent the kind of events that led us to have implemented co-response. I want to make sure those things don't happen, and they have to happen. They have to be available during the times that happens. It was funny, as I listened the other night, I thought about the fact that we have data that shows that most of our calls for those kind of services do happen during the hours when we're actually populating it. But then we had so much of that anecdotal comment about how, but so many of these things also happen late at night, up till that 2:00 time. And so how do we deal with the idea that on more days of the week, if we're doing it during the week and we're doing it during regular working hours during the day, or we're really hitting the time when some of our worst cases do happen? So I don't know the answer to that, and any more data to inform me, but I'd like us to be able to expand to where we can make sure that we cover all the critical needs.
For what it's worth, I think what I hear you arguing is it right being funded by the EMS fund?
Right.
And it's a question worth looking into. I mean, the general fund can cover it. If a lot of them are in the sheriff's office, that means the general fund's covering it in a lot of other counties. One of the things that we're not seeing here is that other sheriff's offices have realized a decrease in call volumes in their own demand on response. And if it's inside the sheriff's budget, those balance out. We need to invest less here. We can invest more there. We have this in two different funds, so it's a little bit more complicated. But I mean, it might just mean that we have to go back to the future where the general fund props this fund up. I don't know. That's my last comment on that.
So you
almost got ahead.
Yeah, we did. You've all made really good comments, but I want to draw something out that you said, because I think it's really important and bears repeating. Some hard decisions are going to have to be made in the future of, this is so important to this community and this board. We choose to reduce over here because this program is the most important. And I think some of those decisions are going to be coming before you in the next couple of budget cycles, and that's an important thing to remember. Yeah, and we brought this to you today, Commissioner Wood. We weren't trying to surprise you, but we wanted you to, when you say yes to the GROT grant, with full disclosure, right? The general fund's going to have to prop this up. This is what's going to happen, absent some other funding.
The first thing we have to do is make it sustainable as it stands. And the next thing is if we intend to increase the amount of time that it's available, the number of people, therefore, that are the number of FTEs that are available to it to do the job, then there's an even bigger hurdle that we've got to make it across.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we don't have a lot of time to have a dialogue about this, but I wanted to remind us where we stand with the ARPA funding, this one-time funding. The board has made several decisions about where it can be used. I wanted to draw your attention a moment to the jail repairs. We spent the first 50,000 of the 200. You did ask for a presentation on the remaining 150, just to find out how does the sheriff intend to spend that. I know there needs to be some shower repairs now. They have some ideas on some other things. I've been sitting down with the undersheriff and some of his team members. I do believe they're going to bring you a presentation soon where they talk about how they would propose that 150 gets spent. The next item, fiber loop design, we did find out from Idaho Springs, they're not interested in participating financially on fiber. So you had allocated $100,000 for a possible fiber loop design in Idaho Springs. We have taken that out for now. Unless we get direction different from the board, we didn't know why we would design something if the city or the town has no interest in participating financially.
They didn't even have interest in wanting fiber. It wasn't even financial. It was, they don't need it, was the comment.
Yeah, don't they already have it from private sources?
Yes, I mean, they've got Comcast and whoever else.
Pair bonded services.
So the 100,000 has been removed and put back into the total available balance. And then that brings us to the bottom. There's a little over 800,000 there. We don't need to make any decisions today, but wanted to bring it to your attention in case there was something you wanted us to be sure and incorporate in this proposed budget that we'll be putting in your hands by October 15th. We know that some of these items we're not done spending money on. We're still working through the IHOP contribution, the DLD sub-area plan. That will have to carry over into 2024's budget, right? But it's not new, it's just carrying over. So we'll do that. We'll put that in the proposed budget, but in case there was anything else you wanted to direct us or tell us, we want to make sure we give you time to.
Refresh my memory. How long do those funds, how long does that $808,000 continue to exist?
So that's a great question. We're going to do a little more research on that because some believe that because it was a revenue loss, maybe we don't need to make any, we can just spend it when we want to. I need to do myself a little more research because I was thinking that they need to be obligated by the end of the year and then spent by 2026.
By the end of this year?
By the end of this year. The obligation needs to come, like the intent, but then you have until 26.
Obligation by the end of 23.
End of 24, sorry, I misspoke. The end of 24, sorry. So it doesn't need to happen before you set the budget, but there certainly needs to be some discussions and conversations and decisions in 24 before it's over. But we will do our research because we owe you a for sure answer on that. We will do our research and make sure that my understanding is correct. Obligate by the end of 24, must be spent by the end of 26.
Thank you for clarifying that. I was able to reset the fire alarm that just.
Sorry.
And for what it's worth, my understanding was that once we told the federal government this was revenue loss, we don't have to do any further reporting or meet any other requirements. But I look forward to hearing the answer from the people whose job it is to know the answer.
Yeah, reporting an obligation is something else. I just want to know what our obligations are, so.
Yeah.
My only, I just, two things I want to clarify. Idaho Springs does not have fiber.
Yeah.
I live in Idaho Springs. Fiber is not commercially available to me. It's the 30 meg pair bonded service that's very unreliable, or the cable service through Comcast that's fairly reliable and gets me about 80 megs.
Okay.
So I'm not saying Idaho Springs has an emergency either, but, and then also our housing needs assessments and childcare needs assessments are both 5 years old. And in that 5 years, there were a lot of events that I think really changed the needs of both of those. And I would love to see us find a way to update those. I don't know if it all has to come from us. I think we have partners in the community that might want to help fund that. But we need to update those. So those are my only comments on that.
So on this, no decisions today. We will put in the proposed budget just the carryover of what you've already decided, leaving just that 800,000 there for a conversation to come in 2024. Okay, community engagement. We had our meeting last week, very well attended. I was pleasantly surprised at how many people came. I know they seemed angry, but I think anger is good because they're participating, they're paying attention, and they care, and they care about their community, and they're participating, which is what we want. We have the Rotary Club tomorrow. meeting with those businesses. And then we have a meeting in Idaho Springs on the 28th. And then one in Evergreen on October 11th in combination with Emerge and that group. We have been showing the taxpayer tool. We will continue to do that. It's live on our website. We were pleasantly surprised that I think 300 people have accessed that tool and gone through the process on it. So even though it isn't well known about yet, people have found it and they're working their way through it, which is good, which is what we want. That is it for me.
Quick comment about meeting in Evergreen. I think it's worth looking into meeting at the fire station in the future. You meet at King Murphy, you make it really convenient for me and my neighbors. You make it rather inconvenient for Brook Forest and Floyd Hill.
Okay, that was my planning because of the Emerge meeting, but I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Good input. We appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, and I think the other thing is, this is our board's last chance to issue direction on anything related to the budget that we'd like to be prepared. Is that correct?
Anything that you want to see incorporated into the 2024 proposed budget that we will deliver to you by October 15th. It's not that you can't add more or change your mind. We just want to be respectful and take your input before that's developed and fully put together by us.
So that means if there's anything else, specific direction you'd like to see in terms of how we build that proposed budget, now is your chance to provide that input above and beyond what everything we've just shared with you.
I have a few things on my mind that I would like staff to deliver recommendations on for consideration in the budget. One of them relates to Road and Bridge. I'd like to see some consideration of whether and how to bring back that materials delivery program that we offered. I don't know what the impact on that fund would be. I know ideas have been raised around, rather than delivering the material for free, can we work with HOAs to basically get them access to our ability to purchase stuff and get it moved around? Where they participate financially. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I'd like to see a plan for that in this year's budget. Or an option and a recommendation. Related to the sheriff's office, a couple conversations that have been going around my whole time in office is Charlie's Place and the Office of Emergency Management appropriately placed in the sheriff's office? What are the financial impacts of moving those two operations to our side of the house? I believe that's within our authority to do, and would love to see consideration and a staff recommendation on those two items for our draft budget. What else is on your minds?
There's one really tiny one that it just struck me might be information that's fallen through the cracks or we haven't talked about. It's a real small, either $5,000 or $7,000 or $8,000 item, which was the money that we've allotted to the collaborative effort. You may recall when we picked up as for some of those memberships and things that we're doing, or dues or fees or whatever it's costing us for our share of subsidizing the operational costs. CDOT has picked that up. So we don't have a county contribution, and that we had put together the consortium of members of the collaborative effort that reached throwing in $5,000 to $8,000 to $10,000. And CDOT, rather than saying we're going to make a $10,000 contribution, said we're going to handle all of that from now on and just do it with our own staff. So they're providing the staff to do that. So that's like a $5,000 to $8,000 item. If you're carrying it over from last year, it can be wiped out.
We were, thank you, Commissioner. I think we plugged in 15,000 for CE, so.
For the collaborative effort.
I think
I'm not talking about our staff time and commissioner time that we put into it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that at the collaborative effort, we no longer have to subsidize Steve Coffin or anybody else, because we came to the conclusion that and I don't believe there's an intention that we'll be contributing to that in the future. It's a little one, but the $15,000 might have been for NOCO. That's our standard. That's the standard for NOCO member right now.
Okay.
And that would be ongoing still. That would be my intention, is that, if we're participating in it, then that's part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, George, for bringing that up. That's something that we've talked informally about a little bit before. And I know that there's some operational issues the public expressed a lot of frustration with Charlie's Place. And I think whoever's the next sheriff would probably appreciate being able to focus more on the core mission of the sheriff's office. And it's an important operation. We have a lot more management horsepower on our side of the house right now. So I definitely would like to investigate what it would look like to move officer or the emergency management office and also Charlie's Place under our roof.
The other thing, I know there was a lot of conversation about IT late last year. I think that, you know, given that our IT, our CIO has been here for a couple of weeks, I don't know if it's realistic to ask for, you know, like a proposal for a new IT architecture, but I'm really interested in that conversation. What I suspect is we can't get there by the time for this budget. Do we agree?
It's a glaring area of concern for me. And just from a perspective of looking at some of our neighbors, I mentioned Park County in the past, and, you know, for all I know, they're driving 100 miles an hour without a seatbelt on and taking a lot of risks that we're not taking, but I don't know that for sure. And I think that we're an outlier in the state when it comes to the amount of money that we're spending on that. And that is something that I'm not saying I expect to have a complete analysis done, but I would hope that one of our focuses is identifying areas of savings that would appear in the 2024 budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely forgot. I meant to introduce Damon Pugh, our new Chief Information Officer, who's here in the audience. The budget you're going to see for IT is going to be reduced from last year, but he's 6 weeks into his job. So we got to give him some time to really get in under the hood and do some examination of that budget and everything. He's already identified some savings for us. It is going to be reduced, but we do think there's going to be more coming. It may be coming through the year, but it may not be in the actual proposed budget, but it will be reduced, but probably not to the extent that it can be in the end.
By the time, go ahead.
One more comment. I mean, we've made a decision to kind of consolidate IT as one entity, not have two different contracts with the sheriff's office. And I would expect there would be some significant savings from that.
In the end, there will be. We think so.
And by the time you have to bring us a budget, at your first pass, he'll be all 10 weeks into his job.
So I know, and like, if the decision we made regarding dispatch gets implemented, I think that'll have dramatic impacts on what our IT architecture has to look like. We wouldn't budget for that this year. I think we would want to, you know that decision is accepted and finalized, and that transition's finalized, and then consider what the architecture needs to look like without a 911 service inside of it.
Yeah, that's a great point, which we talked a lot about the 1.7 million versus the 500,000. And I'm not sure that we've even fully captured all of our IT related costs that could potentially be reduced or eliminated.
And on that, Commissioner, before you move on to your next comment, if I could just say, in the proposed budget book, dispatch will be in there as if we're going to operate it the whole year, because we just don't know different yet, right? We're working on it, but it's going to be in there as if it's going to be operated.
Regarding the sheriff's office, some information I would like to know. I became aware that we choose to run our own internal SWAT team. That's different than the way I think some other rural sheriff's offices do that, where they rely on mutual aid. I've seen photos in the newspaper of us sending large portions of our staff to SWAT trainings. I wonder what our budget looks like if instead we're sending them to crisis intervention trainings. And this would be the time for us to have that conversation as well. So I'm hoping that the sheriff's office can help inform us about what the costs of our local SWAT program are, what other options are, because I'm not sure I want to continue to budget for that.
And I think in general, just the personnel costs in the sheriff's office seem to have outpaced pretty much every other department over the past 12 months and 24 months. And that's something I think we need to have a robust conversation about also.
And that gets me to the last piece, which is actually, I think, regarding the entire organization. Last year, there was a lot of last second conversations about vacancies. What I'd like to see in the presentation is a complete org chart showing, you know, the positions, the FTEs we fund, how many are filled right now, and where the vacancies are. We have some vacancies across the organization that have been there for years. There's another county that has an approach that I really like, which is if you have multiple vacancies in the budget, we fund one. And then if you fill that position, you come back for a supplemental appropriation and start recruiting for the other one. And that's something that I want staff to consider. And I really want information on the number of positions we have funded, their vacancies, and at least a couple of years of history about how long those vacancies have been there.
I think it's important. I think what it does for us to take a hard look at that is that it helps us it helps us budget in a way that reflects the reality of what we're spending and where we're spending it more accurately. The other side of it is that it's a material exercise in changing numbers in a budget that don't necessarily change the outcome in expenditures. If they haven't been budgeted for a few years, then it's money that we weren't spending for that purpose, for that FTE anyway. So it's helpful. It's going to be helpful to do that. And I suggest that we do build budgets that reflect expenditure, reflect the reality that what we really expect and intend to spend. So if there are unfunded positions that we haven't even been seeking to fill, then it's especially important to stop putting them in the budget if we're not even intending to fill them.
Yeah, if we're not seeking to fill them, yeah.
For sure. Yeah, if we're not recruiting.
I would hope that's not the case.
If we're not trying to fill it, if they're up, my understanding was that we've had some that had gone unfilled, but also unrecruited. So.
Yeah. And then this is just kind of an open question. I think we've been asking it a lot. I don't know if it belongs in the budget conversation or not, but are there strategic investments in process improvement that we can make that can yield results in anywhere in our organization?
Yeah, even related to the ARPA dollars too.
Yeah.
You know, a one-time capital investment that gives us more savings, permanent savings.
Yeah, should we be thinking about the ARPA as a reserve that's sitting there in case we need it, or should we be taking care of some of those one-time expenses that we can?
Yeah. That's all from me.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry this went over 35 minutes.
I'll maybe talk to staff a little bit more about the 30% versus the 20 or 16 or whatever.
Yeah. 9 out of 10 finance directors will tell you to keep the 30% and you don't want to hire the 10th one.
Well, okay, you invited me to say something else. If we're saying we're going to violate it in 3 or 4 years anyway, then what we are essentially is advertising it's not a real number. Why don't we get a real number?
Yeah, let's keep talking about it.
Yeah.
I want to clarify a few things before we end this item.
Okay.
And make sure we got the direction correct. So you framed it as a recommendation with respect to Charlie's Place in OEM. So you're leaving it up to us whether we're going to bring you a proposed budget that shows them out of the sheriff's office or inside the sheriff's office. Are you leaving that up to us or because you
I'd
framed
like
it
to
as a
see
recommendation?
how it impacts the budget, and then I think we can have our own conversation about whether we think it's a good idea or not also.
Yeah, bring us your thoughts. I mean, I think we want to make that decision, but bring us your thoughts.
And the point is, I think that the sheriff's in the general fund now. So if there's an operational difference, it changes the cost of taking care of it.
Well, moving both out, right, we're going to move them somewhere else. Someone else is going to be required, supervising. They'll be responsible for that budget. It's coming out of the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
But again, what I'm hearing you say is you're going to leave that up to us. We're going to either bring you a budget that may have that moved outside or it may not. Because you're framing it as a recommendation. I just want to make sure.
Thank you for asking for that. What I want to see is that as an option that's fleshed out that we can make a decision on.
So in other words, type A, type B, the cost associated.
And
costs change.
I on the surface, the cost doesn't change because it's all in the general fund. I don't think we know until someone else is running it, whether or not the cost would change. I don't think we know enough. We don't know about it.
And so what we need to know is how does it fit on your side of the house? Who would it report to? How would that work? Those are the kinds of things that we need to know to be able to make an informed decision on that option.
Yeah. So and I'm hoping there would be savings. And my rationale is somebody who is in the sheriff's office has a huge amount of training that is maybe not all of which is relevant to providing oversight services related to Charlie's Place. So I could see the potential of finding somebody who is more targeted to that role that costs the county less.
By October 15th?
That's what I'm thinking they're both in the general fund. Is it likely that we're going to have the answer that allows us to make that decision by October the 15th with the current workload?
Sean's comment about training, yeah, that would be easy to decipher, right? But it's the other aspects of how is Charlie's Place run, for instance, and can there be savings realized by somebody else overseeing that entity? And that we're not gonna know. That we're not gonna know.
We might be able to know, we might be able to get a report on what hours are being put towards Charlie's Place with a cost. In other words, there may be a way to identify a cost that's being applied to Charlie's Place now by people who are overqualified for the job for what they're doing, that are asked to provide that. Or what we might find out is, the undersheriff might tell us that right now he has a person, they're getting that done another way by a person who isn't as highly paid and trained, but I don't really know the answer to that question.
Okay. We're gonna bring back resolutions on the EMS fees. We're gonna bring back resolutions on transportation fees, on public health fees. We're gonna bring back the reserve fund policy to have further conversations, but I think we still do that at that October, the same meeting where we bring back these other resolutions, so we can get that finalized before we ultimately have you approve a budget.
Okay.
Did I forget anything?
No, I think we're good. You're going to listen to information about the GROC grant here and expanding that program here soon. It's coming on this meeting. No?
Sean gave his thoughts about the reserve. My own thoughts about the reserve are that if we have a 30% reserve over here, and then we have a reserve that's spread throughout all these other funds, and we're taking that reserve, and we make a decision to take that reserve away, that at this point in time, I wouldn't be into simultaneously reducing the 30%, which is now supposed to cover all of that, down below that 30% level. My general sense is to stick with 30% and make that one change at this time. But that's kind of where I'm falling down.
It's the Goldilocks syndrome here, because I think I'd rather see that 30% go up to reflect the elimination of the reserves in those other funds. So I want to see it go up. Randy wants to see it stay the same. Sean wants to see it get lower. Good luck with that.
It's Goldilocks. Which one's mama, which one's papa, and which one's baby?
Well, see Goldilocks.
We can have that debate offline.
Yeah, I know. Whitey locks. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
On to GROC.
Yeah. So we're on to the on to GROC. We're on to our that was 9:05. Our action session on the approval of the request for funding. So we're still on the 9:05 item. To the gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council to support the Clear Creek Health Assistance Team. Aaron.
Hello. Good morning again.
Morning again.
So as you know, we're here to we were asked to pursue the GROC grant. And I know that each of you are very familiar with what this is, but just for clarity, I'll just explain. So following several settlements regarding the current opioid crisis, the state of Colorado is set to receive over $500 million over the next 18 years. The funding will be distributed throughout 19 regions in Colorado, and we're region 10, which is Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council, or GROC. The funding will be directed towards programs that address a variety of positive impacts towards the opioid crisis, like the chat team and community response programs. We're hopeful that the funding will remain available for community response programs for each of the next 18 years, although we don't necessarily know that, but it is available now. So what we would like to do based on necessity, and we have statistics for you, we'd like to ask for $199,260 in grant funding through GROC. which will provide 2 more chat FTEs, specifically 1 community paramedic and 1 licensed professional counselor, or LPC. And the impact this will have will allow the chat program to expand to 7 days a week. I know there's some question, there was question at the public forum, and then you guys have questions in here as well about what hours and days will capture the most amount of calls. And we have data, obviously the days that Clark and Lindsay are on and the times were, the reason for that was because we interpreted data over the last several years. We have data up through yesterday afternoon that proves that 7 days a week at 0900 through 1900 will continue to capture the most amount of calls. We'll continue to look at that data, and if it's fluid and it changes, then we'll adapt to ensure that we're capturing the most amount of calls, but that's what it is right now.
So we'll have more adaptability with this additional human resource. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a team of 4 will definitely allow us to adapt a little bit more than a team of 2.
Okay.
There's no match required for this funding. And, you know, I think, again, based on the data that we pulled yesterday afternoon, it shows necessity for this team to be on not just Monday through Thursday, but also Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay. I've got another question, and this grant is, what underlies the grant, what's foundational to it is it's available to us for the purpose of putting those additional 2 people on. Is that correct?
Yes.
This grant would not be available to us for 2024 to fund the 2 people that we have right now, correct?
Well, for 2024, those 2 people are already grant funded.
Okay, so this is an additional grant for additional funding for 2 more people. And what it does is it raises the bar for us for funding for 2025 and beyond.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's correct because we can't double dip. And so they're already grant funded. Just a little bit more context from me because I've served on the GROC. That opioid funding is set to last for 14 years.
Oh, 14.
We had or is it 18?
I think it's 18.
Okay. We had the Attorney General visit us here in Clear Creek County recently. Randy, I know you were there. Sean, for your information, the Attorney General was very excited about co-responder programs, spoke extensively about the need for opioid settlement dollars to continue to support these programs. It is my goal, my hope, and my intention to make sure that this isn't the only year that we have access to this funding. I absolutely support this grant, and I appreciate you guys writing it in a hurry. I think, it came up pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the reason I asked the question was because I didn't realize that our previous grant funded us all the way through the end of 2024. So,
it does.
Okay. All right.
I support it. Yeah, thanks for the effort.
Okay.
Great.
Do you need a motion?
Yep.
Move we approve the request for funding from the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council to support the Clear Creek Health Assistance Team with gratitude and congratulations to staff.
Yeah,
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Appreciate it.
Good job.
Okay, back to.
She's here.
Okay, we're back to our 10 o'clock item at 10:46, so we're 45 minutes behind schedule basically, which is the semi-annual update with the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. Morning.
You guys ready for us? Yeah.
Yep, you're up. Just as you were hanging around the hallway, we announced we're rocking, we're going.
Are you wanting me to present?
No, I have my laptop, but
Whatever works.
Okay. And we had, as I recall, last second edition.
I'm happy to if you want me to, but yeah, if you join the
Give you
Zoom,
guys a copy of her
I can give you a
presentation.
panelist, then you can share from there.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Otherwise
saw
you
it.
have the PDF.
Yeah, the PDF.
Okay,
And this
that would be
is-
fine.
Okay.
Is that easier?
That's fine.
Okay.
And I know we had a conversation this morning about, I saw your agenda and I know we have some questions related to your future budget, how you're responding to the decrease in revenues. I think we'd rather talk about that.
Yep.
Okay, that's great. We are prepared to talk about that. Would it be fine to go through the presentation and give you our update first? Is that what you'd like to do, or are you liking just to jump into the financials?
I mean, I looked at this and I don't think we need to spend a lot of time going through this because I think that's going to take a lot of time and unfortunately
can do
we're
it,
already behind.
Yeah, I suggest since we're running so far behind, if you could do an abbreviated version of the update, because I looked through it as well.
Okay.
Word for word. So if you want to do that for the benefit of the public, I would, if we could try to do it pretty, and I think what'll happen is we won't have a lot of question and comment and discussion about it. We'd like to get a presentation on it and then go into the budget issue would be the most important one.
Okay.
That- You guys
Yeah,
okay
I mean,
with
if
that?
there's 2 or 3 slides there or one slide that you really just have some compelling message you want to spend a little time on, leave that to your discretion.
Okay.
And no offense, we just, that thing that George brought up suddenly seemed like a really good, and a good time to talk about it with our budget
Okay.
Oh, and hello.
time due. Yeah, hi, good and you?
Okay, well, why don't we just flip through the slides? And then that way they're at least in the report for the day?
Yeah, they're in the
Is that
back
okay?
already.
Yeah,
Sure.
Okay, they are in the report already?
yeah.
Okay.
I backed them up, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, I think importantly, after 7 years, we got the county sign installed. So at exit 218, we now have the gateway sign back. And I think just future forward thinking, just to make sure that these signs are really, front of mind in project planning. It was about $56,000 to replace a sign. So I just think that as long as we are all on the same page, that if those, are damaged, the process with CDOT is pretty lengthy in order to reinstall them. So, next slide. This is just an example of some signs that we were able to do with the county recreation and mapping team. And just wanted to take a minute and thank them for allowing us to partner with them and work on these. Next slide. This is the Live Wild billboard that's in Dumont, Downeyville, Lawson area. We're planning to update that again this fall with some new content and it's going to be some winter specific messaging. And then we did receive a grant with the State Tourism Office for $20,000. And that's helping us do some new responsible recreation and tourism opportunities for marketing investments. Next slide. This is an example of this recreation trail map. I brought some printed ones for you guys to have today. This was a partnership with the State Tourism Office and Leave No Trace. So it unfolds to a 20 by 18. Next slide. This is just examples of the panels. Next slide. I'm really focusing on the economy, so our local towns and things to do while you're here, not just recreation as discussed, and also caring for our land and visit, how to visit responsibly and treat us like we want to be treated. Okay, next slide. This is the way the airlock looks at 1531 Colorado Boulevard currently. We're really excited to have this kind of shape up to be a mini micro information center. Thank you, Beth, for your assistance in helping us get the door automated so it open and closes. We haven't had any significant trouble with transients or anything coming and staying in. We have cameras inside the facility so we can check on it remotely. And so that's been a really fun addition. And it's part of our efforts in forwarding our partnership with that grant we received from the Matching Marketing Grant.
the management grant. And then next slide. The next opportunity is installing a digital kiosk. This has many different abilities. So that will be placed in the airlock. We're still working on the design and implementation of it, but it will be something that we can continue to modify and create a wayfinding piece that can be used here or replaced in another area. It just has minimal requirements such as Wi-Fi and power to really run it. And then it has a monthly operating expense, but there'll be about a $17,000 initial investment and then an ongoing investment of just about $3,000 monthly to run all of the programs on it. So it'll be a great asset for the county. Okay, next slide. We did partner with the State Tourism Office and purchase the Idaho Springs, Georgetown web pages on towns and cities pages. So these are designed in a way to get people to access Visit Clear Creek and then on to businesses within our organization or county to get them to come and visit and promote the whole community. Okay, next slide. These are examples of digital advertisements that we're running with Colorado.com. Okay, next slide. The visitor guide is about a $40,000 savings this year to go digital only. We still are analyzing this and figuring out how to make a bigger splash with a virtual visitor guide. It's the first year we've ever done virtual only. So this has been definitely something new for us. I have some facts here we could touch on with this. So, you know, we've only had about 3,000 impressions, but the average read time is 4.5 minutes. So when people do come across the visitor guide, they are, it's something that they're looking for and they are spending time on it. We are planning, or we have just launched a campaign. Next slide. This will be a retargeting campaign for people that have visited our county trails. So we're retargeting them to get them to come to our webpage and understand, you know, what there is to do here beyond our trails. We're calling it off-trail experiences and really trying to stimulate that connectivity of our trails and our economy. Next slide. These are examples of additional efforts that we're doing. So the left is a flyer. This is being distributed around the county with a QR code. This QR code has only been scanned just about 100 or so times. But again, you know, we're working on trying to increase that presence and trying to get people to move to that versus getting a printed visitor guide. And then on the right-hand side, these are examples of some of the digital ads that we're running, again, to try to encourage people to click and get them, you know, to the virtual guide website. Okay, next slide. And then looking at our analytics, just putting some data out here as far as our website goes, and our website traffic and how things are going. So next slide. And then some of our community collaboration this year, several meetings and different partnership events, whether it's Visit Denver or digital roundtables, CDOT's technical team and communication meetings, U.S. Forest Service webinars, being part of the Guanal Pass and Mount Evans Scenic Byway committees, Denver Mountain Parks collaboration committees, also working with the Colorado Tourism Office, Care for Colorado, and others here within the county. Okay, next slide. Okay, so then looking ahead, you can go to the next slide. See if I'm going fast enough for you guys. Okay, and then looking ahead, you know, we're planning to continue some of our the marketing management grant opportunities, continuing to distribution of the brochures, and then working on that digital interactive kiosk I mentioned, and the website enhancements for the local towns and cities, and then launching a new virtual campaign, working to determine next steps with the recreation and trails teams as regarding county trail signage, and then exploring additional marketing opportunities for the county and of course the Floyd Hill communication efforts. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the presentation. Was that good enough?
That was good. That was excellent. I think it was like 9 minutes or
Was it record
7
time?
minutes or something like that. I'm not really sure.
Good Lord.
Good job. Man, you perform well under pressure.
Thanks.
Okay. I guess the first thing is, do we have any, do either of the other two commissioners have any questions or comments regarding the slide presentation that we all had an opportunity to see in advance and just saw right now?
No, just, I mean, thank you for all of your work. The conversation about the digital visitor guide, I think is an important one.
Right.
I'm curious, that kind of maybe segues into, I think I heard you say that cost you $40,000 left because you didn't print it, less because you didn't print it.
It's a great segue into some of the questions that you talked about. So if you want for me to dive in, I have the questions you emailed me, and then I can kind of answer some of those things that you discussed. And it will be part of that conversation as far as the visitor guide goes.
Awesome. And then Sean, Randy, just for your knowledge, I asked her, what changes have you discussed to bring your expenditures in line with projected revenues? Have you discussed any ideas to generate revenue from other sources? Are you aware of any peer agencies that have diversified their revenue streams? Just, sort of general questions about what the future looks like.
Sure.
Okay.
Dive into that.
And I think just sticking with what we've got, when you saw me play with my phone a little bit ago, and you see me look at my laptop, I just want you to know that I was on your presentation because I can see it easier from right here. That I'm glancing up there, but I can read it better here. And I was actually photographing the QR code on the visitor guide because I want to go back and see the latest version and go through it. But I don't think we have to burden the conversation today with that because we're running behind to have a big day. And no offense or disrespect intended at all. And we have the large budget issue that we do want to talk about. But so yeah, I'd like to go through the visitor guide myself and then maybe shoot some, if I have any thoughts when I look at it, shoot it off to you because I haven't looked at it recently. So.
Well, and I think to answer the question as far as visitor guides go, it is a robust savings of about 40,000 because not only are you reducing the $20,000 in the print, or $25,000 in print, you're reducing the distribution cost and you're also reducing the postage cost. And so that's a combined savings of about 40,000 because all of that combined is that reduction. And then as far as ways that we're working to align our budget, we've been very cautious as we're trying to navigate that true level of funding. Like you were kind of anticipating, a really good Q4, as we have had in years past, but we don't know what that's going to look like. And I think we're still waiting to kind of see what the projections are going to be with all of the changes that have happened in the county. So whether that be the removal of, the Georgetown tax base or just the changes in our level of funding, all of that combined, we're really just trying to be cautious. That said, we've reduced our budget this year and really pulled back our marketing, spend and really making sure we're making those methodical, strategic approaches and really qualifying our marketing before we invest. So we've pretty much transferred to a digital platform. We've been doing a lot of digital marketing. We've done very minimal print marketing. And so we've been able to pull back. Right now, we have about $35,000 that we have planned to spend for the rest of the year. That's including that new kiosk, repurchasing the billboard in the county, and then some digital marketing campaigns that are going to be geo-targeted. So making sure that the audience is really kind of zoned in on and making sure we're hitting who we want to visit our county. So we're not just making a splash. And then that brings us to about 80 to 100,000 total for our marketing for the year, probably closer to the 80,000, depending on if we go ahead and purchase additional marketing with the State Tourism Office for 24 in Q4. So that will depend that. But either way, we're down about 46% than we anticipated overall for the year. And our revenue has been down about 60%. So that difference is being made up with some of our reserve that we were able to use to offset that. But we've also been able to bring in about $70,000 in grants over the last year and a half. So we have that supplemental income also. And then Q4, as you know, last year was just a banner quarter. It was 145,000 in income. So we've only received 126,000 year to date for lodging tax, but we're coming in right around that 300 mark for this year. So this year's, we're managing And I think, again, we're just going to be cautious in our approach and planning for the future, and then working with the three of you and, you know, your team to figure out what that future looks like. So to answer that question.
Okay.
How much is in your reserve right now?
So our reserve, we have a CD, a savings account, and a checking account. They all have different levels of funding.
2 years operating income, isn't it?
Yes, about 2 years of operating expenses.
Okay, so.
Which is what we've always kind of shot for.
So you guys don't have to, you guys have some time to be thoughtful about restructuring your programs without running out of money. And
yeah, and I think that kind of leads into the next question with the peer agencies and, you know, some of the opportunities there are kind of bigger projects, things that will take some time to try to figure out, you know, after some conversations with you guys, what would be the best way to move forward. But there's local marketing districts, business improvement districts, tourism improvement districts, excise taxes, lodging fees, those sorts of things. But those are, you know, decisions we need, you know, want to have a conversation with you guys about on how the best way to move forward. And I know you guys are busy planning on your stuff for next year, so we're eagerly awaiting the results of those conversations so we can start planning our stuff out for next year. But in the long term, those are some of the options that some of these other groups are pursuing at this point to make up for that revenue. Certainly, we'll continue to pursue grants, but I wouldn't characterize those as sustainable. We get them when we can. We can't rely on them, but those are helpful when they're available.
so those CTO grants, they're usually one-offs, is that?
Yep.
And then there's a new structure in place that they're restructuring it. So it's like every other year you're eligible for those. We have received federal grants in the past for like the 2013 flooding dilemma. We've received a marketing grant for that. We've received, essentially grant funding from the county commissioners in years past. But the CTO grants, are exceptional, and OEDIT has additional grant opportunities if need be too.
Okay.
So as I understand it, you are moving forward with the savings from not printing and distributing a print. That's $40,000 in savings. That's, if I recall right, your budget's around $200,000, so that's pretty significant. And then you can use reserves to give you time to be thoughtful. I know my preference would be that my feedback is that moving to digital is probably a solid move with regards to that visitor guide and your marketing in general. So I appreciate that. I mean, it sounds like you guys are having robust conversations and working to figure this out. Is that fair?
Yes.
What we kind of touched on, the downside of that though with the visitors guide is that engagement is way down. So that's what we're talking about, trying to use some of these advertising dollars for us to drive people to that guide, because it's our first time doing it. So weren't quite sure what to expect. We knew there would be some kind of drop off, but it's been pretty significant. So trying to figure out how to still get eyes on it is our new challenge for that.
Well, I think it's a solid move too. What I'm thinking of is even really nice looking print like this guide is, the guide I'm sure does look nice, and I've seen it in the past and it looks nice. But I'm thinking about how much stuff I get inundated with, and I'm actually more likely to ascertain my information and my impression of what's going on somewhere, either on my phone or on my laptop, than I am, because there's so much stuff that comes in print that it becomes just like a pile of wallpaper that I don't feel like going through. I mean, I go to the post office as an example and kind of just go like, and I'm sure people do this at home too. They just get this pile of stuff, and there's so much that you first create two piles, and one pile goes directly into either trash or paper recycling, just like that. And honestly, almost everything like this that I have that's I hear that even really old people are starting to go virtual and go online a lot. And I spend my time there if I need to get information, because I'm always staring at it for some reason anyway for work. So it's where I'm finding it. And I don't find myself hanging on to like that and using them. Now that's an anecdotal one-off, but,
I think that's in
staying power, the cost, the staying power, the ability for somebody to pull it up anytime, pull it off a QR code somewhere and pick it up or wherever out of the news center. I think it has a lot more potential in the long run, but you'll see how it plays out.
I think so too. I mean, trying to get people to read things on paper and I do this too. Like I walk around looking at this thing, so that's my take. I think it's a solid move to go digital.
It's a behavioral thing. I mean, this stuff gets laid on the table in front of me and I just pull it up on my laptop at the meetings and look at it there and
Sure.
it's easier to do. So I'm just, and I don't see anybody else doing anything different except walking around, almost getting run over in traffic, going like that, like I did yesterday, but.
Well, and this resource is kind of taking the place of the visitor guide in a sense, and it's more of a pocket guide.
Right.
And so this one is fun because, it opens up to, a huge,
It's more
product.
utilitarian.
And the nice thing with this is, the Trails team has partnered with us and puts these at trailheads. So maybe you don't have cell phone service and you're at a trailhead, then you can take one of these. And then after you're done hiking, where do I go get something to eat? Where do I get a tank of gas?
Right.
How far am I away from,
Right.
wherever? And this kind of helps, bring them down. And so, we definitely appreciated the state tourism office assisting us with funding of that piece. So that we didn't have to, this was $8,000 to print 27,000. So you're only looking at 30 cents a piece. But 30 cents return on somebody going out to get a burger is going to happen pretty quick with $12 a burger, right? So I think that this is a smart piece. The visitor guide can be more robust, but it is also something to consider in the future if we find that we just don't get the traction that we used to, as long as we're, distributing those, appropriately and getting them into the hands of people that we really, qualify so that it's not
Right.
just.
That and maybe something like that is commercially, that's a QR code type thing from the, when you're at the trailhead also, that and a QR code or two at the trailhead can get people where they need to go. And it could be that our trailheads can become, are sponsored by people who, that all it takes is a couple more QR codes right there at the trailhead where you're taking off to be able to pick up, to be able to direct people towards cash registers. So the crowd that's already here ends up at the cash registers that are here and then we capitalize on them.
And, those conversations are, John Butcher and I are talking about how to make the Live Wild trail signs with the QR code even more engaging. We definitely would be interested in using part of our budget to do something like that at trailheads to where if the Live Wild sign is sufficient, great, we'll print more of those. If we want to modify it, great, we'll do that. I think that is a good use of our finances.
What'd the virtual guide cost?
And nothing. The virtual visitor guide? Nothing.
Staff time.
Your
Time.
salary. You get paid. You built it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just hosted by our website.
No, I looked at it and I guess one observation I have is it's at the very, when you land on it, and I haven't looked at it on my phone, it's not apparent that it exists.
From the website?
When I paged all the way down to the bottom is where I actually got the little icon that says, because the top part says Live Wild, blah, blah, blah. And then at the very bottom, it says, get the guide. So
It should be at the top too under visitor resources.
Well, it's also a drop down.
So it lives in a few places, but I think that there definitely is room for us to play around with the webpage and make it more prominent. And I think that's a really good observation, and I appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in line with what you said earlier, which is that you've got innovation to do and you're still figuring out how to get people to it digitally. It's the first year you're doing it.
But if you're on the site, you can navigate through where you want to go already, right?
That's kind of where I was heading is ultimately, most people probably expect to consume this type of information as just part of the experience of going to your website rather than going to a PDF and having to try and look through the tiny print on their phone.
Right. And we're when I'm saying that the eyes are down on it, it's based on putting the printed ones out there. They go through them in the restaurants and we put QR codes there instead. That QR code is not getting scanned. So I think the engagement from the website is similar to what it's been in the past, but the drop off is just from not having the printed ones. Some people are more likely to pick it up than they are to scan that QR code and look on it. But you're right. A lot of the information is on a lot of those pages and they can find it in different formats. The landing page we created for the advertisements to try to get people to view the guide has it closer to the top. And it's more prominent there because that's what the call to action is on the ad. So.
Yeah. And I mean, it's hard to know how many people were looking at the paper guide, right?
Right.
We had people request them to be mailed out.
Yeah.
And then the request of people refilling them at stations. So we're gauging off of that.
So you have some information.
Right. And we still have a small reserve of visitor guides from 22 that we're giving to our visitor centers. So locally here, our visitor centers are staffed with last year's publication. So we have a few of those right now also. But moving in the all digital world and trying it, it's definitely interesting because you do have the people that would prefer having printed guides. So it's transition.
Well, and potentially the format could be adjusted to maybe be more like our itinerary trip planner, where it's a little more engaging. So it's not trying to read a magazine on your phone or on your computer, where it's a little more interactive and you can just restaurants, Idaho Springs, make it real easy for people to pull up what they're looking for instead of having to turn 10 virtual pages. They could just kind of click on it and find it. So there's a lot of things we're thinking about, and I think it'll still be a good resource. It's just a different format. And
that's a good point. Yeah. Does it need to be designed the same if it's digital?
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So then on the revenue side, I heard you list a number of sort of tax revenue models. And I guess I'm curious, and we don't have to dive into this today because we should probably be wrapping this conversation up, but in the future, I'll be curious to hear, have we seen any agencies look for private revenue streams, like offer services to businesses? Like you're basically a marketing agency that understands Clear Creek County really well. Maybe you can offer better service at a lower cost to businesses and augment your revenue in that way. Like outside the box, outside of tax concepts. What I'll share with you on the tax conversation is that our general fund is likely to need more tax revenue. Our fire department is likely to need more tax revenue. I have a hunch that a number of our other special districts feel the same. And I'm not sure where a tax increase dedicated to marketing fits on that list, but yeah, I know it's not at the top.
And I think the options as far as the funding models that were presented are definitely different than what you are possibly thinking. These were provided from the State Tourism Office. These are models that other DMOs, destination marketing or management organizations are doing across the state. There is a further breakdown of what it takes to implement one of those. Some of them are voter approved, some of them are not. Some of them are private funded through a segment of businesses. There are different models of funding that were all provided during the discussion of House Bill 2211-17. These models were presented to kind of issue hope for the tourism industries, that there are other ways to fund organizations. Some of them would require forming, a separate, panel, separate board of directors, which would basically be, operating, with the Tourism Bureau, but as a separate organization. So there's a lot of different components of these, if you will. And I think that it definitely does beg a work session if you wanted to really dive in and look at them and explore them and figure out which one may be the best option for, our organization moving forward. I also think that, lodging fee, for instance, for those have done in other places just to help supplement funding, but they're not necessarily a tax. So again, these are all very interesting creative sources, unique sources of funding that have been developed across the tourism industry. And Governor's Conference is coming up next week. I'm hoping that, some of these conversations, the deeper conversations on how DMOs are pivoting around the state. We're not the only county in Colorado that has been impacted by ballot measures this year. And so I'm hoping that there'll be some deeper conversations and maybe spawn some more ideas for us for the future.
Thank you. I'm glad I said that so that you could help me understand that there's more to it. Look forward, maybe, in our next update, maybe we can see a review of those options.
Great.
But to answer your question, we've talked about that, and I don't know how sustainable that would be. We used to be a chamber and a tourism board a long time ago, and that wasn't really sustainable. I know there have been challenges with Idaho Springs Chamber of Commerce, so we're relying on the businesses to help with that. Might be difficult, but it's certainly, everything's on the table at this point. So we can continue to look at that option as well.
Okay.
Before we move on too far, I think one thing that we skipped over in the slide that I just want to come back to really quick is that, this is our board of directors right now. And, we'd like to see 3 to 5 more seats filled, and we would love, the county commissioners to assist us in identifying some good chairs. I know we talked about a heritage tourism representative, a lodging tourism representative, and other possibilities. I know Jess Edwards is interested from the Georgetown Promotions Commission. Steve Skolaski with Grinnell Pass has also expressed interest for the Restaurant Association. So I think that it would be awesome to get a couple more, marketing-minded representatives to help us navigate, forward. And if you guys would help us with that. I know there's a couple applications maybe coming your way, but so to bring that up, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, if
That's a good
they
point.
expressed interest in terms of filling out an application,
Yes.
they filled out applications and we haven't responded.
No, I don't know if they fully submitted them to you. They have all the information on how to get them to Beth. They have the.
I haven't gotten them yet, but I will keep an eye out. And in the past, we have put a little flyer on our webpage that you guys are looking for members. I don't know if we still want to keep doing that or.
Of course.
We can use one.
I can refresh that and get that out there again for you.
Right, well, let's just do what we can to make it easy for them to get their applications to us and completed, and I'm all for it.
That'd be great.
What else?
Looks like the fastest update ever.
It is.
It's budget season.
Well, thank you for your work, and thanks for hanging in there on the half-empty board right now. I appreciate it, really do. And I appreciate the work that you put into trying to respond both to our comments and the changing financial picture, and trying to find ways to be lean and mean and still direct the people that are visiting us to where they can do the most benefit for the economy. So
Thank you. There's a lot of exciting projects happening. We're anxious to work with the ROMP team. Saw our name in there a couple of times in that report, so that congratulations. I know that's coming up later today.
Yep.
And congratulations on Mount Blue Sky. We're also anxious to work on that and getting things renamed. And does the byway have to be formally renamed?
there'll be a lot of things that will get renamed, a whole ton of things. And there are, and I know I've seen you there at the Mount Blue Sky. It's actually technically the Mount Evans Collaborative still, because among the things that need to change names, that one was named the Mount Evans with the Mount Blue Sky Collaborative while it was still Mount Evans. So they switched to that. Now they got to switch back at the next meeting. But at that place, they'll be talking about a lot of land management that will be going on, land management issues. Lisa represents the byway there, and Forest Service, Denver Mountain Park, CPW, and everybody's in there. So there's currently the Mount Evans State Wildlife Area. There's the Mount Evans Wilderness Area, which takes an act of Congress. And I believe that Jonah Goose and both senators are already dialed into that and have legislation prepared to be able to introduce to take care of that. And it would, I think the legislation is to go ahead and just call it the Mount Blue Sky. We have 3 different roads that we haven't gotten to. They're left over from the Mesta Pass change, and we have some road signs out there also. So there's a ton of stuff like that to do. And I think the intent is to,
Randy, we gotta wrap up. We gotta wrap up.
Oh,
We're an hour behind now.
well,
My point being that we're anxious to work with you on that and getting all the marketing materials updated on our end and making sure that we play our part in that. So congratulations.
thanks.
Great segment on you cycling up there.
Thanks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not, that wasn't really a thing. It didn't happen.
I'll leave some of these.
So we'll take a break now for about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you all.
agenda is the memorandum of understanding for NOCO places. I can generally describe it as we've updated it according to a lot of the things that we've learned. So the memorandum of understanding has some rather minor changes that change why we're there and some things that we're doing. And otherwise, it's kind of updated the way we are approaching a lot of the goals that we've created and the kinds of obligations that we make that are not material obligations and don't actually require us to adopt policies that are vetted out and researched at NOCO, but require our participation to continue to operate in the organization and be there. And Peter, I know has been through it, and do you have any comments materially that you see any issues with anything in it?
No, that was a perfect overview.
Yeah, and I mean, what I have is about a page and a half of stuff that I was sent that are all in minutia that goes along with that, and I don't have any, and it didn't come to me at a time that I could send it and put it in the packet. It wasn't here in time for that. It's because I asked it to be developed so we can look at every piece of it along the way. And I don't really need to go through that if you don't, because I would have to present it, and I'd rather just forego that, 3 or 4 paragraphs in an outline and a lot of bullet points to talk about, because the bottom line is that it updates our participation and everyone's understanding of why we're there. It updates a little about how we operate, and so it's just to put the signature on it. We're still part of NOCO. And I think the value's there for being in the organization still, particularly with regard to the mobility data and the CNHP and other environmental data that's allowing us to have a really incredible view into what's going on here. Also, that it's through that we're arranging, increasing our CNHP data dramatically over the next year when we get the grant for that. So worth being there. So if you guys are okay, we can move on. Do you have any questions or?
The only thing I'd like to hear is you and staff have reviewed those changes in detail and none of them concern you.
I think they're all improvements, right?
So we just need a motion to approve the IGA and we're good to go.
Sean, are you good?
Yep.
Move we approve the memorandum of understanding regarding NOCO Places 2050.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Done.
Andy.
Yep. So the next item that we are taking on is the ROMP update. Amy Saxton.
I'm gonna make you a panelist. Okay. I'm going to join this.
Do you want me to share screen?
Are you joined?
I am.
Okay. Then you can I'll just have Julie join.
Got it. Yep.
And you can share. All right, cool. Make sure when you share, you check the boxes at the bottom. It'll say I don't know why, but it makes a difference. Hi, gentlemen, commissioners. Hi.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Julie.
So we are here today to talk about the recreation and the outdoors management plan. I want to just talk a little bit about where we are. We have presented to you several times on this project. And this, so today we are presenting our draft recreation and the outdoors management plan, the plan itself. That's the work we've been working on for the past year. This is a project that, as you know, was funded by GOCO. And we have been working on this with a lot of community input, a lot of different subject matter experts, a lot of participants. And so that's been over a year. And that's been preceded really by a couple of decades of the county's commitment to investing in and supporting recreation and trying to make it a robust part of our economy and our work as an organization. And so by now today, we have a draft plan for managing recreation in the outdoors. And we want to present that plan to you today. I also just want to provide a little context for that. This draft plan is presented to you as the beginning of a process to share with you and then the public this draft. It's And then it also begins an input and comment period so that we will kind of constitute the meetings and processes and committees that we had used to create this plan. We're going to bring all those groups back together, ask them to review the draft material that we've produced and provide their input. And we'll do that over the next several months with an eye to getting a final draft produced by December.
Can I ask you to repeat that last? You will be going through what process in between these two, the draft?
A community engagement process will bring back together all the different kind of committees that we used to create the plan. We had the planning partners team and the interagency team and a community advisory team. We'll have an outreach process and a fairly robust engagement process to get feedback on this draft plan.
Okay, all right.
So that's what we're beginning today. And we're going to just walk you through what we've got.
Okay, great. We're going to do just a little sandwich here. Probably goes without saying, but the slides you'll see are really just the high level kind of executive summary. The document itself gives a lot more detail and context. So just bearing that in mind.
Not too many for you.
The purpose and vision of the ROMP is in creating an aligned vision for outdoor rec in Clear Creek County that's going to enrich local communities, welcome a diverse range of visitors, all in a way that protects and improves the integrity of the area's natural and cultural resources for the long term. Amy's already spoken to the process leading up to this. This is just a visual, but it also helps, I think, reinforce what she just mentioned as to what still lies ahead in the green on this Gantt chart. So I'm not going to walk through each piece. The things I mainly want to highlight are that going forward, we're launching the review process, as Amy said, with you all today. We expect to be back presenting a final ROMP with you in December, but we've also pegged that in between if we need to come back. If if you're just starting to digest the details, just beginning with this meeting, we're happy to engage with the BOCC as well. Again, we'd love to get your feedback, so that by December, that's just like the final sign and seal for you all. And you can see we've got those other teams coming back together. So just really emphasizing that this is a draft and it's built from all of the other work that you're seeing on the screen as well. And we hope provides a pretty fair reflection of all that input to date. There are 6 overarching goals identified in the ROMP that kind of infuse into the various strategies that Amy is going to present on. The integrity and preservation of natural and cultural resources, an authentic mountain culture and high quality of life for residents, a vibrant local economy supported by outdoor recreation, a wide variety of high quality recreation opportunities desired by and accessible to locals, residents, and visitors, resilient recreational amenities that reduce resource impacts and user conflicts, and clearly communicated expectations that visitors will plan ahead to recreate safely and responsibly. I'll just speak to one last slide before Amy really talks about the priorities. Part of the development of the ROMP included thinking about overarching management principles for conservation and sustainability. And I just want to pause on this. There's a lot more detailed principles in the draft plan. So this slide just summarizes some of the themes of that. Throughout the process, whether it was from the community survey, the advisory team, the planning partners, interagency, or at this board table, we over and over again heard the importance of elevating conservation as well as additional sustainability, community, social, economic sustainability goals in this plan. And so we put these ahead of the priorities and really note that they are meant to inform any of the work that goes forward. And this is something that whatever, different opinions might have been on the details of what needs to happen next, I think these were strongly held principles and values that came forward in all fora. So just again, very high level, the principles themselves emphasize conservation, focusing on our available resources in considering both regional and site-specific needs and best practices. The plan really prioritizes management of existing amenities first before considering any new amenities, And if considering potential new amenities, there's a whole list of when, whys, who's, hows, et cetera. But in summary, it's really about considering what's the purpose, need, benefits, and impacts and trade-offs that would prompt us to consider new amenities. And so just keeping those in mind as they infuse the priorities that Amy speaks to, we're about to go into, true lightning round mode around these priorities because they really summarize the top level takeaways, and there's a lot more in the text.
Okay. So, thank you, Julie. And so, yeah, I think that is very crucial to keep in mind that all of these, we're calling them recreation management priorities. They're all guided by these management principles of conservation and sustainability. And we have several recreation management priorities that emerged from all of the conversations throughout this planning project. And the first thing that we identified really that came out of all the conversations was just a priority around trails and trail systems. And that's really around how we manage these systems, what we do with them, how we think about them, and how we use them, and that they have multiple uses and have multiple user groups, which all have different kinds of use and different kinds of problems and opportunities emerge. And so from the conversation about framing the problem, we also identified some key strategies that are aimed at developing solutions. Throughout the next set of conversations about the recreation management priorities, we're going to identify the key strategies around those priorities. So trail system strategies are divided into 3 groups, and one of them is just around evaluating the system as a whole. There's another strategy around 14ers, which is about the high use areas and the partnerships that we need to develop there, and how to, we talked about the kind of approach areas, which are the county owned spaces often that are places where there's a lot of conflict between where user groups are entering the forest, the national forest. And then a third area around OHV use, which is an unregulated, difficult to regulate type of use with a lot of conflict and a lot of different opinions and different perspectives on that use. And so we talked about how to start unraveling that and trying to solve that problem. So that's recreation management priority number 1. They're not in order, but that's the first one we're talking about today, trail systems. Another major one on the next slide here is around river access and recreation. This is a lot about the creek, and we really talked mostly about rafting, although we also identified that there are other types of river use like fishing and that we didn't talk quite so much about. Rafting was really the primary thing that we talked about in this area. And we identified several different strategies in this area. Again, kind of going from general to more specific, just looking in general about rafting and recreation, thinking about it from kind of an adaptive management framework. How do we look at it as a whole and look at all the different pieces and parts? And we talked about the permitting program that Clear Creek County and Idaho Springs operate. Is there an opportunity to coordinate those or combine them somehow and make the experience for the rafters work a little bit better? What are the improvements that will create for the natural resource, for the economic resource? What kind of levers does that allow us to pull if we can do that? And how can we better mitigate the environmental impacts to the creek? So that's the second area that we want to really continue to prioritize is the creek and managing that area. A third area is really kind of connected to a lot of the stuff that we just heard the Tourism Bureau talk about, which is destination and visitor management. That was, if there was a second sort of constant drumbeat in the ROMP process overall to conservation and sustainability, it was issues related to destination and visitor management. How do we deal with it? How do we manage the pressure that creates on the natural resources, on the community? I think that came up a lot in the community survey, is the pressure pressure that our community members feel to when people are visiting and how that's experienced by our community members. And so that really kind of boiled down into two buckets that have a lot of detail behind them. But strengthening the destination management and focusing on responsible tourism. How do we communicate that? How do we improve and implore people to improve their behavior and value this place if they're visiting it? And then secondly, in transportation-based solutions, how can that improve recreation management and help preserve and protect the resource? The next one is, I'm looking at my non-advancing slides, which I have to do myself, we kind of blended this topic but to separate it from destination management, we landed on this phrase recreation economy planning, which is a little bit different than destination management. And that was really sort of being able to talk about what we were trying to do in this topic. And that's where, how do we benefit local residents and this is also things that we heard from this board in particular. How do we benefit residents and the environment? How do we balance those two things? And landed on this idea of recreation-based economy planning and looking at these two key strategies, one around balancing the local and tourist culture and trying to exemplify Clear Creek's goals in so doing. And then second, really looking at how recreational opportunities can balance in a balanced way, advance ecologic goals and economic goals. How do we keep those things in mind and figure out systems and ideas around both those things so we can keep those as part of outdoor management, recreation in the outdoors management planning and plans. So those are the 4 recreation management priorities that we, when we looked at all of the conversations and all of the things people felt were important to them, both in the community survey and in our planning teams. When we tried to organize all the Post-it notes, that's what we landed on, is those 4 priorities. And then I'll talk about this one too. Randy used this phrase earlier, adaptive management. And so we also identified this concept of a recreation management framework. So we've got management principles around conservation and sustainability. We've got 4 management priorities. And then we recognize that in order to make this work, we need to have an adaptive management kind of framework. And I know, Randy, you understand the value of adaptive management. We talk about it at CDOT. We talk about it in lots of different planning environments. But this idea of being able to be nimble in the way we approach these things and have flexibility built into our planning process. The recreation and the outdoors management planning is an area that requires that sort of flexibility. And so that is something that we want to also make sure that we include in our plan. And we talk a little bit about what that means, what the definition of adaptive management is. This is a diagram that somebody smarter than me put together to explain what it means. But it's basically what a good planning process entails, but we just wanted to document it and talk about it. It's building the foundation. It's defining the principles you can read, but that's what this means. It means that you start with knowing what you're trying to do. You define it, you identify how to do it, and then you do it. And then you keep track of how you're doing it and make sure it's working. And that's what we want this plan to be able to do and hope that it does. And I think, Julie, you're going to talk a little bit about where we go from here and how we can actually make this happen.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. And so I'll stay on this slide for just a moment because the ROMP development process has really been about the first three boxes, building a foundation, understanding community values, existing plans, defining management principles, as we've spoken to earlier, and identifying those priorities and strategies. There's some things maybe in this box of strategies we haven't fully done yet, like monitoring and indicators, although the report does suggest some potentially key indicators that could be solidified. And this strategy and the strategies within the written ROMP actually get into more detailed, more kind of specific potential next steps and actions, as well as kind of key milestones and success factors. So that's detailed in there. And so really where the ROMP leaves us, and this was the intent all along, is it's set that big framework and plan and vision, and now there's work to do to implement any one of those strategies. And there are quite a few things in there, and it's ambitious. I think there's a comment in the written ROMP that says, the work of this is kind of ongoing and will always be work for the county and partners in terms of outdoor management. But what we tried to distill down was, of all those strategies and milestones and next steps, what are some key things that really need to happen next? And we thought about those from the perspective of what are those things that are going to be foundational to other things that are most urgent, that consider what's already happening, maybe in being taken care of in other purviews, and or that makes sense to leverage right now because they're getting attention, and so it's a good place to plug into. So the formalization of an interagency team, so we've had it what we've called an interagency team, but the ongoing partnership and coordination and collaboration is considered pretty foundational to making pretty much any of these strategies and priorities happen. So making sure that that's a consistent forum for interagency partnership going forward, whether it's on trail systems or creek management. The management strategies for approach areas, so working on those high use hotspot kind of areas is a key priority and next step. Leveraging mapping, there's a lot of great work happening, as we know, around understanding geospatial tools, and that will aid in getting that trail system evaluation to understand with greater granularity what is there, and any gap analyses. Some of the creek corridor management and really looking at the permitting systems. OHV planning, again, for the reasons Amy cited, because it came up, whatever people's perspectives, but it continually came up as something that was of concern to the community, to stakeholders around what's the plan going forward for OHV management. And then visitor management, again, work is being done there, but there's additional supports and things that can be leveraged in terms of other processes that whether it's Colorado Tourism Office's destination stewardship work, or right here in Clear Creek County that can be leveraged. And similarly with 14ers, there's a lot happening right now with 14ers visioning and management that it's a right time to keep focusing there. And NOCO places as well overlaps with some of these things, whether it's communications or the mapping tools. So those are some key things identified for next steps. And next steps would include, again, having that interagency partnership and support, looking for those grants and funding sources to help make sure these things can be operationalized, and then drilling down into more detailed planning and implementation. So you spoke already about the value of ongoing engagement. The ROMP also envisions the importance of ongoing engagement with the community and with some kind of community and stakeholder roundtable that wouldn't meet with the intensity that was used in the past year, but that would be there as a way to share information and be responsive to some of the more detailed planning that happens next. And maybe in more specific ways on more specific topics. So that is, I think, where we end in terms of giving you an outline of the ROMP. And again, we welcome your feedback and questions today, and or if you want to take a closer look at the details and bring us back later, we can do that as well. So let me pull down my screen and stop our share. Thanks for listening. Sue, did you want to say anything to that?
No, I think that's good for now. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Maybe I'll just start with a couple questions for clarification. I see this term approach areas that is new to me. And so you're talking about the areas that are not in the Forest Service where folks travel through to recreate in the forest. Is that?
Yeah, I made up the term. It's basically the, just kind of on the way up to Grays and Torreys, like the places where there's often a lot of congestion and conflict and stuff that happens that we could focus on, and find a way to, by identifying it, maybe even just by naming it, it helps us be able to figure out what we do there. I don't know, but that was something that one of the things that we talked about, because as we talked about how to help deal with some of the high use areas, a lot of them are exclusively in the forest, but that's not a place that we as a collective would really be able to work on together, because the forest has to deal with what's in the forest. A place where we could work together is on the approach areas, like how can we, like things like some of the stuff that they did around Quandary, where they came up with a parking solution, or, where are the places where we as a collective in our community can solve a problem, or put together an idea. And it's around those places that aren't just one land manager's purview, but are places where everybody has a vested interest and a mutual benefit to pursue.
I think that's smart. It makes a lot of sense to try to think about it along that framework, start to map where are we seeing conflicts in the sort of unincorporated non-forest area to focus on.
Yeah.
And I think that in looking at that, I like the fact that, you brought up both Grays and Torreys and Quandary as examples. They exist across the broad spectrum of activities, all kinds of activities, not just them. It's everywhere you go. We sometimes even see congestion, we see congestion at rafting launch and pull out. We see and how you deal with parking around those. And we see it with a lot of activities, obviously with motorized as well. I think when I think about Grays and Torreys, I'm thinking about some solutions that have already been partially, that have accidentally almost presented themselves to us. Grays and Torreys became a safety area. And so the sheriff's office got somebody up there ticketing vehicles, and it slowed down what was going on up there. And as a result, Grays and Torreys already had such a huge amount of, so it wasn't only the parking that was congested up till then, it was a trail above that was congested. And whether, I'm curious to know how much that may have impacted the actual traffic on the mountain, since it was arguable whether they were already above desirable capacity on the trail and on the mountain itself, and it could be that, that's one kind of solution. Another one is fix the road to make it easier. What worries me when I think about that a little bit is I think about latent travel demand and building pavement. It's like builds, if you build, they will come, and they'll until they achieve their previous pain point. And then that's a point at which you'll be, congestion will be dissuading fewer people but it'll still be congested. So but I think the fact is it's a problem. And in that case, it was addressed with at least a de facto solution, which it was a safety issue, getting emergency response up the mountain because it got too narrow in places to get an ambulance through, as an example. It would have been impossible to bring an ambulance to Grays and Torreys, which typically you wouldn't drive a regular ambulance up there anyway. So,
and what you're speaking to is totally valid, and I really like the conservation and sustainability principles for evaluating new amenities in here. The who, why, where, how approach. I think it's really thoughtful. I think it's a good framework to think about it. It's like, sort of a mode of analysis we learned in second grade. And so, I think if we stick to this approach, I think we can move forward in a really positive way on these issues. The questions I have kind of relate to, well, I'll start with a comment, which is that, right away I went to the bottom of the document to look at the projects that you are prioritizing moving forward. And that raises several questions in my mind. But first, a comment, which is that I would love in the public feedback process I looked at your document that shows the questions about comments on different things. And I guess you do have next steps, future projects as a chapter that they can comment on. If there's a way to kind of highlight that in our engagement, that I feel like that might be the most crucial part of this document is what are we doing next? What of all the issues that were documented during this are we choosing to focus on now? I think to really bring that information front and center to people and say, what do you think about this? Would be really helpful. And sorry.
No. The more I listen to, the less I have to say. That's all. That's it.
So I mean, that's a comment. The questions I have is how, first off, we've gotten this far because we identified grant funding and we put up some ARPA funding. Are these next steps, I assume the answer is no, so I just want to make it clear. These next steps aren't possible without some other injection of funding, right? Like, is that?
That's correct. I mean, I think the next steps are yet to be completely clear, but, and we'll need input from this board and other land managers in the county. But I think the next steps are to determine how to manage this plan. Do we manage it as individual entities separately, all using this plan as a guiding tool? Do we develop some sort of informal body? Do we develop a formal body? You know, how do we want to approach it? And then there will also be projects that we identify that will need funding, right? And would need grant funding, most likely. So there's projects to fund and there's processes to fund/create.
Okay.
And potentially authorize, depending on how we decide to approach it. So those are sort of the two general channels.
And so in my imagination, what's going to happen next is we're going to do another round of public engagement. Thank you for the previous surveys. Here's our response. We want to know your feedback. Feedback that we receive will be incorporated into this document in its final version.
Yes.
That might involve some changes to some language, some changes to the prioritized projects. Is that?
Yeah, and George, I think I really appreciate your comment around maybe focusing a little more, or refocusing that survey feedback on those future steps, because I think that honors where we are in the process too, having done so much engagement and input to help identify these key priorities. And yes, there may be changes and updates, and it seems like the most ripe place to say, you know, where have we not gotten feedback on yet is to focus on like those next step projects, right? And that's a nice evolution of the engagement, so that we're not just going back to square one.
Yeah.
I'm letting you keep going as long as you got notes. It's kind of the same way we do when we do comments. Let's kind of let one commissioner roll through and get through his list, and that seems like the most efficient way. And then, because otherwise it'll turn into that's how we expand this into large conversations about things and get lost.
Okay.
Trying to show some discipline.
When I look at the way I imagine in my imagination, the way this goes, you get some feedback, you bring it back. Maybe the next steps are exactly what they are here. Maybe they're changed depending on, compelling information that you receive in the public comment period. And then this board has to decide how we're going to use this document to inform our direction to staff.
Right.
And so we say, this document identifies 5 priorities. Is the expectation that then the board will say, please try to tackle all 5 of these at once, or we're going to choose one for next year, or like, how do you envision that
I don't have a clear vision on that. I mean, I think we will see where the public comment lands us and see where we get to. I think if it kind of depends a little bit on capacity. If we are forming an interagency group where we have maybe a little bit more spread capacity, it might be one way. You know, if it's a little bit more like every entity for itself kind of thing, that might look a little different. I would imagine probably developing more detailed plans behind each of the priorities and presenting them here. They may have different costs associated with them. Some of them will have projects that need grant funding behind them. Some of them may just require coordination. And so I think I just spitballing kind of here, but I would imagine we would develop more detailed plans behind each priority and share them.
For what it's worth, I love the idea of trying to get the people that you've got to a table to continue to meet and work on this. And I like Clear Creek County can't go it alone, right? Our jurisdiction is this liminal space between the economies and the amenities. And, you can talk about Georgetown and our need to work with them to figure out how their tourism economy doesn't die.
You're right.
Winter. You can talk to Empire and figure out how we need to build alignment around the OHV issue because they're drawing a magnet to impacts that we experience in that liminal zone.
Right.
So I love the idea of really trying to focus and push on that.
And it certainly helps to have had this investment in building alignment and building agreement around core priorities, right? And core strategies and getting buy-in on that basic framework that the ROMP is, and then being able to build on that from there together. And that was really the whole point. And that was what we set out to do.
I think I'm curious, cycling is definitely a hot button issue, right? And we have big impacts, big opportunities, a lot of comments, a greenway that's going through. How can you describe why we don't see cycling kind of highlighted as a high priority project?
It was not a huge force in the conversations in any of our meetings that we had. We did identify it at least as one of the elements of kind of a specialized user group of under the trails topic, and just recognize that for road cyclists to do wayfinding and having wayfinding signage through the county would be an important, was something that we did recommend, and that would be was identified among the priorities. It was kind of in the OHV topic, but which we kind of framed more as a work with the specified user groups to create plans for them. The OHV users being kind of a bigger problem and topic to solve, but we also identified cyclists as a specialized user group that needed some attention as well.
I think it's interesting how you perceive the wayfinding problem, and I think the conversations and the directions they take have a lot to do with who you bring into the room for the conversations, and how you derive your, for example, wayfinding for road cyclists. As an avid road cyclist myself, and having been an avid mountain biker who has been through a couple of mapping exercises for mountain biking in the county, my experience has been that I don't know that we have a big, there's the occasional cyclist that gets off on the wrong frontage road of the two between Alvarado Road and the other road up around Empire, and they get a little confused by Empire Junction. And that's very rare, but it occasionally happens. And otherwise, people don't generally, on road bikes, there aren't too many different avenues, and they don't normally need much wayfinding here. It's pretty easy to go. Having mapped the mountain biking opportunities in this county on 2 different occasions over about a 20-year period, I found that that's where the bigger issue is. Mountain bikers in the county knowing where the hell they are once they get up into the woods is a big deal. And that the problem is that there's so many different jurisdictions that or agencies that have nomenclature for which road is which when we start talking about, the Forest Service roads versus county roads and stuff, that finding a way to find homogeneity to identifying trails where people are was the difficulty.
Yeah.
I think that it's changed a little bit since then, and the fact that we created places like Floyd Hill Open Space have drawn people to that, and the sports evolved a little bit too. But anyway, I don't want to belabor that with too many words.
Yeah.
What else do you have going there?
The document is pretty well final. Personally, I think I would love to see us, and maybe it just isn't in the recreation management wheelhouse, but I would love to see a focus on winter recreation around Georgetown, just because we have such an acute economic problem. And I don't see it in here. I also know that I don't, as one person, get to dictate that.
Well, it is in here.
It's just not a prioritized plan. And to me, I don't know why it wouldn't be, because in my mind, what we're seeing in Georgetown is not just like a crisis for business owners, but an economic opportunity that's just on the table.
Yeah, I mean, and it is in the umbrella topic of recreation economy planning. I mean, and just the way the input came in, we kept things in a little bit more general topic buckets. And it is a priority to approach recreation planning with an eye to the economy.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like different parts of the county have different issues,
needs,
right?
and will at different times as well,
But I don't know that I get to sit here and insist that be the priority in this document. I do, outside of this document, get to continue to emphasize that as something I want to see our county invest in and focus on.
Yeah.
I agree. The other side of that coin is Georgetown intentionally opted out of the lodging tax revenue, and has their own revenue source now to address presumably whatever they want, including this issue.
But what they don't do is recreation management though. So I think and that's why George brought up a minute ago, there's 2 different elements here. One is tourism advertising. The other is managing recreation development in a way that contributes beneficially to positive economic impact with little little negative economic impact. So it seems like there's 2 different wheelhouses. One of them is, I agree, the advertising part, we're not advertising that now as much, but how we might work with the Forest Service collaboratively and create some changes in how that's, maybe there's a way to do actual recreation development up there, or something the Forest Service would be into that could try to enhance that activity and bring more people to town. And it's a low impact thing. I got to look back at Codex to make sure.
Keeping this frame on this next period of a couple months, in particular, it will be useful to say what are the key things, like what are the most urgent things. I don't know the answer to this question, but the question I think you're kind of, for me, raising is what role, does BOCC play in those next 2 months in helping to, say, here are these priority projects. And so I look to you all and to staff, and I don't have that answer. And so, we can go back to community and ask that. we can get a lot of different results, you know, probably in a lot of different perspectives. And so I think really before this truly is final, my question is, what role do you want to play, especially on that final page? Because as you noted, you know, Georgetown Gwinnett passes in here, and, you know, do you want to elevate that as part of, you know, as a key next step? And again, I don't have the answer and I don't want to presume, but.
I mean, to Sean's point, I'd love to hear what Georgetown thinks, because what I hear from Georgetown is that they want us to keep Gwinnett Pass open year round. And we know that that's
the road open.
Yeah, we know that that's going to cost us $500,000 a year, right? Or more. We don't have solid numbers. But
those are like 2014.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's probably $1 million.
What we haven't done, and this is not a criticism of you, what this process hasn't teased out is whether Georgetown is interested in collaborating on other solutions, like to the problem of, hey, we have summer recreation that brings people into Georgetown all summer and your economy's great. And then it dies in the winter and you lose a bunch of your businesses again. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And so I would love to like ask you to maybe make like some special outreach to Georgetown and say, hey, can we have a meeting about like how this document and Clear Creek County's recreation processes can serve you? Like,
Yeah.
you've got this commissioner squawking, he doesn't even live in Georgetown. What's your opinion?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I see town of Georgetown listed among the agencies that were foundational to the ROM.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So the town of Georgetown has been represented in the meetings, right?
Yes. Yep.
So, I mean, if
They were not super attending. They didn't attend particularly well, but yes, they were part of it.
Well, that's interesting to hear.
Yeah, because I know, I mean, what I hear from folks a lot is that Clear Creek County is kind of ignoring this situation. And I think like some dialogue around, and I'm not saying that that's fair, right? But some dialogue around, hey, you know, opening Vanilla Pass is probably not something that you're going to see us do, but we're working on a recreation master plan that could look at some solutions. Have you guys thought about that? And like, how are you viewing this? Right? But I'm taking too much time on this one little thing. So.
Well, I think it's actually not that little of a thing, because, so one of the things that emerged for me in this process was to make a distinction between land management and recreation management. Land management is different than recreation management. Recreation management is more about amenities, and it does flow into economic stuff and tourism a little bit. But I don't know exactly where that ends. And some of the things you're talking about right now are more squarely, potentially maybe, in economic development and tourism. And that whole spectrum is a little mushy, you know, like I don't know exactly where those things begin and end. And we did in this plan talk about some of the elements of places where pure outdoor recreation starts to overlap with tourism and economic development. And especially in a place like ours where our economy is very outdoor recreation based. But I don't know that it's perfectly clear, you know, what is in one circle and what is the Venn diagram, how much does it overlap, and, you know, what is what. And, you know, maybe that's something that does need a little bit more agreement, labeling, identification, something to help us figure out what's what and where, because that's why we called this outdoor recreation management, like recreation in the outdoors management. Like that's what this plan was explicitly trying to do. And it has some blurry edges, you know, but that's what we were really trying to make sure we were equipping ourselves to do as entities and as a community.
Yeah, and so I think the question I'm asking that kind of helps me clarify it is, do we have an amenities problem? Do we have a winter amenities problem outside of Georgetown?
That's a good question, yeah.
That's the question I'm asking. Is it something that this document is missing right now, that we have a problem with a lack of winter amenities around Georgetown? But I don't want to take any more time talking about that. And I'm not trying to be insistent. The more the conversation, Brian's smiling at me because he's like, yes, you are. You can talk about this for 15 minutes.
But it's helpful.
About skiing above Georgetown for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah. So anyway, let's stop talking about that. And I don't have like a list of questions. I'm just sort of interpreting and digesting this and trying
It's
to figure
okay.
out
And I didn't mean that insulting. I just was thinking about that. I was looking at the clock and thinking about it too. But we need to have the conversation because there aren't that many opportunities to have it.
What I think has been helpful is the focus on how to start making sure we make the most of the public engagement process that we're about to enter into and what we want to ask.
I have some thoughts about that, and they may be more ambitious than what you're thinking, but I think because of the way it's gone till now, but I'm saving those comments for a little bit.
Go ahead.
Are you through your list pretty well?
I told you I don't have one.
Huh?
I don't have one.
Okay. I was going to go to Sean next. What thoughts do you have? I'm imagining they're pretty brief.
I read the presentation, the report rather. I think it's excellent. And in the interest of getting back in time, I'll follow up with you guys individually if I think it's something
I
already heard.
I will do the same. I'm going to take a little bit of time right now to go over some stuff though, because I think it is important. The first thing I would like to say is the slideshow that you had was not in our packet, was it?
True.
Okay. I think we at a previous ROMP presentation, I had specifically asked that from now on, if we could not bring slideshows to the room that we haven't seen.
That was the goal.
So since it's the same subject matter and the same process, I would like to emphasize that any further engagement that we have, please make sure we have stuff in our packet so we can read it in advance.
That was definitely our goal. I apologize.
Now I would like to
not get that
focus
done
on
on
the
time.
positive here for a little bit before I just tear everything to pieces, which I won't do. I am very glad that you're looking at the community engagement process. And that's a real important, it's the most important piece. And I would say also a BOCC engagement process between these two drafts. So the final draft is something that is, that doesn't create problems down the road. And also that doesn't create a problem when it comes time for adoption. And so that's, just for, accepting it and our reaction to it. And up until this time, other than these reports and these meetings, we've been asked to stay out of rooms and stuff like that and don't go somewhere where we might influence the process. And I know because I've heard that. And so we've tried to kind of do that. And I think moving, don't be in those rooms, don't be in those meetings, don't do that so that your voice won't be heard. And it concerns me a little bit, but I think I'm really glad to know that we're doing that robust process. I really like the focus on conservation and environmental health as a guiding, a North Star for this thing. And I appreciate that a lot. The inertia that's been created by the way we've done public outreach and engagement until this time, or the inertia that's taken place in the development of the plan at the level of public outreach that we've had is, I think, something that could be considered somewhat problematic. We've gotten this far. And when I asked, I know we did the survey, and we had a few people that were from the public in general that ended up at a couple of meetings, but generally it was a select group of people that worked on this. And when we talk about outreach, we talk about going back to the same people. I know when the rec sports shooting plan was developed, which was more similar, it was kind of what NOCO grew out of, the rec sports shooting process. There were a couple of 3 public engagement meetings around the county. And where people, so that this was socialized, this draft plan or that plan was socialized broadly. Forest Service was there and everyone was there to say, here's the plan. What do you think of this plan? What elements does the public see? I think we need something more robust than another online survey or going back to the people that responded before. And I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know what our capacity is to make it happen. But I think it's going to be really important that we have the opportunity for people to respond now to the inertia that's reflected in this draft final recreation and outdoor management plan. Because we've gotten to a draft final plan, and I think we need to be very intentional in how we make sure that as many people as possible see that plan, because the core elements, the core guidance has come from the city of Idaho Springs, the town of Georgetown, the town of Empire, the town of Silverthorne, Clear Creek County, the Metro District, the Rec District, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Denver Mountain Parks, the Landmark Historic District for Georgetown, Silver Plume, and the U.S. Forest Service. And I mentioned in one of my concerns was those people who live the closest to the impacts and see them the most are the ones that I think we need to try to engage with by socializing and having at least a couple of, at a bare minimum, one that's well socialized at a central location, and maybe a couple of opportunities for people to come meet, see the plan, and you can see them face to face and have a meeting with them in the room, in other words, a public outreach meeting, a public meeting where the public can come and tell us as effectively as possible what they really think, as opposed to checking boxes on a survey.
Like an open house.
Yeah, we need to have an open house with this thing. And it has to happen in between so that you can feel the public tell us what they think about some of the implications here. And the reason I'll bring it up is I'll go to one place that I brought up in the past, and it was, and so I'm gonna go ahead, and I've spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we talk about, go ahead.
Just really quick before you lose the thread. I love the idea of an open house. If we can fit it into our capacity. You also mentioned more BOCC engagement. I know this board has like one meet, like the next meeting is a month away.
I know.
And it's
The
not gonna have
finals
this on the
December,
agenda.
January, I think, right? That's your intent?
We're planning to publish in December is the plan, but we have September and October as option, or October as an option to return to the BOCC or November. I mean,
October is not an option because we only have one meeting in October.
Well,
it's an option. It just might be another long meeting.
I don't think a special long meeting for the BOCC sitting together is really necessary. I think having it on the agenda at a meeting somewhere before the final comes out. And I believe I saw that the final is December, January, somewhere in there. Is that correct? What you're trying to do? So somewhere between now and then, having at least one open meeting. But what I mean is, for example, at an open house, I consider myself a citizen who would like to be at that open house. So maybe we need to notice an open house if we have one, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And Sean just brought up, he's happy to send you his input on this offline. I just want to, I think it's, other than in these meetings, we haven't had a lot of input to you. And I want to have a little more freedom and feel the ability to respond offline with you outside this meeting and send you something in writing like Sean's talking about. I just want to feel unleashed to have a little more robust engagement and input into this. And I think our citizenry needs to also.
And it's just real quick along those lines, and it's not just you guys, but I could tell you put a lot of effort into the presentation, and I was also a little bit bent that I didn't see it until it was being read to me in real time. I would rather use the reading slides to me in real time to go over policy and discussions.
Right.
And then have that done. I can do that on my own time.
Right.
And not have the public have to suffer through too.
I agree with that. It makes those presentations easier to go through. But in any case, what I do want to do is go to, the 800-pound gorilla that's come up a few times, which is the OHV thing. I think the issues that we do have and the challenges trying to figure out what to do with the OHVs are a good example of the approach areas you talk about, the areas of town, certain county roads where people are using to get to places illegally, illegal parking and stuff. And so in some cases, though, maybe they could be a sign where some parking needs to be made more clear. In some cases, they could be enforcement and telling people they can't do it. I think they're an example of something to think about really hard when we talk about conservation, because of the actual change in the nature of the sport itself, how it's being sold and marketed, and how technologically it's being equipped. It's turning into a whole different game than it used to be, and I know that from living on top of it. I think it's been in the past, in a couple of cases, it's been a case of example of poor public engagement. I know that when we created an OSB task force to try to find a way to manage the problem previously, when it was socialized that task force was being created, the task force was virtually completely populated by people who were OHV enthusiasts. that were there to find ways to make it better and find more opportunities to expand it. And it had a predictable outcome. And so, and then also we had public processes through the county and the town of Empire in which there was really little and poor public outreach to the public itself, or even the residents in the areas where they were looking at making changes, like the legalization up North Empire Road. No one up North Empire Road knew that was going on until it was already passed by the Board of County Commissioners. I live in Empire, and I didn't know they were going to legalize OHVs in town until they just suddenly legalized OHVs in town. They've started to rescind that and get rid of it. And what they've had is a small vocal minority that has said, but I still need my OHV to go to the post office. And their OHV is parked right next to their car. And so it's pretty hard to turn around that inertia I was talking about sometimes. So what's important is that, and then I have some concern over this call, and I voiced it at the last update, about a recommendation that I've seen for a while now about creating an OHV master plan. And we have a number of challenges in the county, whether they're shooting, whether there are a number of things that we've never created a county effort to create a master plan for them. And yet we've singled that out to create an OHV master plan. And my grave concern is that every time we've gone to work on this topic in the past, the room has ended up populated by people, and you hear their voices, and it creates a call for building more amenities, organizing parking, expanding, and somebody wants a parking project. And they tend to turn out just like the shooting project did when we hired the first consultant and asked them to design a shooting range for us. And those consultants came back and designed a 100+ lane shooting range so we could capture the entire Denver market for shooting in the mountains. What I want to know is that if we embark on an OHV master plan, it has to be public outreach with open houses where people can come in and see this thing developing and understand what it is that's being adopted as an OHV master plan for the county, because those people that live along those roads have to be heard. My experience, and some of you saw this because I sent an email recently that went to the Empire Police Chief, I think the other commissioners, and Brian. I didn't send it to you guys. Went to Brian, Peter, I think. It went to the Empire Police Chief, and it went to Under Sheriff Stein, and it went to several residents. We had a case, another case, repeated, it happens frequently, about four large razors that came down North Empire Road at 45 miles an hour. And they made it from about a third to a half a mile up North Empire Road, down to the stop sign, onto US 40, drove them all the way to Lawson, and got on their trailers. And I had somebody call me, was on the phone with me immediately, and I saw them from a block away fly by on North Empire Road. I got in my car and I followed them down to Lawson, and they already had 3 of them loaded. I looked at the timestamps on my camera and the timestamps on the security videos that showed them going down North Empire Road, and they made it. They did it in 6 minutes, and it's 3.1 miles through a stop sign in rush hour traffic. And then driving, I observed them doing at least 70 miles an hour down the frontage road. That's not an uncommon occurrence. And the reason is because we've created an accommodation in the town of Empire that's drawn a magnet. There's similar problems up in St. Mary's. And I know this is going on for a long time. What's important to me is for me to have any interest in doing an OHV master plan, I have to know that it's being done with an eye towards the real problem that exists today. I watched OHVs driving on Highway 103 Mestahate Pass on Saturday. I watched 4 of them just heading up 103. And I was kind of shocked. And a Forest Service person told me they'd radioed them in. They don't know if they came from Idaho Springs, and they were 10 miles up the road. We have zero enforcement. I don't know of anybody that's ever written a ticket for this stuff. I see no one getting busted for it. So there's 2 things here. One is that we've singled that out to make an effort at it, and we've had similar results each time someone's looked at it, which is a population of the room and a call for more amenities, a call to expand it. And so I want to know that if we do it in a responsible manner that acknowledges the problems that are going on out there that people are experiencing by their houses. The reason it's lit me up so much is I live a block off of North Empire Road. I've had people banging on my door, begging me to do something about it. And when I say, call the sheriff, call the mayor, call the police chief. They say, we've given up. We don't call him. We won't call the county. We're asking you to do something about it. And I said, the problem is when I go talk to you about it, you only hear from me. I begged them to go talk to other people and they say, we can't get results. That's why I sent it to you. That's why I asked those other people to weigh in and say, will someone please confirm that these conditions exist? And this is the real story around trying to expand this use here. So a lot of people think because I've become this passionate about it, that I'm trying to outlaw it or something. I'm not. What I am saying is we have a problem going on in this county with this particular use, this close to Denver. We know for a fact that COVCO, the Colorado Off-Highway Vehicle Coalition, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife have historically targeted this county because they know Jeffco, Larimer, and Boulder have all said no. We're not interested in expansion of this use in our county. Gilpin tried it and then immediately was sorry they did it and started trying to shut it down. And so they recognize that the only place close to Denver as an outlet for the activity is Clear Creek County on this side of the divide that's near the Denver area. And that's what they're trying. That's what they would like to do. If historically told us they would like to do. I think they've actually changed their mind at CPW and US Forest Service on some of that as they've seen some of this come around. But so all I'm saying is we have plenty of reason to understand that building parking lots and legalizing any county roads in this county is going to have a predictable consequence. And if we hold a process, we need to make sure it's a very open process that gets all the voices in the room to talk to us about their experiences and not just the people that so to support it, I've got to know that we're going to have that robust an effort.
We wouldn't do it any other way.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want you to hear that voice because I've got people on my ass about it.
Yeah.
And we're into the STR time, and I did see online people who I know joined our meeting just to talk about or to hear about STRs.
Something that I get it. I listened to a lot of minutes about another subject matter here and various things that were said, and I'm trying to give voice to something that I think is important.
Yeah, and I didn't bring up the OHV thing because we debated it for a half hour the last time we did this, and we decided we would be okay with it being in the plan. But I share your concerns, and I mean, it's not going to be through this document, but I think it's incumbent on us to establish a position of Clear Creek County, which is that my position on OHVs is I think the benefits are kind of a myth, and I think the impacts are more acute than any other use type, and it's about limiting it and controlling it. And that said, what I think would be helpful when I read this document, I read the conservation and sustainability principles for evaluating potential new amenities. It's an excellent document. If we stick to this, I think we can do fine. The thing you might consider adding is to the principles is who, with some conversation. That's the 5 W questions. It's missing who. Who are we trying to serve? Whose quality of life are we focused on here? I think could be helpful. Mm-hmm. And who are we including in our processes? I think that could be really helpful. That's my sort of other comment. And then I do think, and I know Sean, we're over. I do think that to try to land the plane on, if we can fit it into our capacity to do an open house, I think that would be excellent.
Okay.
I really do. To do an open house, I think would be awesome. Randy makes a good point about that. As far as whether we need an additional BOCC meeting, I don't know. I don't know.
We thought it might be helpful to see some of the feedback that we received and just be able to report out on what the community engagement process resulted in before the document was complete.
I think it would be wise after an open house and all that stuff is done to have had one summary meeting like you're talking about, Amy. For us, it could be a half an hour to maybe an hour as a wrap up before the final gets created.
I just want to point out, we have one meeting in October. While we have 2 meetings in November, we're saving one of those for budget only. We're not putting anything else on it. So that means you have 1 meeting in October, you got 1 meeting in November. Unless we hold any kind of a special meeting. And we have 2 scheduled right now, the 5th and the 19th in December.
Okay, well, if we can do a session in December that can inform a January final or something like that, just so there's a way to do that, I think would be helpful.
The thing that just makes me hesitate is if we have a meeting for the BOCC before the final report, is the intent of that meeting for us to rewrite this report?
No, well, the
Like, what are
intent
we-
could be to influence it. There may be some nuance where we influence it based on a discussion we have around what came out of the open house, what your report to us is about what you heard from the open house and input you got from us. And then it's about a final that we're all really happy about at the end of the day, if there's any benefit to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could go either way. I mean, it would be like a draft two and an opportunity to just hear what the public had to say before the report is finalized.
I don't think we need another new draft. I think it's just an opportunity to talk about what you heard and give us a report and a PowerPoint that we see in advance. you know?
Yeah, I'd be hesitant to promise another draft, just especially depending on how the timing of all these things line
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
I think for me, it comes a little bit back to the question I posed earlier around, especially like the next up priorities. Is that something you want to come back and really, sign off on before it's final?
Can we, to try to land the plane and find a resolution in this conversation? Will you share the feedback that you receive with us as individuals? And if we feel like we want a meeting to discuss that feedback before they're implemented to the report, we have that option. Does that seem reasonable?
I think it's not hard to schedule a meeting with a PowerPoint and you haven't even revised the draft yet. I don't want you to go through the work of revising the draft until we just have the ability to have a discussion based on the experience of the public outreach.
I agree with that.
And I can't imagine that I won't ask for it later.
Well, then let's just plan on doing that.
Okay.
I think this is a very, very important document and a very important undertaking, and I appreciate all the abuse that you've taken from me mostly throughout this process. But it's only because I want it to be as good as it can be, and it matters to me a lot. I want you to know that. And I also think I think you take it to heart and you're working really hard on it. And I think it's going to be actually a really good outcome. I'm impressed with the document. And honestly, I am. And I appreciate where I have seen the movement in the document that reflects the feedback that you've gotten from us to date. And the areas I brought up are, I mean, it's water under the bridge. I remember saying at the time I was concerned about the level of public outreach we had coming in towards this than people that were in the room. But you also said that, well, we're going to be doing a more robust public outreach at the end once we get down close to it. That's the intellectual inertia problem that once you get vested in something, it's hard to turn it around and change it. I am reluctant to do that when people criticize my work and I'm at the 90, I'm on the 5-yard line or something, and they're criticizing the last 95 yards. I'm like, you don't want to change what you've done and go back very far on what you've got. But I think we should make the best of this opportunity to have the most robust public outreach possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think an open house is something that we can do. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
I need to
run where you didn't before.
So also, we moved the building code. Fred Rodenhagen cannot make the new time for the building code. So I need to have a little conversation with Amy about that and what we're gonna do there.
Well, I'm glad I copied you on that.
Okay, so we're taking a quick break.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay. Back in session. Our next item is a follow-up discussion regarding short-term rental regulations. Fred Rolenhagen, I think he's with us.
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the change in meeting with you. I was starting to feel under the weather yesterday and got a pretty good sore throat going. I don't know what I have, so I figured I'd hold myself up in my office and stay away from people. So, okay, so we're at our 12:30 regarding follow-up on short-term rental regulations. I think you all have a copy of the memo. If you recall, at the last working session, the county commissioners identified a couple other items needing further review and kind of to follow up on some of those things before we move forward with any kind of action. So the purpose of this work session is to follow up on those things and talk about those items and then kind of a pathway forward. So there were a number of outstanding items. We had identified 6, and I went through went through those in my memo. So first one that I understand that we want to move forward with is an ordinance adoption or something similar to adopt short-term rental regulations by ordinance that would be in conformance with the new House Bill 23-1287 that would regulate vacation rental services like Airbnb and VRBO. This would help us add to the enforcement options that are available. I think, and it appears that would be helpful in further better regulating and enforcing on unpermitted short-term rentals, as well as those permitted short-term rentals that are not currently in conformance with regulations. I do want to stress that I don't think anything is a catch-all. I don't know if there's such a thing as 100% conformance. But this would be another method to help assure that short-term rentals in the county have a valid permit and are in conformance. Number 2, there are also some additional issues that staff would recommend making revisions to the regulations. Nevertheless, whether we adopt an ordinance or not, those things, as we said previously, include additional wildfire mitigation or perhaps prohibition or restriction on fire pits and facilities. Consider eliminating transferability of permits to help level the playing field for all properties in Clear Creek County, and to consider methods to update primary residency requirements. So we know that when when somebody is applying for a primary resident permit, they are actually a primary resident. There are a number of ways for property owners to fall through the cracks, and a number of loopholes that we've identified that allow somebody to apply for a primary resident permit and they may not be a primary resident. Let's see. Number 3, I think when we go through consideration of revisions, we can and should collect neighborhood data, general neighborhood data, to analyze what's going on with our short-term rental units. What are the sales like? What's the size of the homes that are being rented out, and the size of the homes that have permits? What are the number of bedrooms, average number of bedrooms? Where is their location, as we had discussed at the last working session? How many transfers are there? What is the property value in comparison with other homes? And I think collecting this data will make generally better informed decisions as we consider revisions to the regs. So the other things, we had talked about nexus studies that the town of Breckenridge and Summit County are currently embarking on. And I know that there was a general interest in approaching or doing such nexus studies here. we understand that the value the value that such analyses could provide. There is some concern with timing of doing this based on current workload and whether we're able to actually do this in coordination or in coordination with our ability to get revisions done and adopt an ordinance. Our current workload is pretty high. Doing nexus studies would require an expenditure of funds and things like that. So there's some concern about that. I also think that we can make revisions without having to do a nexus study. And a nexus study could be done separately to look at additional fees specifically related to housing or affordable housing or promoting affordable housing. The other thing, consider water use monitoring requirements. At this time, staff is not aware of evidence that shows that short-term rentals use more water than regular residential units. And so we're not sure if including water usage monitoring requirements would help. I did receive an email from Commissioner Marlin about some studies that have done in a couple Western Slope communities. I haven't looked at those yet. I'd be curious to see what those say and see if there's any relevance, if there's anything in those studies that warrant us looking at water monitoring requirements. If we do that, I mean, that would expand the program quite a bit, and it would require more staff time. We'd have to set up a program for water metering, have to set up a program to collect data from short-term rental permit holders on their water data during certain times of the year, collect it, analyze it, things like that. Go after those short-term rentals that are not providing data. That's going to take more staff time. And then the last one, consider higher application fees. At this time, we feel that the current application fees are covering our costs. Obviously, as we go through a potential regulation revision and look at additional regulations, staff will have to understand whether those additional regulations are going to increase staff time, and we'll have to we'll work with finance department to understand if we need to increase fees more than what we have right now. But if you recall, we increased our fees just last year from $250 to $500 per permit. So that's probably something that we can analyze depending on what type of regulations are going to be considered as we go through this process. Are there any, so that's what we're recommending on moving forward with. Basically the regs revisions in number 1, 2, and data collection in number 3. Number 6 might follow depending on where the regulations revisions lead us. Are there any questions at this time?
Maybe should we go through the items in this memo in order?
Sure, same order he just did.
Yeah.
Sean, you said you had some folks online too. Is that were tuned in for this? Or you knew that some people were?
No, I just happened to look and see who was
called
in.
All right. Sorry, George.
That's fine. I mean, item number 1, completely agree. Curious, Peter, can you clarify now whether we're going to be adopt this by ordinance, or whether your advice is, are we adopting this by ordinance or?
We'll adopt it by ordinance. Any changes to adopt the change language due to the statute that was recently passed will be adopted by ordinance.
Okay, and then just as a heads up to the board, this is so that we can also regulate the platforms. I know you know that. The heads up is that Airbnb emailed me and wanted a conversation, I think yesterday. I forwarded that email to Fred, suggested that they talk to him. I think I know what they have to say, which is that they want our ordinance to give them lead time to build our requirements into their platform. And so that's just as a heads up, that's something that they're gonna be talking about. I know CCAT has developed model language. I will support that model language. And the intent there is that they don't have to write different software for, 500 different regulations, or I guess 64 if you're talking county level, but so that's on that one, the information that I have to offer. Otherwise, I completely support it.
Yeah, and for the record, I already had a conversation with the representative from Airbnb just a couple hours ago. So, and clarified that we are nowhere near adopting an ordinance at this time. We're just the beginning stages of this process.
Do we have an idea? Do you have any idea about what kind of a workload this will place on staff? Would there be any?
Which piece?
We're on number 1.
No, you're probably, sorry.
That's about changing to an ordinance and adding regulations on the platforms.
I mean, that's one-time workload, right, Fred, as opposed to something that's ongoing. I think we would have less concern with that.
I'm asking about, would there be any ongoing additional workload? And I actually, let me say that I support this, by the way, but I was just curious, I wanted to be objective and think about that aspect of it, if it would create ongoing workload for staff.
I don't perceive that it would create any more workload than what we have right now.
Okay.
As a professional, I'm still a little unclear as to the process for enforcing regulations that are adopted in an ordinance versus zoning authority. I know a lot about zoning authority, but I don't know much about enforcing ordinances. But my guess is in terms of implementing the regulations, it would be relatively same workload.
Okay.
And I mean, my hope and what was discussed when we were talking about House Bill 1287 is that instead of having to send a bunch of letters and chase people around that are violating our rules, you just reach out to the platform, you say this person doesn't have a license or they're violating our rules in this way and we want you to delist them, and then the problem is solved. So you're not chasing people around. So my hope is that this would reduce staff time once it's implemented.
Okay.
I hope it does. My guess is we're from the staff level, we're going to want to make sure that the evidence is clear that there's a violation, and we'll need to make sure to collect and save that evidence, because I don't want a permit holder or somebody to come back on me and say, no, I'm in conformance, and then when in reality the complaint was a bogus complaint or something like that.
Right. Sean, do you have any thoughts about this one?
No.
Okay. Yourself, anything else?
Nope.
You said you suggested going through an order, George. Identified, the next one, number 2, is kind of a catch-all. It's got a few items in there. Is there any discussion we need to have about those?
I went and I compared Summit County's regulations to our regulations. I chose Summit County because they've been in the short-term rental regulation space for the longest in the state. I think their regulations are the most mature in the state. So I want to share some observations that I hope get added into this item. They, on septic systems, they require inspection of a septic system prior to permit issuance, and then pumping of that septic system every 3 years. I think we should consider whether we want to do that as well. I know that will add staff time. I also know that the permit fee can recover that cost. So that's something I'd like for us to look at. Their garbage management rules are more precisely defined than ours. And they require a garbage management plan to be submitted. It's a little unclear to me in our rules whether we require a garbage management plan to be submitted or not. But this is one of the things that I hear about from folks. And I think Summit County does a good job.
I had a quick comment about that. I'm philosophically not in general, not in favor of what I consider sometimes heavy-handed, one-size-fits-all solutions. And I think thou shalt pump your system once every 3 years fits into that category. Because if you have a short-term rental that is rarely used, or you have a septic system that makes no sense for, I think we're basically creating a lot of administrative burden, and we're basically shifting our energy and focus away from where I think we should be focused on, which is how do we address what I perceive to be a relatively small number of problem properties, rather than solving problems that may not exist in many places.
Okay. I don't have a strong opinion right now as to whether we need to require pumping every 3 years, but I would love for staff to take a look at that and offer thoughts. The garbage management, is something I do like. Their rules are just more precisely defined. They have a section requiring that information about winter driving conditions be shared with guests prior to arrival. I think that's a really good requirement. That's another one of the comments that we hear a lot, is that specifically in the St. Mary's area, that when it's snowy, people end up trying to drive up Fall River Road and find that there is a aspiring short-term rental guest who rented a car without winter tires that's sideways in the switchbacks up there. So I think that's a really good policy that I'd like for us to include in ours. They have in their guidelines, this is another thing, and Fred, I already sent Fred this list, but they have a document that they direct planning staff to create and then require the host to share with their guests, so that we don't have to, like, every time something comes up, we don't have to modify our ordinance. Planning staff can just change this good neighbor guidelines document. So I think that's really good policy as well. And I'd like to see our policy reflect an approach to that. They explicitly prohibit occupancy of a recreational vehicle on short-term rental properties. I reached out and I said, are you referring to motorhomes or snowmobiles, or what are you referring to?
Recreation.
The answer is both. Right. And both of those are issues.
You can't occupy a snowmobile?
Well, that's why I was a little confused by the language in Summits, but I think it's nice to take a look at both of those things. So that these short-term rentals aren't magnets for people. What we know is that they're going to be on a county road, and you can't drive an ATV on a county road. And so maybe we don't want to create a magnet for people to break the law when we know we don't have the law enforcement to enforce it. Also, the idea of like just going ahead and saying, hey, you can't like bring an RV as a way to add capacity to the short-term rental makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, for the homeowner to park one out in the garage.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then last, they talk about, and I think our rules might cover this, might not, but I just included this in the list of Fred's. They talk about not allowing beds to be located in rooms that were not designed as bedrooms. And I think we cover that, but anyway, that's the list of sort of other operational issues that I've heard about and seen good solutions to in Summit County's regulations.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not designed to be used as a bedroom legally, they're not supposed to be used as a bedroom already anyway. I mean, that's the reason we have egress requirements on bedrooms. And if it looks like a bedroom and smells like a bedroom, building inspectors usually require egress windows. That's the way it works. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but communicating that's important, because it's a bigger problem when you have people trying to squeeze excess capacity into something like a short-term rental, even temporarily.
So those are just on item number 2. Those are some things I'd like to see reflected in our ordinance when you bring it. And then, I mean, if you guys agree on all of them, awesome. If you disagree, we can debate that when the ordinance is up.
Well, Sean brought up a minute ago the one about the pumping of the units as an example, pumping of the, that's one right off the bat. But, I mean, I think before I made that a regulation, I'd want to have a feeling from environmental health or somebody, whether we really have a problem. Analysis on that to, you know, if we don't have a correlation between failing systems, as an example, and short-term rentals, then it's pretty hard to create a special requirement for that house versus a different house, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, I think the logic here is that, you know what, I'm gonna save it. I would love to hear what staff and public environmental health think about that, and.
That's all I'm asking.
If you, based on Sean's comments, if you all don't think that's a good idea, I'm not gonna insist on it in this round. But that's the list of things I hoped would be added to item number 2.
Sean?
That's fine.
Okay. Item number 3, during regulation consideration, collect neighborhood data to analyze STR units. This is basically data collection to help us make better informed decisions. So we understand the size of units and number of bedrooms and just some general information, collecting of that data. Who wants to say what about that?
I have a quick related comment to this one. We had some conversation earlier today at public comment, and it's apparent to me, and I've been, somewhat monitoring some social media discussions around this while not participating in them. And it's clear that the public feels they deserve to have more information. And what I mean, one example of that is my neighbor, a bunch of people just started showing up with, out-of-state plates or whatever. I think they're doing an STR. It's advertised. Does it have a permit or not? Yes or no?
Right.
And then they ask one of us, they call the county. I don't know, Peter, I'm looking at you now. I don't know that there's any privacy issues. Like if you're holding your home out to be rented and advertising it on Airbnb or VRBO, it would seem to me like whatever publicly available information, we should make it easy for neighbors to find. And I would probably even add in these other things, because not that I want to create a tattletale culture, but if we have it permitted at 4 bedrooms or 4 adults and they see 9 cars there, I mean, that's a reason to make a complaint. And I also like the idea of making it easy for homeowners to lodge legitimate complaints and a process for us to follow up on them. And then furthermore, a process to take corrective action, because I do think that this is an industry that we're not going to be banning anytime soon. And I think it's one of those ones where we have a number of bad apples. I hope it's a few that are casting shade on everyone who has a short-term rental, whether they live there or not, or they're from Lakewood or Texas or what have you. And I really want us to focus on a robust effort to make it easier for people to have access to the information and focus on transparency, and then also really focus on enforcement to correct these quality of life issues that we know are happening.
Yeah, and that is doable. And when we put together an ordinance, I think we can enhance the process. Once we do it by licensing, I think that's going to allow us some more leeway in terms of enforcement mechanisms.
Oh, definitely.
I would also remind you of the heat map that GIS put together that was provided to you during the last discussion of this about a month ago. So that includes every single address of every single STR that's permitted in the county right now with their names in that heat map, and that can be easily made available where someone can go and figure out, does this address have a STR permit or not?
Yeah.
That data's already been compiled by staff.
Yeah, we should make it available, in my opinion. Easily.
In addition to that, we have made all short-term rental permits available through our eTrackit portal, which is the internet portal into our Trackit system. And you don't even have to start an account to get in there. You can go in there and find if a particular property has a permit or not. And that'll be the same under the we'll do something similar under the new GovBuilt permitting system.
That's the first I've heard of that. I think, that it might be nice to have some kind of a guidance document, like here's, when people go to that website. And just to respond to this conversation about collecting evidence, I mean, the past way was that you had to go prove in court that somebody was actually operating. And because we value due process, rightfully so, in this country, in the courts, you can't take an ad and then say, this is proof. It's just not adequate evidence in court, but it is adequate evidence for us to go and say, hey, Airbnb, we see this ad. We need you to remove it.
Yeah.
So we have a much more efficient enforcement mechanism in front of us today, thanks to the legislature. Is number 3, Fred, I think number 3 is also a response to this conversation around trying to figure out how to treat different neighborhoods differently.
Bless you.
Yeah, that's partly the case. That partly is to collect data to understand if there is any information that helps us understand the difference between neighborhoods and whether one neighborhood is more in demand than the other, or what's going on. Part of it is that. The other part is understanding, perhaps on a general scale, what's the market for what's happening with our short-term rentals currently. One of the underlying questions was, are they actually taking affordable housing out of affordable housing and making them short-term rentals? And so one of the questions that we as staff has is, well, what kind of houses are being rented out? Are they really homes that would be considered affordable housing, or are they mini mansions? What are they? What's going on? And try to get an idea of what the makeup of these rentals are.
I think that information could really inform a decision around treating different neighborhoods differently. I think when we decide to do that, we might decide that we need professional help. I don't know if the answer to that is yes. My stance right now on whether we should treat different neighborhoods differently is that we shouldn't try to do that in this ordinance. And my reason is because Summit County did that. They're being sued for that. And we should see the outcome of that court case before we try to do it.
They did the within X miles of the ski area and that whole thing.
Yeah, they created different zones. They said, here's a zone that is appropriate for short-term rentals, so the cap can be this, and this zone it's not, so the cap can be that. It's an interesting concept. I'm open to it, like policy-wise, but I think the courts might end up saying something like, yeah, you can do that, and here's the criteria you need to use. If we run off and do some study now, does it hit that criteria or not? We're making kind of a risk. So I think we should wait to have that conversation.
Are you talking about
treating different neighborhoods differently?
Just the general concept of leveraging other people's investments and not leading from the front is a good one.
Yeah.
Right. Right. And the example we would look at was, it's been brought up that should we treat St. Mary's differently than everyone else?
Right.
That's and I think the thought was by allowing more for some reason, and for the reason stated and requested, and then that gives everyone else the opportunity to say, but what about us?
Yeah. And there are some compelling reasons to be thoughtful about that. I have mixed feelings about whether that's a good idea or not. I don't think it's a debate we need to have today. I don't think it's a debate we should have until we have a better understanding of what's legal and what's not.
Like, by the way you just said.
So that's all from me on number 3. So, I guess, sorry, to try to put a pin on that, I would encourage data collection and analysis to be focused on what are the problems we need to solve with this ordinance, and not like, how can we treat different neighborhoods differently?
Okay. That's kind of a good nexus into number 4 too. What we were talking about was determining.
Yeah, and I think items number 4 and 6 deserve to be completed. You would do the nexus study to understand STR impacts on housing, on road and bridge, on the broader set of county functions beyond permit processing and enforcement of short-term rentals, so that you can get the application fee right. what we saw, that was Breckenridge did a Nexus study that justified a much higher application fee and is reimbursing costs in other departments. Therefore, that's the process I would like us to go through. I think after putting a lot of thought into this, I think I would rather us prioritize on getting this ordinance through that implements House Bill 1287, updates our sort of operational rules for short-term rentals, and tackles these other items and get that ordinance passed, and then proceed to embarking on a Nexus study to determine if the fee is right.
I think number 4 doesn't really tie into the ordinance anyway. It's sort of like a project.
It would if we were trying to, in this ordinance, also increase the fee, I think.
Also what?
Increase the fee. And that's where this Nexus study was brought up, was because to increase the fee, you need to really study what your impacts with all of your public services are.
Well, number 6 is a little different. It's talking about the program. To me, it's making sure that the program is covering the cost, that the fee is covering the cost of the program. That's a little different than looking at the impacts, a Nexus study to determine what the impacts of short-term rentals are on housing stock and the local workforce.
So Breckenridge has a housing program. The logic that Breckenridge used was short-term rentals reduce access to workforce housing. We have to spend public money to have a housing program to make up for that. And so we're going to charge a higher fee to make up for that. That's the link.
Mm-hmm.
And I want us to pursue that link. I think it's a next step after we pass this ordinance, in my mind.
Right. I think, though, that that number 6 specifically speaks to, and I'm not saying that isn't a legitimate additional factor if you're able to determine that. The fee increase that's discussed here is, as I'm reading the whole paragraph in number 6, seems to be about staff time administrating the short-term rental program and all the different things they have to do. Is that correct, Fred?
Yeah, that's my understanding when I put this together. Yes, number 6 is looking at our direct staff time, planning staff time for administrating this program.
So if there's additional fees that need to be levied for that purpose, I wouldn't want that held up while we waited for the right time for a Nexus study to talk about those other factors. That's what I'm thinking. I would like us to certainly keep up with cost of administrating the program at a bare minimum.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So what you're asking
I'm not negating what you're saying.
And we believe we are right now.
You believe you're good now?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, then
it's a non-issue then at this moment.
So then at this point, I'm happy with the recommendation that we not consider raising application fees in this ordinance. And number 4, that we also, that I agree with staff that we don't look at that Nexus study right now. As a heads up, I will be looking to direct staff to embark on that Nexus study as soon as we have this ordinance passed. Summit County has a scope of work already defined and somebody already doing the work for them. When we choose to do it, I think we can take that scope of work and put it out there. I think they spent around $10,000. I don't view this as a super high level project.
Pagosa Springs is an RPO right now.
What?
Pagosa Springs?
Yeah.
They have an RPO on the street right now.
Yeah. So that's my take on number 4 and number 6.
Okay, and number 5 then, the water monitoring. I see that we have a recommendation against use monitoring requirements because we don't see evidence to show. And the logic seems to be that since they're occupied on fewer nights, they're using less water anyway, or not more. Any thoughts?
I shared with staff, and I've encouraged staff to reach out to Summit County to talk about this. Summit County did a deep dive on this. They identified a number of municipal utilities that because they serve water at specific addresses, they have the information to compare short-term rentals to the rest of the customers. What the 2 studies Summit County looked at both found was that indeed short-term rentals use more water. And I understand the logic that maybe they're not occupied every single day. I also know how I treat a shower when I'm in a hotel. That's much different than how I treat a shower when I'm in my home. What I mean by that is how long I use it. And
I don't think I do that.
So, I mean, I think that's something that the reason I brought this up is because I also hear of a lot of people saying, hey, my wells are going dry. And there's a lot of different factors that could cause that, including just wells need to be maintained. And residential non-STR development and how much groundwater there is because of climate change, et cetera. So, I mean, it's a deep dive, but at some point, we're probably going to need to have a better understanding of whether short-term rentals are causing their neighbors' wells to dry up and whether we need to have a program in place to make sure they're not using more water than they are permitted to use by the state. Part of the problem with that, of course, is that that's the state's job, not our job, to regulate water use. And that's part of the reason I'm not going to continue to insist that we add water use monitoring requirements at this time. Summit County chose not to, for what it's worth, and they had a long conversation about this one.
They chose not to do it.
They chose not to do it.
So same as our staff recommendation.
So.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Fred, did you hear what you needed to hear?
Yes, I did.
The only other thing on my mind is what's the public outreach plan for this? Have you developed one or are you?
Not specifically. I was planning on doing the same thing that we did when we adopted the previous regulations. I would like to focus public outreach with a series or maybe a few working sessions with the Planning Commission. I think the Planning Commission is an important body to include in this consideration. Actually, they have to be part of any kind of zoning regulation revision. I do not believe the Planning Commission needs to be engaged in adoption of an ordinance, but I would like us to do that because I think the Planning Commission is your planning board, and the reason you have a Planning Commission is to give you recommendations on land use matters. And I think they can doing a series of working sessions and then holding a public hearing for the Planning Commission to give you a recommendation can adequately vet public comment and it'll allow us to compile public comment and make sure that we understand as best as we can the concerns that are coming from the public, and kind of wrap that all up into a recommendation from the Planning Commission. Also, my plan would be to continue discussion on the Clear Creek Forum to allow people to provide comments when they would like to, so they don't have to attend meetings at a particular time or date. With any kind of public hearing, we would notify all short-term rental permit holders. That's not hard to do. We notify referral agencies. We notify all homeowners associations of what's going on and give them the opportunity to tell us what they want us to hear.
Okay, I know we have a new asset on our team here, which is our PIO. She probably can help augment that plan. I'd love to see a survey. I'd love to see an open house on this. I'm just taking pages from previous sessions today. I have mixed feelings on whether the Planning Commission needs to look at this. As I understand this change in rules, what we're talking about is changing some of the guidelines based on lessons learned and observations from other communities, and implementing House Bill 1287. If that's what we're doing in this update, I don't know that we need the Planning Commission to go through a multi-meeting process.
Well, they're advisory to you, and they rarely meet. Rarely, so it'd be an opportunity to bring them together and have them meet.
I don't really care one way or the other. I just, if it's not necessary, if there's really no purpose to be solved, I don't need to I don't think we need to have them meet for this purpose as an excuse to finally get together, but.
Well, but Fred's right. I mean, they are your, I mean, recognizing this is not a technically a land use decision, right? They are your recommending body or advisory body when it comes to that. But you're right, they don't need, there's not a requirement that we go there, but.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Peter, what do you think?
I am not certain of that opinion. I believe they may, if it relates to the use of land and how we determine it, it may have to go to the planning commission.
So is it your gut reaction that it's changed to a short-term rental, revisions to a short-term rental ordinance require planning commission input?
I'm saying it may. That's what we did last time, but that, I'd rather confirm that before I say automatically, but that's why we did it last time. And that's why it went to the planning commission for suggestions. And then they do meet monthly. So it's not as though we couldn't have them review, but
Okay.
let me make sure that we can, because if we are going to bring an ordinance, we may handle it differently.
Can we issue a staff direction to determine whether, in your opinion, it's advisable? And if so, then move forward with getting it on the planning commission agenda. And if not, move forward with getting with Fred and getting the revisions written.
Definitely. Either
You know,
way,
hit the-
I
yes,
take
no,
that
and then
direction.
take the right path.
Yeah, I'll be working with Fred on this regardless, so we'll make sure.
And obviously, if we have a legal requirement to do it, then I agree, we should do it.
Yeah.
Sean, I'm curious, like, outside of what our legal requirements are, does changing the sort of rules of operation of short-term rentals and implementing House Bill 1287, but to also regulate the platforms, do you feel like you need advice from the planning commission on that?
No.
I don't really either. I don't think that it's not, I mean, if we're not discussing the cap, we already asked their opinion on, are there impacts that we need to manage? Their opinion was yes. And I hear concern for staff time throughout this memo. And I heard one of the things I'm reacting to is I heard that the passage of this ordinance is a long way off.
That's gonna be one of my questions.
Well, yeah. And
That is one
if
of
we
my
can
questions.
hasten that date, I would be.
What's the expectation of
340?
when this is coming back?
You said?
I mean,
And I asked that for a couple of reasons. A, for staff, right? For the amount of time it's gonna take them to work on it. But there are several things within here that have budgetary impacts, right? And I'm assuming we're not bringing this back before you adopt a budget in this. I think we're probably not bringing this ordinance back before we adopt a budget in December.
That's correct.
So it won't be built into the budget yet. It just means we just need to be mindful of that as we move forward, right? So,
we can always make supplemental
yes, we can.
appropriations. What's reasonable in terms of expectations? I mean, what I would love to see is this proceed, as quickly as possible, because
So the earliest that we could bring it would be the second meeting in November at this point, which I'm not sure when that second meeting in November is. I just know the first meeting is all budget and it is strictly budget, so we can't bring it then. We will not have it ready or determined by October 17th for that meeting. And understand that an ordinance needs 2 readings.
Yeah.
So, but I will shoot for, Fred, do you think it's reasonable to shoot for the end of November? Or the last meeting in November?
No, the short answer is no.
Okay.
Not with my schedule right now. I don't have, so I lost a planner. So I lost our short-term rental planner. And I am gearing up to get renewal notifications out before the end of the month. I don't even know if that's going to happen. Get it so permit holders can renew their permits for 2024. I also am thinking about my current workload. I don't know. I'm expecting a 1041 permit application to come in from CDOT. And if that comes in, that follows a very strict timeline. I have to stay on top of that timeline. Now, we should have gotten that application or I was expecting to get that application by now, and I haven't gotten it. So I have no idea what CDOT's timeline is, but you know, if we're supposed to hold an open house and do surveys and everything like that, I need to put that together, and I don't know how I can do that and public notice, put together an ordinance by the end of November.
I agree with that.
That's why I asked what's reasonable to expect. I think all of these are arguments to avoid the planning commission if we can.
Like I said, if I can't determine that there's a legal requirement to go there, I'm not going to suggest it. It would only be from a legal standpoint. Bring it to them last time, but.
My input is the same as Sean's was a minute ago. No, I don't need that help. And my advice is the same as it was, or my request for staff direction is the same as it was a little bit ago. Figure out if we need to do it and do it. If we don't, and bring us an ordinance.
Yeah.
So are you good with that staff direction?
When you can. If the maybe we can lean on some other assets that aren't in the planning department, Megan, to help develop a survey and distribute a survey. Do we think we need an open house? Am I just making this too complicated? Do we not need an open house?
No.
No.
I'd rather focus on creating more transparency on things like our website right now. And that's because everyone can go to the website. Historically, we've had not great participation in live events.
Yeah. Okay, then let's not do the open house, but I would love to see a survey get put out and distributed.
Okay, I can do that.
And that's it. Thank you.
Fred, let me know how I can help.
Yes, I will reach out to you. Thank you very much, Megan, and thank you, commissioners.
I'll help you, Fred.
And thanks for everything you're doing, Fred.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Back to, I'm off of my, let me go to this one. Sorry. Next items. And I just gone off, I accidentally closed that window. 1 second. Yeah, that was on the HTML I closed. I think the short-term rentals. Well, we're Clear Creek Advocates next, and then there was a building code item. Is Fred not going? What did you decide on building codes? Just so
We're gonna do it.
Okay, in order still then. Okay. Next, we have an update with the Clear Creek Advocates, and Don Jones is coming up to meet with us and a couple other folks, I think.
I can add a couple more chairs for Nate and Donna. No.
Long window shed a second ago.
We're just fine back.
Okay, have your PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the time. My name is Chris Gould. I'm the principal at Clear Creek Middle and High School, but I come to you today as the president of the board for the Clear Creek County Advocates, and here for a couple different reasons. Number one, there's been some significant change within the organization, and so we are reaching out to municipalities in the county, but also wanted to come in front of the county commissioners to talk about the change, but also just make sure that everybody's aware of the breadth and depth of the work that the Advocates does for not only the people in our county, but for all of the visitors that come. And so in support, I have two other board members here, Donna Klein and Chief Nate Busick. And we have, in addition to them on our board right now, we have Andrew Lorenz, Dan Wilson, Keegan Hansen, and Mackenzie Langelier. So whether you recognize all those names or not, so we've got pretty broad law enforcement around the county that's supportive, but we also have then school district, we have then some citizens who are part of that as well. And our big change other than change in the board is that we have hired a new executive director in Dawn and wanted to give her a chance to come in front of the county commissioners and let you see her face and hear her talk about the advocates. So I'm going to turn it over to her and let her go from here.
Hi,
Hi, thanks for being here.
I'm Dawn. Some of you guys know me, some of you don't. But so this is a great way for me to kind of get in front of you and say hi. I do have a little bit of a presentation. And I do have some handouts too, if you guys would like to see those. Okay. So the Clear Creek Advocates were started in 1989. We initially started as domestic violence only. Later on down the road, we added some sex assault victims, and we've eventually become pretty much all victims of all kinds of crimes. And anything that falls under the Victims' Rights Act, which is actually about 50 charges that fall under that. We are grant funded, and we have 2.5 employees and 10 volunteers. And then, as you can see, we're governed by a board of directors. We are the only victim services in Clear Creek. Where that's interesting is because in a lot of municipalities and a lot of police departments, sheriff's offices, they have law enforcement based advocates that are employed through that department. We are community based, which is nice because while we assist law enforcement, we do have the pleasure of our victims do have confidentiality, and we do have privilege. What that means is that if we go out on a call with law enforcement, anything that victim discloses to us, we're not bound by, we have that confidentiality to keep whatever they tell us a secret. We don't have to disclose it to law enforcement. And in a lot of situations, that's a huge component because we are mandatory reporters as far as child abuse and such, or an elder abuse. But for the most part, it gives us the ability to have a good rapport with our victims because some people want to come forward and some people don't. So that does help us out a lot. We've got the 2 offices. We're in the basement of the DA. And then we've also got an office at the health center, which has been hugely beneficial for us because we are able to, a lot of our clients, we have the ability to, we have a lot of the same shared clients with the people at the health center. And so it tends to be a pretty seamless handoff and kind of a safe transition for them.
Also more convenient to some of that clientele.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we respond 24/7. We respond on scene to most calls, domestic violence, sex assault, and then any VRA crime. And we average about 450 to 500 clients a year.
Does that mean you're responding to 450 to 500 calls per year?
So not necessarily. So if we have an avalanche, we could have 10 different people that we are dealing with. I had a call last week where it was a car accident call, and when I was done for the evening, I had dealt with 12 different people. The people that had found the car accident and then the family members of the person in the car accident. So that 450 to 500 is primary and secondary. Those are the people so we're not going to that many calls. We could potentially go to that many calls, but we do count all the people that we're dealing with on the calls as a contact. So we also respond to, we do go out with our coroners for death death notifications. Missing hikers, avalanches, a lot of structure fires, swift water calls, rafting accidents. And then we want to definitely educate the public on what victimization looks like and what services are there for them in those situations.
And if I can just interject here, you'll notice that some of these things are not criminally based. And that's what, as I understand it, victims advocates that are based in law enforcement, that is primarily to support victims of crimes. We are, I shouldn't say we, the organization is supporting a wide swath of people who are victims of a variety of things, not just crime.
Is it fair to say that it's a form of trauma response and triage?
Absolutely. And we've seen, so I've been involved through the pandemic. That was the start of the first year of the pandemic, and saw a lot of change over the course of the last 3 years, and exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
These are the different services, crisis intervention. We do, for victims of domestic violence, especially, we can put them in a safe house. There are situations where, and we are grant funded, and so we only have, we have restricted funds and unrestricted funds. So a lot of times there's only so much that we can do for someone who's going through a traumatic situation, and not necessarily a victim of a crime. But we do have a support group. We work on safety planning, transportation. We do have a 24-hour hotline that goes to my cell phone. And so there's always somebody there to answer the phone. But most people call into dispatch. We do get notified by dispatch, or we do have our own phone, our own office line that people call into as well. So, and then crime victims comp we will assist with that, and that is a service that's funding through the district attorney's office, that through the state, and we can assist people with filling out that paperwork for whether it be mental health or different services once they are in the process of their cases. So a couple other things that we do. So we've been responsible for Santa Shop, or involved in Santa Shop for the last several years. We give about 200 children over the years. It's kind of our way of giving back, which is to the less, I don't want to say less fortunate, but to families where they may not have the means to give their child the Christmas that they would like to give. So we've got different organizations that kind of step up at this time and help with that. Also, the peer support team, which is, it's kind of been talked about for several years, but we finally were able to establish it in 2021. The peer support team involves all local law enforcement, fire, EMS, the coroner's office, and advocates. We have an interesting dynamic up here because in the metro area, most peer support teams are they're either centered in law enforcement, they're centered in fire, EMS, what have you. Because of our rural area, we have the ability to have a multidiscipline team that everybody is part of. And there's been a lot of, I think it's been really good. There's been a lot of buy-in from all of our administrations, all of our command staffs. And there's a lot of, it's grown quite a bit in the last couple years. But where it's hugely helpful is because the peer support team is about helping each other. We can help the survivors of a trauma, but we also need attention as well. whether it be fire, EMS, law enforcement. And so that gives us the ability to really keep checking on each other and acknowledging what each person is kind of, what it looks like for them. So that's been a huge help. We did start a DV support group that meets a couple times a month. It's really starting to kind of get going, and it's a survivors group. So that's been hugely, it's becoming hugely more popular. And as far as our QR codes, I'm going to pass these out to you guys. So we've established some cards with QR numbers on, or a QR code on it. The card itself just looks pretty generic. The reason being is because if it's, these cards are held by public health, law enforcement, EMS, fire, the schools. The nice thing about this is it's kind of a mundane card. Once somebody clicks on the QR code, it leads them to our website. What's nice about it, if law enforcement or fire or EMS thinks that there's a concern or even the chat team, they go out on a call and they think there might be a safety concern and that there could be potential domestic violence. This doesn't give an offender any idea that somebody's giving them information. It's really their ability to kind of, and I don't want to say discreetly, but gives them an opportunity to find out about our service without someone who shouldn't know what they're doing have access to it. So. So we are grant funded. Our 4 grants currently are Division of Criminal Justice, DVP, which is Domestic Violence Program, DOLA or gaming, and then our local VAIL. Those are all restrictive funds. And so we are only, on the restricted funds, we can really only spend on sex assault and domestic violence. That's kind of the parameters they've set for that. We do get corporate contributions. We fundraise and we've got other unrestricted donations. Some of those are, we've gotten Team Evergreen, we've gotten El Pomar, and we've gotten Freeport. So those are unrestricted. They don't tell us how we can spend that money. One example of why those were nice, last year we had the truck that drove into the house in Idaho Springs. We were able to assist Idaho Springs and those residents with some with some services and some funding because of those unrestricted funds. As Chris alluded to, we are reaching out to the municipalities too about some funding. So, but the one thing that we would like to thank you guys for is that you guys have, the county has donated our office space for years, which has been hugely beneficial for our program. And we do appreciate that immensely. Our annual budget can fluctuate a lot, again, because we are grant funded. The victims, we're seeing a lot more victims. And a lot of the situations are lasting longer. And so we're in contact with those victims for a lot longer, and we're offering them services for a lot longer than we might have before. Obviously, the increased cost of services, safe house, putting them in a safe house, in a hotel, or food or transportation. I mean, obviously, those all have all gone up in cost. So, and then we did recently get some notification that some of the federal grants are they're going to decrease what they can give us in the next couple years. So we're always looking at that as well. 2022, we had 477 victims. Breaking it out, there was 147 domestic violence. The other categories, as far as deaths, avalanches, felony menacing, 166. The child abuse at 30 is both sex assault and physical assault. And the other is kind of all the other crimes, the assault, the stalkings, the adult sex assaults at 134. So for our total on-call hours at 6680, that does not include Monday through Thursday, 8 to 7, or I'm sorry, 7 to 3. That does not include during the week. That's all the on-call hours outside of those. And so our volunteers took 2615 and our staff took 4,065, which is 95 hours short of 2 full-time jobs. We do have the 500 clubs. So several years back, they created the 500 Club for the advocates who volunteer 500 hours of on-call time. And it looks like for this year, we're projected so we've already got 2 that are over 500 right now, and then we've got 3 more that are projected to hit the 500 as well. And the 500 Club is nice because it acknowledges and recognizes the volunteers that are stepping up and taking additional calls in the month. They do get a letter of recognition from the board at the end of the year, and then a little something to, kind of thank them and let them do something nice for themselves at the end of the year.
I'll throw out right here. We are always looking for more volunteers, but it's a hard job. It's a hard thing that those volunteers choose to do. Donna is our representative from the volunteers on the board. And so we really thank those volunteers. But if somebody who is looking to really give back in a significant way, while it's, again, a tough position to fill, we are always looking for volunteers.
I suspect we have a member of the 500 Club right here in this room.
Most likely.
Thank you.
And so they're just kind of
no life,
I mean, that's like 20 full days or something. Anyway.
So just the overview of the different community partnerships, the boards that we are on, the different organizations, the awareness. We kind of collaborate with the Mountain Youth Network, and we've gone to the school several times, and public health staff. The trainings that we've provided for law enforcement and for the community. The last 4 that are listed there, those were trainings that were put on by the peer support team, and they were available for all first responders to come to. And then again, our new programs and services, our QR codes, we're really kind of pushing that to people so that they are aware. The flex funds is something that is new to us. The state had some extra money after COVID, and so they distributed it out to different organizations, and it's to help the victims. I did say COVID. It is to help with the necessities with helping victims when they, that are in need. One example that I have of that is that we had one victim who we spoke with for over a year. And finally, this year, we were able to convince her to talk to law enforcement and make a report and leave her abusive relationship. These flex funds helped because we were able to help her get into an apartment of her own, help her with furniture, and help her with some legal fees and some mediation. Currently, we have our flex funds should last until June of 2024. And currently, we've been able to help our victims with a little over $35,000 worth of assistance. And without that's astronomical. We never would have been able to do that without that money from the state. But again, it may be a one-time thing. And so they've recommended taking, they want to be able to show how helpful that is for victims. So, and especially in this case, it was hugely exciting to see this woman was able to buy a bed for her son, and she sent a video with her son on his new bed. So.
That kind of stuff can matter a lot. I've got a friend that grew up sleeping on the couch and his back kills him every day.
Sounds like my life now.
And it is significant in that it allows, lawyer fees, transportation, helping get a car functioning so that you can leave the situation that you're in. Those flex funds have been huge.
Well, I just I've been aware that it's a great organization that's done a lot of great work and has had great volunteers and great leadership for a long time. And it's just such an elemental part of the community that I just want you to know that personally I appreciate it. And I'm sure the other commissioners can speak for themselves and add to it, but I just want to share that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate what you're doing. You've got my phone number with the former director. We talked at least a few times a year, just get an update, what's going on, how's your budget looking? The DOLA grant, we support the DOLA grant every year. Obviously, we're constrained both financially and possibly legally from contributing beyond that financially, but I think we understand that victims advocacy is very crucial and that you're meeting a statutory requirement of ours by being in existence. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's nice to get a chance to meet you finally.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining us today.
And I look forward to seeing every time an organization gets a new director, there's, new ideas, a fresh look on programs. And I just look forward to seeing how this organization evolves under your leadership.
Absolutely. I do have some stuff that I will leave for you guys, just so you guys can look it over. But thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
And thanks for the ongoing support.
Yes.
We appreciate that as well.
Thanks.
Here's a magnet. My email on it.
Okay.
Thank you guys for the word.
So
Yeah, I can take them.
if we could, I think time to bring Fred back up for,
Said he wasn't gone.
It's Wes. Fred cannot appear, he's in court right now
oh, okay.
on a zoning matter.
I don't see a Wes, so maybe we have to let him know that we're looking for him, or are we a little early or late?
Wes Fordick or Mark
What time
Steinbach?
what time was it revised to? Did we give him a revised time?
1:45, so.
Like originally 1:45, yeah. And we're at 2:05 now. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, my question was, did we give Fred / Wes a revised time? Or will we expect them to?
I believe Brian did.
And
We told him end of day, it would be the last one, so
Oh, okay. In which case, then we should,
maybe 2:30. I'm not exactly sure.
well, the next item would be then the consideration of approval of the contract for the jail medical provider services, but that's not due.
I'm not 100% sure that I'm speaking correctly.
Okay.
Brian told him exactly.
Why don't we just sit here and pretend we're on break until Brian gets back and we can find out what's going on?
I was going to say we can still do the medical provider services contract if you'd like.
Is there any reason?
Call that, because I can give you,
Is there any reason to do that on time?
no, none whatsoever.
is there
We have the undersheriff here. Yeah.
And how much time do we think we need for that?
5 minutes. It could have gone on consent, but I wanted the board to know the background in case the board had any questions.
Okay, well,
I've been a pain in the ass, and so like.
So it might take
that's
longer
not too
than 5
bad
minutes.
considering.
It wasn't just a laugh.
I mean, I'm happy to start at 2:15.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
if that's okay with you.
But yeah, but if Wes shows up, we can, that's gonna be a pretty fast one too.
The building code?
Yeah, I think so, unless you've got a lot to say about it. I don't.
I'll keep an eye out.
Some presents.
Yeah.
I don't agree with all the critiques on wood foundations, but I've got other critiques of my own that aren't in there too. So I'm not too bent out of shape about anything, and
On all
I'm in general support of the recommendation, so I don't want to burn a lot of time on it, you know. So I'll probably give it 1 to 2 minutes max for me, and I'm done.
Yeah. And
So,
then the second.
Can we be on break until 2:15 then?
Break till 2:15?
10 minutes, 9 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
These are the guys for the jail contract.
Good time, and I don't know.
So we're back in regular session. Our next item is the, hang on while I scroll down to it real quick here. The discussion, consideration of approval of the contract for jail medical provider services under Sheriff Stein, Captain Lucas.
Get you closer to the mic.
Do you think you need me to share?
No, this is a very short conversation. We'll just give an overview of what occurred, so.
So we currently are unhappy with our provider turnkey clinics in the jail. They've been absent, not present for our inmates. So we sent out for bid two different proposals, one for jail provider services and one for provider plus nursing services. We received 6 proposals from 5 different companies. For a combination of both service providers, for both different providers. We had a committee sit, review the proposals, and we decided to go with Dr. Paris, who was a former contracted employee with Correctional Health Partners. So he was up here for like 6 years. Under Correctional Health Partners, who he's no longer with. But we've got good experience with him. We know he's capable to do the job, and the price came in, I think it was $3,000 under budget.
Okay. You have a combination of cost savings and the jail's positive 6-year experience with him when he previously served as the jail's medical provider with Correctional Health Partners. In other words, you have experience with him and you liked his performance in the past.
Correct.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, I don't think, so I'm seeing that direct patient care about 2 times a month. So this contract isn't like our day-to-day jail medical needs are met by.
The day-to-day aspect is the on-call portion of that. But the actual in-house time is biweekly.
And the reason why we're talking about this is because it's over your $50,000 spending authority, Brian?
Correct. It's over my.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, it is. Yeah, barely.
Yes, commissioners. In fact, we revamped a lot of it. At one point, we went down to part-time nursing, and then we got back to our 2 full FTEs. We did, as explained by Captain Lucas, put it out for RFP bid so that we had everything from options of contracting the entire medical to also having things in-house. We were able to find some savings, have 2 full-time employees, provide registered nurses RN, which includes MAP and all kinds of other new enhancements that are going to be provided inside. So we were able to keep some full-time employees, manage our own in-house medical, and still be able to contract out now with this doctor's office. So it's not just one doctor. He's got backups if need be, but so we still have an entire package of providing medical in-house. So doing more with less.
And to make sure I heard you correctly, we budget for 2 FTEs and then both of those positions are filled.
Yes, sir.
It's great news. I know it was just a few months ago that both of those positions were vacant, right?
Yes. Yes.
Correct.
Katie Marquardt, out here.
Was this filled a month ago?
Yeah.
Yes. Lynn Simmons came over. She was with Summit, Grand. It's all part of Centura and so forth, but full-time RN and experience. So many years of experience.
Awesome. That answers all of my questions. Thank you. I think Brian decided to not put this on the consent agenda because he thought there might be some questions.
Yeah.
As far as the contract itself, it's pretty simple, but I just appreciate the update given the recent history.
Yeah, good job.
Cool. That was quick and easy. So do we need a motion here?
Yes, please.
Move we approve the contract for the jail medical provider services.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jail staff and Isaac in particular, we worked with him on this. And then Brian sat on the selection committee as well.
Saw that. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thanks. I figured that would be sliding down the table momentarily. I recognize it. There you go. Okay, next item, discussion regarding building codes updates for Clear Creek County. And we'll be, instead of Fred, we'll be talking to Wes Fortick. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
I'm playing the role of Fred Rosenhagen today.
The better looking Fred.
Don't tell me you said that.
Thank you, Peter.
What do you say?
Memos from Fred anyway, so I agree with almost everything he wrote in here, Fred. It's perfect. But I also agree with, but one of the things I did agree with was the outcomes, so it's all good.
Okay, yeah. Well, so the two items that were under discussion the last time we were going through the review of the resolution, one was the use of wood foundations. And I've done some research on both of these items, by the way, and also Randy came by my office the other day and we had a long discussion about the subject matter. Yeah, yeah. And then the other item was the wood shake shingles allowance, potential allowance of those. So the way it's stated in our resolution is that we do not allow wood foundations and that we just call out that all roofs must meet Class A fire rating. And so you quickly found a product that was out there that actually does meet Class A fire rating for a wood shake shingle, or actually a cedar wood shake shingle. And so I reached out to that company and I had a very long discussion with the salesman, which, you know, typical sales guy, you know, he was all about his product and he couldn't believe that we would maybe omit the product for use in our county. So anyway, that product, basically what it is, well, let's do the wood foundation first, okay? And the wood foundation, I found some information regarding the pros and cons of using wood foundations. And this particular website shows that it has an ease of installation, meaning that it's a little bit easier to work with than say concrete forms and doing concrete work and typical foundations that we see out there now. And then it's an advantage in a remote location where you can't get a concrete truck to. So there's an advantage there. And then the construction timing is it seems to be, you may differ from this, Randy, but the installation is quicker with the wood foundation than it is with the concrete. So it's flexible, it's easier to use. Making plumbing and electrical repairs are easier because you can bore through the wood much easier than you can with concrete. And they say that it's a green it's a green product, renewable. And then we'll get into the disadvantages are that you could potentially have damage from rot and insects, but we would require that it would be treated. And so I don't know if that may be debatable. The expense that says that wood foundations are more expensive than those with concrete, and I'm sure that's debatable as well.
That's,
Yeah.
I guess if you want to just take them one at a time, that one
I got one more, Randy.
Okay, go ahead.
Another negative is the toxicity of the materials that they use, the chemicals they use for treating. And I think that is the biggest one that we need to really take a look at is it even says that you've got to have gear, you got to have safety gear to even work with this stuff. So I can't imagine somebody living in a home with the toxicity of this product if you didn't do something to seal it off from the environment, the living environment. So I think that's the biggest one we need to really consider. Now, after talking with you, Randy, I think we should maybe consider it useful for certain projects, like maybe a greenhouse where when you don't inhabit the structure. I don't know if that's something we want to consider. Potentially for, a storage building or something like that, where you're not exposing, humans over a certain amount of time. And so that's what I want to leave out there. And I can change the language however it seems fit to allow for that consideration or not consider it at all. Since I've been working with the county since 2019, I have not had one wood foundation request.
I think, to me, it's almost a non-issue. For one thing, it's like Sean often says, or any of us say, are we a solution in search of a problem? And so you could argue that you can go either way on this thing and either allow them or not allow them because nobody's asking for them anyway, So that's, and you hit it right on the nose. A lot of those things are arguable, and it depends on the time of year and the conditions and everything. Is it easier or harder to install? That depends on where and when and all that kind of stuff. Is it more expensive? Same deal all over again. You can save money with them or you can spend money with them depending on what you're using, what you have to do, and what kind of earth loads. And it's also very common, regardless, even in homes that are not wood foundation homes, to have a bunch of that stuff in your building in different places because it's a place where earth does come within a certain distance of where the framing is. And so it's got to be, treated plates and stuff like that anyway. So it's really common to have it in the home, almost all homes anyway, in some spot or another. So all of those are arguable. The one that's well, it's kind of arguable too, because there are products made that are more eco-friendly for wood treatment. But the other side of it is the one that's not brought up here is that they also have a tendency, even when they're built as strong as you can make them with as tight a fit as possible. I have come to the conclusion that that's why God made concrete, because they, no matter, there's a lot of stuff that happens when wood shrinks. And if you look vertically, a building will shrink almost about an inch per floor over its first couple of years of life. And that's as the weight comes down on top of all those cuts, no matter how tight and how well you do them. And the wood shrinks and the plates shrink cross grain. And so about an inch per floor, the things drop. So if you turn that the other direction, and when it's level and it's sitting on a foundation, it's just you didn't realize that your whole place shrunk during construction. And most of that's hopefully done by the time you finished your drywall, so it doesn't crack the drywall when it happens. But when you put it into a lateral load situation where you've got concrete that has greater compression and tensile strength and is stronger to withstand a full 8-foot load, what I learned from doing one as well as it can be done, it's always remained completely dry. It's been a completely, it's worked excellently except for one thing, which is the house slowly leaned in the first couple of years of its life and the walls bowed. And it's because it's a less strong material that has to bend to come into compression. So you end up with some doors sticking and having to go back and solve warranty problems. So they do create issues. The only thing in here in your recommendation that I noticed jumping down to the bottom where you mentioned the greenhouses and stuff is if it's not a good thing to have around, if it's not a good thing to grow around, or to live around, which is arguable. You could also argue that you wouldn't want to grow your food.
With your food, yeah.
So that you could look at either one of those and, whether you disallowed them completely or allowed them for just say non-inhabited structures and, I don't really care.
Yeah. My recommendation, me personally, is that I would not recommend the use of them, but if
it's not a big deal to me.
Yeah.
I went home after our conversation, decided you probably reconsidered some things and so did I. And I just thought I wasn't not that interested. I'm not interested in doing another one. I'll say that.
I mean, just to caveat this, I really like to be a county that allows for creativity, so if you start removing products, then you might remove somebody's ability to be creative and do something different, so we do get a lot of creative requests for building permits, and it's really kind of makes my job really cool because I get to see, somebody, being outside the box and doing some creative things. So I just want to be careful that we don't, steer away from that creativity, but also we have to protect the safety of the public. So
what you could do is not have a blanket approval for it also, and have it also potentially legal for habitable construction at the building inspector's discretion, because if somebody comes back to you with an eco-friendly product, to be able to build legitimately in a place where they can't get a concrete truck, then you might consider differently that a portion of the house could be built that way.
Yeah.
If they could demonstrate that they can show you that they're doing a waterproofing product that's going to work and flashes over a footer or whatever they're using. And also they can show you that they have an eco-friendly treatment that's going to withstand rot.
Yep. And we do that in other areas too. You know, we allow for deviations from the code just because of, for instance, monolithic pours. We were all against monolithic pours, but there's new products out there that actually span insulation out there so that you don't have to go to 36-inch frost depth. And so they do accommodate, and we receive that very well if they have the product to accommodate that. So I agree with you, Randy.
Okay.
But I don't know that we need to state that in the resolution that says, upon approval. It just means that if you come to us with a deviation, we will have to review it.
They can already do that anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Now back to the wood shakes. Yeah. So this product I found, and maybe it's the same one that you were looking at, but it says that it's a Class B shingle. It's encapsulated with a fire retardant on both the sides, and then it also contains a fire retardant underlayment. Does that ring up with what you were looking at?
I mean, I was looking at something that said, this is your Class A assembly, and it was something to protect when the wood shakes catch on fire, protect the house from catching on fire. And I'm kind of over here thinking about the neighbors.
Yeah.
But fire spanning across.
Yeah.
It's just fuel. Yeah. The fire spread across that fuel.
If there's an interesting concept out there that, metal roofs would seem like a Class A rating, but the assembly requires some specific things that you have to put underneath in order to make it a Class A assembly. But in my estimation, just logic, an ember that hits a metal roof, it's a slick surface and it won't reside there. Whereas on an asphalt shingle, even the same slope, an ember could, melt into the asphalt shingle and reside there, and then till it smolders and becomes a fire. So the metal roof is actually considered, it's more stringent to try to get to a Class A assembly than it is for an asphalt shingle.
Maybe that's because it's a really good conductor and what does settle on it.
Exactly. That's what
through to the underlayment. If you've got a plywood underlayment underneath and you've got enough heat coming down onto that metal roof.
Yep.
Then the metal could conduct the heat through and catch on fire through the metal even.
So we're requiring that they either use Den's deck or something like that with some sort of gypsum material to prevent that very effect.
Okay. I agree with this recommendation. Thank you for.
So yeah, at the end of the day, I think that I can put language in there that omits any type of shake regardless of and I think that's what we're hunting for right now is that recommendation. And I can specifically put that language in the resolution to, you're good with that?
Yeah, I think that sounds
You
great.
guys are both good with that? Okay.
And on the wood foundation conversation, I appreciate be flexible. I know people are looking for alternatives to concrete, right? Concrete is one of the most carbon intensive construction materials out there.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but a deviation process is fine by me.
Okay.
Whatever you think is appropriate and Randy agrees with, I'm fine with.
Okay.
Sean?
Yep. Good.
Awesome.
Good to go.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, and you guys too.
I look forward to passing this update. It's got a lot of important stuff in it and you worked really hard and thank you.
Yeah, and Stoy's got a bunch of stuff in there as well, so it's going to be a package deal. Yep. Just for your reference, we're working on the fee structures, and so I want to, when we pass the resolution, I want to pull out the fees and set them aside, and so that we just approve the resolution without the code resolution without the fee structure, because we need some further work to do on that as a separate resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we expect to see then, is this going to land on consent?
The building code update? You tell us.
It's going to land on what you said?
I asked if this was going to land on the consent agenda, given that we had a session, raised some questions, got some questions are answered.
I'm good with consent.
Okay. Is that
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, just write the words that
And
meet the intent.
get it to Beth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, before we move on that, Peter, do we have to get public?
Is it ordinance?
Oh, it's a regulation, it's a resolution, so you don't need to have a public hearing for adoption.
Okay, all right, so it's hereby adopted then?
No, not yet.
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry.
Today's just a work session. This is, you'll bring it back, a final version. Send it to me, of course, for review, and then it'll go to Brian as well. And then ultimately it'll go on the consent agenda at an upcoming meeting, at which point the board won't pull it for discussion.
Okay,
Likely.
but I still need to go out for public comment and all that as well.
Haven't you already done some of that already?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's
You won't.
required that I have to do that again for the hearing. Okay. All right, so I'll get back on the agenda and,
Yeah, let's talk offline and we'll take care of that.
all right, thanks.
Cool.
Great.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, it looks like somehow miraculously at an hour before Sean has to actually run out the door with his shirt tail flapping, we have time for an executive session. So, thanks, Wes.
Yeah, thank you.
So with that concludes, I believe.
Actually, Mr. Chair, the executive session that is on the agenda was more of a placeholder. I don't believe there's really a reason to have it.
Oh, you don't have one today?
No,
Okay.
the one that's listed on the agenda, I would withdraw respectfully.
Okay, well, yeah, I thought you had additional information or new information for us of some kind.
Not today.
So, all right, cool. So did we leave anything out? Does anybody want to stay and talk about other stuff? No, it would just be a bad joke, never mind. With that, I believe we're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.